harnesses nature for the nation's growth and development by generating outcomes that connect with the culture of the people. I'm Ayodeji Makinde. This is Reshaping Democracy. Today, we unlock the vast potentials of natural medicine and alternative therapies in driving innovative economic growth and sustainable development in Nigeria's health sector. The Director General of NNMDA and Professor of Pharmacy, Martins Emeje, listens and responds to citizens interrogating the actualization of the agency's mandates.
My name is Victor Amawo. I'm a businessman. I base in Port Harcourt. DGSA, as an agency of innovation, what product have you produced to meet the needs of Nigerians?
Now, to answer the other question, pinpoint, I'm glad and with all sense of humility and fulfillment to say that in the last 1 year, this agency has done what most agencies, not just in Nigeria but across Africa, have not been able to do in 20 years. And this is without exaggeration, because I'm a scientist, I'm a professional, as pharmacists, we took oath to always speak the truth. That is our calling. Now, why do I say so? On the 8th of March, 2024, Chief Uche Nnaji, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, we call him Capacity Minister. He's not one of those that talk a lot. He's a very powerful silent achiever. He came to our compound, our laboratory complex. Actually, our laboratory headquarters is at number 9 Kofi Abayomi in Victoria Island, Lagos. So he came there and he launched 4 oral dosage drug formulations, 4 phytomedicines. So as I talk today, my agency has, in this year alone, within 1 year, launched 4 products for 4 different diseases and conditions: malaria, diabetes, sickle cell, aging. That is drug that you take that slow down the aging process and makes you build your immunity and makes you young continually. Currently, we have submitted 18 different products to NAFDAC. We have 18 NAFDAC application numbers right now. NAFDAC has given us approval for 5, and we are waiting for approval for the remaining 13, so that the president of this country will know that there are some people who don't quarrel, don't make noise, but we do our work to the upliftment of not just the health and well-being of our people, but for job and wealth creation.
I'm Toye Ichewon, a civil servant based in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Director General, sir, what type of alternative medicines and therapies are being developed, and how are they competing in the market?
Okay, so thank you. That's a very good question. Now, I have been privileged to have worked in so many other countries, advanced, middle-income countries, and least developed countries, laboratories. I have, and I'm privileged to have had a long period of postdoctoral fellowship in Asia, China, India, and Japan. So what that has given to me is that I know a lot about natural medicine, because these are the countries that lead in terms of natural medicine or traditional medicine in the world, and import and export of their own natural products. You can't tell the Chinese or India that your product should meet international standard for export. You know why? Because the first thing they tell you is, we do not need any market, that their country is already a market. Imagine 1.7 billion people of China and 1.4 billion people of India. The same way I dare to say that Nigeria is already a market for itself, because 200 million people is huge market if for any business to thrive in Nigeria, if you are serious with that business. So the first thing is, our own priority is the health, the job, and to do that you must be healthy. So our first drive is to be able to get what we call medicine security and health sufficiency for our people. That's our target first. But like I said earlier, our laboratory is internationally accredited, and more than 185 laboratories across the world don't question our tests. That is to tell you that in terms of standard, we are already at the international level. So whatever product we develop here in Nigeria can go to any other part of the world without questions.
I'm Pastor Bambo Shagumano, a civil servant speaking from Port Harcourt. DG sir, armor support and funding is your agency receiving in actualization of your research and production, sir?
If you go, and this is in public space, if you go to the website of the Budget and National Planning now, you will see that my agency got 399 million naira as capital to do research. And this 399 million naira, it is expected again that you remit some deductions up to about between 14.5 to 18%. Then contractors will take about 25 to 30%. So by the time you cumulate what is returning from this 399, it means that half of 399 million is now gone. So what is left is 399 divided by 2, which is 140 something million. You can see it's less than 200. So it's 140 something million naira that is now left for you to do research. Who does research like that? But I refuse to be discouraged, because it is with that money that I and my people, we told ourselves that, look, we will not complain. If you check all my utterances in this 1 year as DG of this agency, I have never said anywhere in the media that we don't have money to do work. No, and I will never say it. So in terms of funding, it's nothing to write home about. But in terms of productivity, in fact, if you see our productivity, anybody who is objective, where if you see our productivity, our performance, we question how we are able to do it with the kind of funding that we get. You see, the establishment of this agency in 1997 is one of the best things that happened to this country. Because as far back as 1978, during the Amahata Declaration by the African heads of governments, all African heads of governments, they told themselves that they should go back home and establish research institutes for natural medicine. Nigeria established its own in 1997. So Nigeria has done well by establishing it. Nigeria has, I have one of the best set of researchers in this country when it comes to patriotism. Because these are people who don't think about the low emolument they get. Because their salary is nothing to write home about. But they don't care. They go to interior villages in this country, because our job is not just for human health, it's for animal health too. And our job implies that we should go to thick forests, different parts of this country. Because you know, traditional medicine include traditional bone setting, traditional birth attendance, all those cultural things. Okay, so in terms of funding, therefore, we are highly underfunded, but we are highly high performing institutes.
What is the relationship between the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, the Standard Organization of Nigeria, and NAFDAC?
We collaborate very well. In fact, let me say here for the first time, And I hope I am not saying something that a senior colleague, the DG of NAFDAC, Professor Adeye, will not like, because we resonate, because she is also passionate about this country. Okay, so we just won a grant. I and NAFDAC, NNMDA and NAFDAC, we just won a competitive grant. Okay, so in collaboration, we are doing very well. Like I also told you, we have all our products with NAFDAC for assessment. We are scientists. We know how to do things scientifically, but we also subject ourselves to regulatory control, even though we are government. No, even though we are government, but we are scientists. So when it comes to that, we subject ourselves to the NAFDAC assessment protocol, because that is international best practice. So we have a factory that is NAFDAC approved. Yes, my agency has a factory that is NAFDAC approved. Okay, so that is the kind of collaboration we do. And this collaboration is not limited to NAFDAC. We have collaboration with so many investors. As I'm talking to you now, for the first time in the history of my agency, and this is just this 1 year, about 13 of my researchers are undergoing postgraduate studies. It has never happened in the agency. I came to meet an agency where somebody with first degree in chemistry has been employed since 2003 and is still with first degree. Which research will a first degree holder do? But because of our collaboration with universities like Federal University of Technology, Minna, like NNMDA Azikiwe University, Oka, they are now training these my researchers in different postgraduate degrees. And we're also writing joint proposals. Joint proposals. I mean, with my agency, because of that, my agency is currently, we have a proposal that we submitted with University of Southampton in UK to UK United Kingdom Health Research Institute, for funding to do some studies that is peculiar to us in this country. So in terms of our collaboration, we currently collaborate with 19 different academic and industry-based institutions across the globe.
My name is Suleiman Abdurrashid in Lokoja. My question to the DG is, how much effort is the agency putting to building the knowledge and capacity of staff?
This is a highly intellectual, academic-based research institution doing the most difficult thing on earth. It is easier to be a DG or a researcher in a synthetic research institute than in a natural product research institute. Because for synthetic research institutes, for a pharmaceutical outfit, all protocols for the investigation of these synthetic products are already known, because these are chemical moieties that the structures have been elucidated. So what we call monitoring parameters and analytical procedures and protocols are already known. But natural products, nobody knows what is there. Nobody on this earth can claim that he knows what is there. So you need innovation. You need brain that is hot and sharp to be able to delve into the studies in this area. That's what we are doing at NNMDA. So that is why I'm glad that this agency also has a school. No agency doing anything about health in Nigeria has a school. We have a college. And do you know what we did? We did not just claim we are government. Government, by our act, we are supposed to have a college. We are supposed to have a school. No. When we set it up, we also applied, just like we subjected ourselves, or just like we subject ourselves to NAFDAC, we also subject ourselves to the regulatory agency of the Federal Ministry of Education. It is called the National Board for Technical Education. We apply to them. We say, come to our compound. Come and assess us. If we are good enough, give us accreditation. They came. They assessed us. And they say, wonderful. And they give us accreditation. So we have a college. And I have a rector. I have a rector. I have staff. I also have pro bono professors. 5 Nigerians, all of them in diaspora, who teach pro bono without collecting a dime. In May this year, on May 12 to 18, some 2-3 months ago, all of them, they came to this country on their own. I did not buy anybody ticket. On their own, they came to Lagos, stayed with us for 2 weeks in capacity building.
What marketing tools is the agency utilizing to popularize its products in the competitive Nigerian business environment?
In terms of productivity, in fact, if you see our productivity, anybody who is objective, if you see our productivity, our performance, we question how we are able to do it with the kind of funding that we get. And that's why I say that, because I did PhD with support from the private sector. Because I did my PhD on the bench outside this country. And I know that the private sector, the pharmaceutical industries, or chemical industries, or food industries generally, philanthropists, foundations, faith-based organizations, civil societies, non-governmental organizations, profit and non-profit organizations in other parts of the world, they support research and development a lot. Even families, some families, you will see somebody that is on the dying bed and he will say, look, all my money or so percentage of the money of my family, I want you to give it to a research institution, like a research institute like our own or university, to ensure that this disease that is killing me does not kill other people. That's what you see happening in other parts of the world. And I am a beneficiary of such things. I've gone to so many other countries on such fellowship. But it looks like in my own part of the world here, it is like when people, the disease that is killing them, they want the same disease to kill everybody because the thing has killed them. So we need also orientation. We are reasonable enough to say that all of those are traditional medical practitioners. We will bring them. Some of them will be teachers. Many of them will be students. They will learn in our local languages. Nobody is going to force anybody to come and speak English. Whatever language you are using to make your services and products, to treat people, to heal people where you are, we will use it to ensure that the product that you have will help you develop them scientifically so that they become more durable, so we can store longer, they become more stable, then they become safer, and they become more aesthetical. That means they become more attractive in terms of packaging. All of these are now, they are the things that we have studied in Western medicine that we can apply. Because if we don't apply what we have studied in Western pharmacy or medicine to develop our own, then we are failures. That's the truth. You see, because the Asian Ayurvedic medicine or traditional Chinese medicine or Japanese medicine, all those traditional medicine of those countries that we're always mounting and citing as example, it is not from the space that people came to develop them now. It is their own country people, professionals like me, pharmacists, nurses, medical lab scientists, doctors, chemists, physicists, sociologists, anthropologists, all of them who had Western education. You apply it to develop your own. Today, after applying those Western technologies and knowledge, Asia is now ruling the world in that area. China is top of the entire world in exports of herbal products. India follows. Let me surprise you, in case you don't know. The greatest importer and consumer of medicinal plants in the world is United States of America, a developed country. Please, I repeat, the greatest importer and consumer of natural medicine from Asia, is US.
I'm Barrister J.U. Usman, based in Lokoja. My question to the DG is, how is your agency committed to the actualization of the President's Renewed Hope agenda?
This renewed hope agenda that he's talking about, the best agency in this country to drive the renewed hope agenda is the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency. You know why? Because by divine linkage, our agency is about our culture. And you know that our culture is suffering extinct now. Because most of us, we are either ashamed or we have inferiority complex. So we are all running away from our culture. There is the need to renew the hope of our people in our culture, because our livelihood, our health, our development lies in our culture. That is the truth. If without your culture, you are nobody, because your culture is your identity. So we are on top of this renewed hope issue.
Way to go. As the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency unleashes innovation in natural medicine research and development by upscaling efforts to produce high-quality, globally competitive alternative medicine. Yes, it's also fostering of partnerships with industry stakeholders, academia, and international organizations. This is also showcasing the rich biodiversity of Nigeria's flora and fauna as a treasure trove for natural remedies, which promotes holistic healthcare solutions for Nigerians in particular, as well as create jobs. This is an exciting journey in motion for NNMDA, tapping from the power of nature to drive research and innovation. I'm Ayodeji Makinde, and that's Reshaping Democracy. The program will be back, same time, same station, next week. Bye-bye.
We all have stories to tell.
The small boy kicked me to open fire on me, so I said, okay, you can cut the right hand. So that's how my right hand was cut off.
He's working with clutch with which here that guy, no, he's not an ordinary eye. No, he's not an eye. Juju he used marry his wife.
It all depends on how I handle my story and how you're able to handle your own story.
It is what you decide in your mind that determines you, not your situation.
I don't hear well, but one thing is, we are better together.
Dushman Lucy Pius,
Welcome to Against All Odds on the Nigerian Television Authority, a program that brings to your doorstep the lives of persons with disability.
Now breathe in, raise your head up.
Welcome to Health and Wellness Tips, where we...
Hello and welcome. This is NTA Tuesday Live, and I'm Cyril Stover. In different parts of Nigeria, banditry is used to describe different variants of lawlessness. In reality, the usage connotes two underlying problems: ineffective law enforcement in southern Nigeria and the crisis of ungoverned spaces in northern Nigeria. Now, since independence, successive governments have had to confront variants of these trends. The evidence over time suggests a link between governance failures and banditry. Tonight, NTA Tuesday Live will look at the succeeding pattern of the Nigerian armed forces in decimating and degrading the highly dreaded criminal syndicates and their acts of terrorizing peaceful territories and snatching the destinies with pains and wreaking havoc on individuals' personal wealth and belongings. But before we go into the conversation, let's get to see this report put together by defense correspondent Ismail Musa.
A safe and secured environment is critical to socio-economic development. Worried by the increase in banditry and kidnapping in parts of Zamfara, Katsina and Sokoto states, President Bola Tinubu directed the military to sanitize the northwest. This necessitated a visit to the trouble zone by the Minister of Defense for State, Mohammed Bello, and the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa. This is to appraise and strategize the ongoing operation with a view to trace, track and eliminate bandits and criminals truncating socio-economic activities in the area.
We have overviewed the entire operation and realized that we need to harmonize our operations together. If you notice, we have Operation Hadarin Daji and Operation White Stroke, both within the northwest region. We have seen the need for us to harmonize those operations into one operation like we did in the northeast, where we have Operation Hadinkai. The same thing is being done now for the northwest operation. We have one unified operation. It's going to be called Operation Fansan Yama. Fansan Yama, for those of us that know, it's securing the west. Now, the intention is to ensure that we synergize all our efforts in addressing the security challenges in the northwest. It's been their tradition for the bandits to be able to flow between the states within them. So now what we're doing is that since we're harmonizing the whole operation, they will come under one commander. And then the commander will be able to utilize all the equipment and troops together to ensure that we address this critically. And I think that's the best solution we have for it. And I can assure you, all the assets that is required to do that will be done.
To achieve the goal, the military employed a multifaceted strategy, combining air power, ground troops, and community engagement. Additional troops were detailed. More equipment and platforms deployed for the ruthless operation, smoking out bandits and terrorists from their hideouts in the zone, while several kidnapped victims were rescued. Within the last 21 days, more than 70 bandit cells and camps were destroyed, 294 kidnapped victims rescued, 359 bandits and terrorists arrested, while 324 unrepentant bandits were eliminated in different combats. The military's success is a testament to its renewed commitment to protecting civilians. Sustaining this momentum requires continuous cooperation with local communities and addressing underlying socioeconomic issues. In Abuja, Ismail Musa.
That report sets the tone for tonight's discussion. Let me go ahead and introduce our guests. We'd like to welcome to this program Major General Edward Buba, Director, Media Operations, Defense Headquarters. General, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Right. We're also joined tonight by retired Brigadier General Sani Usman Kukashika, MNI. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Right, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Right, thank you. Let me also welcome tonight retired Air Commodore Abayomi Balogun, former Deputy Director Operations, Nigerian Air Force. Thanks for being here.
My pleasure to be here too.
Right.
Thank you.
And also joining us tonight is one of our regulars on this program, Dr. Kabir Adamu, Managing Director, Bacon Security and Intelligence Limited. Thanks for being here with us.
I'm delighted to be here. Thank you.
Right. Of course, with the nature of this program, at some point in time, you can join in the conversation in the studio, but when it's that time, we'll remind you of the process and the procedure. For now, let's get down to the main issues tonight, and it's about winning the war against banditry. To put it in a general context. Let me start off with the Director of Media Operations of the Defense Headquarters, Major General Edward Buba. Well, banditry, general insecurity challenges, how far has the battle against these odds gone?
Thank you very much for your question. And I would like to start by saying that the prerequisite of the military is to defeat terrorism across the length and breadth of this country. And our strategy in achieving this is to undermine the terrorist ability to unleash terror on citizens and create insecurity. Our war objective is to destroy the terrorists, to decapitate them, as well as to prevent them from being able to carry out havoc on citizens of this country. Now, in achieving our war objectives, we've been able to destroy the terrorist infrastructure. We've been able to dismantle their logistics, administrative, and military capabilities, and we continue to do so even as we speak.
All right, we'll examine those in greater detail as we go on, but let's come to Brigadier General Kukasheka. Well, at some point in time, let me say you were in the eye of the storm. Those dark days when it seemed as if the terrorists and all of the criminal gangs were just on the verge of overrunning the Nigerian state. But the state actors rose to that challenge, and at that time, you were the spokesperson for the various efforts at bringing down the insurgency as it was then. Looking at what has been in recent times, what can you say about how this war has been prosecuted?
Well, if you are making comparative analysis, just like you rightly described them in those dark days, and by dark days we are talking about period to 2015, because I know if we are talking about terrorists in real sense of the word, we are talking about the Boko Haram elements, and now their splinter group is SWAP as well as Ansarudeen. Prior to that, I believe every Nigerian, in fact the world over, we are all living witness to what had happened to the Nigerian state. A case in point was the Federal Capital Territory. All the symbol of security and democracy and world peace were desecrated. Remember, there were suicide bomb attacks at the United Nations building headquarters, the police headquarters, one of the biggest military cantonments in the country, commercial entities, you remember the banners and the Yanya bomb terminus. The media was also attacked this day, and of course one other medium in Kaduna, and of course we are not even talking about worship centers. But most importantly is the fact that an average Nigerian wasn't so sure by the time he or she comes out from his house, for whatever reason, whether he or she will go back home safely. We are not even talking about the inconveniences in terms of checkpoints and the likelihood of attack. And remember again, the terrorists were able to even covet some of the territorial part of the Nigerian state to the extent of having a caliphate with headquarters in Goza in those days. Now, if you reflect, and I could remember way back, 2012, thereabout when I was in 1 division, There were concerted effort by the Boko Haram terrorists to establish headquarters in the northwestern part of the country. Of course, at this point in time, even one division, this area of operational responsibility cut across 10 states of the Federation, unlike now that you have new divisions like 8th Division and so on. So when you look at it by and large, I think it's something that we have to, give kudos to all those that have had hand in, mitigating the situation to the point. Yes, I agree. People who said they have the security challenges have mutated in the sense that we are even discussing. Now we have the new form of terrorism. It manifested in the activities of bandits and kidnappers, and the nexus between them and the terrorist group, as we have seen in the instances of school children kidnapping and massive kidnappings, as the case may be. But if you are looking at it in the context of, counter-insurgency effort across the world, and I always like to relate with what happened in Colombia, for instance. They were grappling with such security challenges for over 58 years. But here we are in Nigeria within 16 years, given the challenges. Remember, even the platforms that we needed to prosecute the war were denied on flimsy excuses when we were losing human lives. And they unleash all sorts of distractions on the part of the government and the security forces, and troops were even demoralized because a lot of officers were slapped with human rights allegations to the extent, I would know particularly a senior officer who lost his wife that was supposed to be medically evacuated simply because there is this blanket ban. I'm not talking about other distractions. And if you also look at it, Nigerian states, to some extent, those that matters were talking at cross purposes. There wasn't clear understanding of what the problem was, talk less of giving strategic directives. If you recall what happened in the abduction of Chibok schoolgirls. But over time we have seen, yes, agreed there were instances of kidnappings, massive school children, but the response and the sense of direction, especially when you look at what happened in Kurga, there was marked difference. So basically, one can go on. Of course, I'm not saying that there are no rooms for improvement. But so far, I think when you juxtapose it in those dark days and what we have, I think there is semblance of ray of hope. And more so when you look at all these things, they gravitate around the war economy. In most instances, basically some of them borders on issue of good or bad governance, as the case may be.
All right. Well enough, and there'll be a lot to talk about as we go on tonight. Just to quickly mention that the United Nations General Assembly is ongoing, and as you know, Vice President Kashim Shettima is standing in for President Bola Tinubu at the General Assembly. At the time the Vice President will be delivering Nigeria's position, we would link up live with our crew in New York, and we'll bring you that address live when it does come. But if you look on your screens right now, you can see the General Assembly is in progress. When it's time for Nigeria to present its statements, which will be done by Vice President Kashim Shettima, we will link up live and bring you that when it comes. So, but now back to winning the war against banditry here in our studios. Let's come to Air Commodore Abayomi Balogun, who's a former Deputy Director of Operations of the Nigerian Air Force. How would you assess the fight so far and the efforts that have been put up by the Nigerian military in quelling?
Thank you very much. I think I must commend the members of the armed forces at least for the successes we're recording now. It's been a lot of change. Today, we've gotten one bandit leader, one kingpin. But I want to ask, why did it take us this long? Nigerians were almost giving up, saying that the armed forces are weak. They are no longer the armed forces of those days. But with the recent achievement, the recent successes, like General here said, we are making progress, and there seems to be hope ahead. But then, when I look back and I see what is happening now, I think the army is evolving to the scenarios on the battlefield. Because we used to be sitting down, defensive, offensive. But today I'm seeing action, proactiveness. They are moving and they are going after these guys. And I think that's the best approach. Keep them on the run. Always. Don't allow them to rest. Don't allow them to plan or re-strategize and come back for you. And I'm seeing a lot of an improved synergy within the armed forces because now they are working more together than before. I think we can still achieve more than this if we choose to bring all the services closely together than we are operating right now. But we personally want to, these successes we are recording, thank the CDS, the current CDS, because we've seen CDS come and go. And these CDS in particular have been so proactive. It's a joint operation from day one, since 2014. But then, it has not been fully joint. But with him as the CDS, I think he's been able to bring all the services together. There's more to be done. Because yes, I'm an outsider now, but still I monitor what happens in the service. For me, with the resources the armed forces have, if there is a little bit more cohesiveness, bandits will have been out of Nigeria. Okay. So we need to work more on that.
Well, let's draw from the rich repertoire of Dr. Kabir Adamu in these matters. And Nigeria went so low. And it's like we bobbed up again, and this time around, some areas where you couldn't set foot, fine citizens are going about. But it's still a long way to go. But what's your assessment generally so far, especially in recent times?
Thank you. And I'm the only non-military person here, so I hope I have the immunity to talk freely. On a serious note, I concur with everything the other discussants have mentioned. We are making progress. However, you have to be able to measure progress along a parameter. If you pick terrorism, we have a national counter-terrorism strategy, and we can review it from time to time to say we're implementing the provisions of that strategy or not. So we're making progress, and some of the elements within that strategy has been mentioned by the spokesperson of the DHQ here. And so it's very easy to look at that and say we've been successful or not. However, when it comes to banditry, it worries me that we seem not to have a strategy. In spite of the fact that when you pick the Renewed Hope agenda, there is a mention there in that document that a strategy will be developed for managing insecurity across the 6 geopolitical zones. And since banditry, more or less, is domiciled in the northwest and to an extent north central part of the country, with patterns of it in other regions, one would have thought that by now a strategy would have been developed specifically for addressing banditry in that region. Now, why this is important is the military has just mentioned the involvement of a new operation, Fansang Yemma. It would have been nice to situate that operation within the strategy that we intend to pursue in managing banditry. And I say this with all sense of responsibility. Every student of conflict knows that decapitation is just one element within about 6 other elements in addressing conflict situations like that. When you take out the leadership and you don't do the other 5 elements, then the likelihood of resilience within the group where you've taken out the leadership is extremely high. And so I'm urging, it is not the responsibility of DHQ, it's not the responsibility of the military. I'm urging the managers of our national security space to quickly come up with that strategy that would support this military vigor that we're seeing, that we all agree here, and I'm sure most Nigerians who have been monitoring the situation would agree that that vigor deserves commendation. But it can only be successful if it's situated within a broader strategy to address banditry. In your opening remarks, I was very delighted when you hinted at the governance issues that give rise to banditry. Those governance issues cannot be addressed by the military. Issues around climate change, socio-economic challenges within the region, unemployment, poverty, value system, proliferation of small arms and light weapons, drug addiction, land governance that we don't speak enough about, the proliferation or evolvement of state security structures that has divided the 2 major communities there, the Hausas and the Fulanis, access to land through the land governance challenge that I've mentioned. Those are not military things to address. Those are governance challenges. So having that broad strategy that looks at all of these components and encourages governance, especially at the subnational level, to look at those issues and address them will now allow the military to come in and provide the right environment for those governance challenges to be addressed. The National Assembly, especially the Senate, just resumed today. They have a role to play. One of the major challenges that I have observed over time is our military operations that don't seem to have a timeline. They are introduced, but we never hear the exit strategy. At what point would Operation Safe Haven end, as an example? At what point would Operation Hadinkai end? So this Fansanyama, what's the exit strategy? So these are, I think, very important questions that a non-military person is allowed to ask, that I think, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to have answers to it to help us to look back down the road and say we've been able to achieve the success. What is success to a resident of Zamfara? Success is access to his farm. Success is his ability to go to the market. Success is his ability to allow his children to grow without the fear that bandits will come and abduct them in the manner they abducted them. So only a broad strategy of the kind that I've mentioned would allow that to happen. Otherwise, sustainability of an operation, given the current Nigerian economic circumstances, would be a little bit difficult.
That's now that you speak about sustainability and and the question of timelines. It's something that a lot of analysts would worry about and say, is there a timeline? And some would say you cannot predict these things. And sometimes the managers of these tell you these strategies are not for the public consumption, so we do not do. But somehow at some point in time, is it possible to say, well, given the way and manner in which we're carrying on now, we can say with any confidence that, well, while not putting a definitive timeline to it, we can say that in the very near future, our lives will regain the semblance of normalcy that it used to be in general.
Well, I would like to say that we've been in this business for over a decade. And at the beginning, there is no doubt that when this issue of terrorism and insurgency started in the Northeast, we grappled with it. And we grappled with it for several reasons, one of which is our training was geared towards fighting conventional forces and not non-state actors like we were confronted with. And so we had to go through a learning curve for a period of time, and I want to say today that we have built several capabilities over the years. First is our motivations. Next is we have engaged in the right recruitment. We've engaged in the right training. We have the right equipment in our equipment holding. And when we talk of our deployment, now we have breached the gap between commanders with operational experience and those that didn't have operational experience like we had at the beginning. When you look at the crop of the military leadership we have today, you can see that each and every one of them has been in the field. So when subordinates from the field are talking, they know exactly what's happening. Next is from the northeast where we started. I want to say that we have troops simultaneously fighting across various theaters in this country. We have theaters in the northeast, northwest, north central, southeast, south-south. And these troops are fighting in various forms. They are fighting from the air, from the waters, from the land, and they are also fighting in various dimensions, which is to include the cyberspace and also the media. Now, who are they fighting? Even though today we're talking about the Northwest, who are they fighting? They are fighting an enemy that adopts various forms at various locations. In this discussion we are having today, I hear you describe them as bandits. But I tell you that they are not bandits. They are terrorists. Because from the northeast, they fanned out to the northwest. And from the northwest, they fanned into the north central. So someone will tell you in the northeast, northwest, they are bandits. Then in the northwest central, they are headers. But as far as I know, and as we know as a military force, these are terrorists because they carry out acts of terror, and we treat them accordingly. Now, to winning the war. The lifeline of terrorism is the people. There is no winning the war without the support of the people. It is close to impossible. And I add that winning this war is not just dependent on the military, its weapons, or even finances. It's largely dependent on the people. Now, what is winning the war all about? Winning the war is all about defeating and destroying the enemy's will to fight. In this war and in other wars across the world, when you destroy the enemy's will to fight, you have won the war. How do you destroy the enemy's will to fight? You destroy the enemy's will to fight by kinetic action, which is purely military, as well as non-kinetic action, which is a mixture of military as well as governance, as one of our discussants has mentioned. So while the military can carry out a limited level of non-kinetic action, the rest falls within governance, and I want to say good governance.
Right. You know, General Kukashika, this might sound somehow pedestrian when you find general public discussing or debating issues to do with terrorism. And some would easily say, look, there are certain things we know. We've heard government agencies, and the government say, look, we know who these people are, or we know what to do, we know their locations. And, you know, in the regular fashion of a civil population, say, well, why not get on with it and wipe them out? But then comes the issue of collateral damage, comes the issue of all kinds of things being brought in, like I think it was Kabir who mentioned the question, or maybe it was you who mentioned the matter of organizations claiming human rights abuses and making things extremely difficult to gather. How have we been able to maneuver through all of this? Because for the average citizen who just thinks, look, if we know that terrorists, bandits, or whatever name you call them, are in location A, why not just go there and wipe out the entire place? And so we can have some peace.
Just easier said than done, in the sense that in the earlier instance, I was one who made references to the issue of human rights and all the rest of them. And remember, you have to contextualize it in what Buba has just said about who are the enemies and what is the aim and the objective of the military and what are supposed to be those supporting elements to ensure that they, you know, destroy these enemies and they capacitate them and they are will to fight and all the rest. Now we have instances why the enemy, sometimes where the enemy mixed with the society. And remember, let's even look at, you know, insurgency as it were. At the height of it, the group of people came up to say that the military should be withdrawn without an alternative. Now, to a large extent, it is the responsibility of the government to take decisive action and leadership when you are faced with existential threats, to galvanize the people so that each and every one of us will be on the same page, to understand that everybody could be a victim or a potential victim. And we have had instances now. Just recently, there was one young man that was given an appointment. Of course, he sent out the letter, but the column where his salary, fees and allowance, he, you know, covered it up simply because, and I was asking him, he said he doesn't want people to raise his ransom value. So that is to tell you how bad it is. And of course, put it to the timeline you are talking about. And we have had instances where security challenges are politicized in this country.
That's another angle to read.
Yeah. So these are some of the things, and that is why, and sometimes people talk is cheap. I will say all sorts of things to look good in the eyes of the people, but the reality on the ground is not the way it is. Take, for instance, the terrain, the level of the equipment, the training, as it were, and so on. And in fact, you have had instances, today we are even analyzing a particular community, I think in Niger State, that there is no way you can even fight this bandit, because already they were across that no matter whatever equipment, unless of course you use air, and of course you have collateral damages, they will see you in any of the approaches you take. But you rely on the people. But how will you rely on the people when the people are not on the same page with you? So the necessary support, the necessary cooperation, and bearing in mind that people are making sacrifice to make sure that these things are done. So in most instances, the people that are supposed to enlighten the society are not doing it. They have left the military. And all these security challenges, we are talking about it, put it on the scale of 100. The military effort is less than, is insignificant. Maybe 35%. So what happened to the 65%?
All right. And that's
so these are the supporting elements that it is easier said than done.
But to the credit of the military and its leadership, and going back to what you are saying about jointness, if you look at it, with the last 3 or so set of service chiefs, all their ambitions, there is an element of a joint environment. They understood the fact that it is not just that they have to synergize, cooperate, and collaborate and support each other, but they have to take on the whole gamut of the stakeholders. And in most instances, some of the stakeholders are unwieldy because they are heterogeneous, because you have politicized security issues, and the level of perception varies from one individual to another. Take, for instance, we have 2 schools of thought now in dealing with security challenges, especially as manifested by the banditry and kidnapping. Some were of the opinion, let's have negotiation. Others are saying no. But even at that, what are the terms? At which point? And then the supporting elements, and coming back, of course, a lot has been done in terms of dealing with it. There are issues of legislation. Remember, and this will give credence to the DMOs, what he was saying in terms of correct designation of these people. We have had instances. Average kidnapper now in the bush, he look at himself as a freedom fighter fighting for a particular cause. But it's obvious of the fact that they have raped women, they have killed, they have maimed, and they collect ransom to the tunes of millions. And in fact, the recent statistic is that we have about over 10 billion naira has been collected as ransom or thereabout, within just the space of 1 year alone in this country. And yet, his own understanding and mindset is that what he is doing is the right thing. And we have people that do not condemn that. Yes, they are being politically correct. They will not condemn it. And even they will not, yes, they will not support it publicly, but you can understand their body language. So this and so many other things, impede the fight against banditry. And of course, like I said, there were legislations. Look at the National Security Strategy 2019 and the effort by the previous government to designate them correctly so that the military can use the appropriate weapons. And so you have no misgiving in terms of human rights abuses because they are using anti-aircraft guns and high caliber weapons. So it is not just small and medium arms. So there are so many efforts, being done in dealing with. I'm not even talking about strategy of the military and so on. And of course, legislation. And I know that of a particular state that has, declared banditry and kidnapping as a capital offense. But up to now, there is no political will. We have not heard of any major prosecution. And in fact, again, the issue of leadership, capitation, and all the rest of them, the argument again that people are saying that the leaders are being silenced so that they will not talk. These are part of the criticism. So when you put all this together, it will give you an answer to the question about why don't you wipe them.
All right. Well, we'll go into that, but we also have, in addition to the discussion in the studio, a number of reports, and let's take this one from Gusau.
The ongoing onslaught against the criminal elements terrorizing people of Zamfara State and the Northwest geopolitical zone in general is a daunting task that requires genuine and sincere commitment from all stakeholders. The renewed commitment of the Tinubu administration to ending the menace is apparently yielding the desired results, especially with the recent elimination of some notorious kingpins of the terrorists in Zamfara and some neighboring states.
The community is being convinced that serious efforts are in place to ensure that the activities of these terrorists are checked to the barest minimum.
The development is believed to have weakened and stemmed the tide of the terrorists. thereby giving a leeway to farmers in many parts of Zamfara state to freely access their farms.
Although the government is doing more, but it had to add effort and change strategy or add strategy so that those that are displaced from their localities or villages should go back safely and do their farming activities.
The Chief of the Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, was recently in Zamfara state to encourage the troops to do more and to reassure people of the state that the Tinubu administration is more than ever determined to win the battle completely against the terrorists.
The quantum success that we've achieved, almost 30 motorcycles, 3 PKTs, AK-47, AK rifles, RPGs, and a number of them killed, shows the commitment that if we work together as a team, we can succeed.
The Chief of the Defense Staff, who underscores the significance of the community participation in the struggle to achieving a lasting peace, expresses the readiness of the military to continue to work with the community protection guards established by Zamfara state government with a view to achieving greater success.
Like we did in the Northeast too, we had civilian JTF, we were trained, they were profiled by the DSS and the police, and were deployed with our men, and they operated together. And that is what we're going to employ. And I assure you that if we do that properly, within the shortest possible time, we'll have total peace in Zamfara and the Northwest.
So we're confident that with these efforts and with the new measures put in place, it's just a matter of time. We will all celebrate.
Though the security situation is observed to have been tremendously improved across Zamfara state, the frequent blockage of the Gusau's Afefuntua road by the terrorists, as well as the activities of their informants, have continued to be a source of serious concern to the people.
We have to work on the terrorists within us. That is our the informants. Those that pass information about individuals and troops movement within our society. It's necessary for us to look inward and take care of them.
As people of Zamfara state continue to celebrate the recent remarkable achievements in the fight against the marauding terrorists, the respondents are optimistic that if the ongoing onslaught is sustained, the much desired peace will soon be achieved across the state and beyond. In Gusau, Jamilu Ibrahim.
From Gusau, we move on to Oka, where our next report comes from.
The unwholesome activities of bandits and other high-dreaded non-state actors in possession and misuse of firearms against innocent citizens in some villages and towns across Anambra State have become a source of concern to many, especially security agencies led by the Nigerian police. The security experts say they have put so many machineries in motion to fight the menace with the assurance that Anambra State will soon be free of what they described as undesirable elements.
Having noted that this state is a transit state, so we are very, very deliberate in protecting our borders and making sure that the people inside also are very, very safe. And another factor is that you understand that Anambra is more like a commercial place, a commercial city, where a lot of business is happening. These have made us to put our strategies in terms of organizing a security summit in order to bring everybody on board. The community have been very, very, very helpful in terms of reaching out to us to make sure that these incidences are reported and addressed.
I personally made presentation to Mr. Governor that apart from the operation that is going on, we need to go all out on issue stemming the rise in insecurity in the state and checkmating it, if not completely eradicated, but to a barest minimum that everybody can go about their lawful businesses without let or hindrance. I coin it and I say, let us go out on what is called an operation called massive attack, massive defense. But what we do is we gather intelligence from this because they live among the people. A criminal cannot operate in a community that somebody will not know him or her.
As the security agencies are combat ready in the discharge of their constitutional mandates, they equally appealed for support from well-meaning Nigerians, individuals and corporate organizations. as government alone cannot provide all they need, such as operational vehicles and other logistics. In Oka, Chinyere Fesi Okoye.
All right, having seen those reports, one thing is clear that it's been said here already on this forum that the military cannot win this all just by themselves. The people, General Kukashika says 35% for the military, the other large percentage, where are the people? And from some of those reports, you do hear that moving forward, they need the support of the populace. And sometimes the criminals who are the gangs that are operating, they're doing so even amongst the people of the townships. How well have you seen the public cooperating with state actors to bring down this situation?
Thank you, sir. Before I go into that, we want to touch what the doctor has said, the DHQ spokesperson and General SK. Particularly, let me start the issue of strategy, as he said. There have been strategies, both for terrorism and envisaged banditry. In 2014, the national security strategy, as if they were anticipating banditry, I came up with that strategy and said the armed forces of Nigeria will set up a unified force that is capable of being deployed rapidly to threat zones. So you don't need to have all your armies spread all over the place. These are special forces that the Army has, the Navy has, the Air Force has. What did we need at that time is to fuse them together. They become that unified force. While the same strategy task each service to continue to do their normal role, but this specialized unified force are capable of fighting both conventional and unconventional means. We never did. And then the national security strategy that followed 2019, based on what General Buba said, calls for an all-inclusive approach. It's not only the military. In fact, I recognize that the military alone can no longer solve the problem of Nigeria because it's all over the place. So can the military alone solve it? You need civilians. And he said all of nation and all of government, that was 2019. Till today, I've not seen a semblance of that. Now, when you call for an all-of-nation approach, that means everybody is a stakeholder. And then, how do you make that work? I remember when I was still in the service, particularly 2013, 2014, I was serving in DHQ. And in DHQ, we had a joint operations center where all the services were contributing their competencies into that pool. I was a member of that cell, and we the cell is manned 24 hours. The police were there, road safety, everybody. It was all inclusive because they will tell us their competencies, what they can do. The Army knows what they want. Everybody come in. Every morning we present a report overseeing the whole nation and say, in the northeast, this is what is happening, in the northwest, this is in the south, and we present to the CDS on daily basis. Until then, the CDS was in charge of all operations. Until somewhere along the line, during the state of emergency, that's part of the effect of policies on military operations. The same policy maker that said the CDS will be in charge of all joint operations now said CDS hand over this joint operation to the Army. Today, the Army will still see it as joint operation. But we from the other services did not see it like that. And everybody complained, if you cede this command which is unity of command. To the army, you can't get full support of the Air Force. You cannot get full support of the Navy, because we are supposed to be complementing each other. Now, who leads the battle? Yes, it's an army operation, but army need the Air Force. And if need be, they would need Navy. So we should work, and the best way to operate in such an organization is to have the CDS as the owner of the campaign. He appoints who is going to be the theater commander. It could be from Army, Navy. Now, Army is the lead agency. All of us will support them. But then, on the table, each service should be at par. And when that thing occurred, everybody said, no, this is wrong. And it will affect us in the long run. But, as usual, nobody could speak up. The only person that spoke up was Air Chief Marshal Bade, who wrote to everybody that needed to know in Nigeria, including the president then, that this decision to cede this operation to the army is not the best way, and it will have a long-term consequence. Now, if we look at the Security Strategy 2019, he still tried to bring everybody together. Then he now brought in civilians, NGOs, traditional rulers, religious leaders, and they were to meet. But do we have structures to contain that?
Has this been effective? Well, maybe Kabir will help us out here, and then we'll return to you, the question I asked earlier on. Has this been effective? Yeah. And the question of synergy amongst all the stakeholders, in this case, not just the military, but the people themselves.
Unfortunately, no. The realization is there, just like he mentioned. If you, in the National Security Strategy, it's mentioned I think the last time I counted about 12 different stakeholders, starting from the subnational government to the market associations. It was that disaggregated. If we look at the context of some of the conflict situations that we've had, part of the challenge, I think, at the beginning in the Northeast, when the Jamaat al-Ahl Sunnah lil Dawat wal Jihad became active, perhaps as part of the learning curve that General Buba mentioned, people who at the early stages volunteered information unfortunately ended up being victims of the attack by that same group. In fact, there were prominent community leaders.
Right, you still have that Wilaya. If I'm not mistaken, I think quite recently, community in Shiroro, in Niger State, was said to have been overrun, that the bandits came back and said, look, you give information out to security agencies and we're going to punish you for doing that.
In Yobe State, Mafa, where it's contestable the number of persons that were killed, the authorities said 100, other sources are saying 200. Part of the release by one of the factions of terror groups in that region, they claimed the reason why they attacked that community is because the community volunteered information to the security forces. So it's still an issue. Public protection remains a huge challenge at the moment in Nigeria. The integrity of the process for volunteering information to our security forces is still not intact. There has been improvement. If you look at the police as an example, the police complaint unit, a lot of effort has been made in that regard. I think currently, if I'm right, the response period, the target they had in this administration was, I think, 15 minutes, but they've been able to bring it down to, I think, about 12 minutes. So basically, if you call that number, the response you are likely to get, according to the formal statement by the police, in 12 minutes you are going to get response. So progress has been made. The military has put up numbers. The Office of the National Security Advisor has put up numbers. Name them. But the question is the integrity of that process. Do people have the confidence to volunteer that information, knowing very well, for instance, that the person they are reporting can come back and attack them? That's where the challenge is. We haven't, in a conclusive manner, provided that guarantee to the people, as it were, that they can be protected. I mean, banditry that we're discussing, there is no one who has studied banditry at the level of operations, at the strategic level, even for academics, that would not tell you that the eco space for banditry includes informants. And those informants are people who are living, sometimes family members, sometimes residents within the community where they are located. So why is it difficult? Why has it been difficult over time for people to report who those informants are? It's simply because of the integrity of the process for reporting, sharing information. As someone who understands intelligence, intelligence is harvested from within the communities where we operate. Now, where, for instance, the process of harvesting that intelligence can lead to the death of the person volunteering, that he's likely not going to do it. So these are some of the challenges that are preventing people from supporting the security operations, unfortunately.
All right. As we're discussing the issue of winning the war against banditry, we're also keeping a close watch on proceedings at the 79th UN General Assembly, and we believe that in the next few minutes, it would be Nigeria's turn to present its statements. And as we already know, Vice President Kashim Shettima is doing that on behalf of President Tinubu. And the Vice President will be speaking, hopefully, next. And that should be in a few minutes from now. And certainly we will be bringing you that live. We've been keeping a close watch on that, and that's why you can see the pictures on your screen. To the right of your screen, you do have the proceedings, the ongoing proceedings at the 79th United Nations General Assembly. And so, well, again, we ask the question, is there a challenge with the people appreciating that there is a responsibility as well to support state institutions and state actors in quelling this situation? Yes, as Kabir said, the problem is a little bit tricky because there hasn't been, it's a question of the integrity of the architecture. And so people still fear that giving information might lead to reprisal attacks. But then you do find people also giving information to the terrorists and the bandits. And so someone would say, look, we don't get that.
Well, if I may come in here, I'll come in and say that, first and foremost, if you compromise on security, you compromise everybody's security. And our situation in Nigeria is very unique. I don't know if there's any other country that has this kind of situation. Unique in the sense that our situation is self-inflicted. If you look at the security situation that we're faced with, it's self-inflicted. It's not like another country came and invaded us. We are the ones doing these things to ourselves, And now that brings me to talking about, when we talk about ending the insecurity. Ending the insecurity is not a quick fix. Because when you're talking about terrorism, you're talking about insurgency, we're talking about a marathon, not a sprint. We're talking about long operations, enduring operations to destroy the terrorists, after which, when they are destroyed, the world will be made a safer place. Now, how do you destroy them? I already spoke about destroying the will to fight of the enemy is winning the war. How do you destroy the will to fight of the enemy? Several ways. One, we have, in our ongoing operations, we have prioritized taking out the senior leadership, the combatants, the foot soldiers, the agents to the terrorists. We're talking about dismantling their administrative capabilities, their logistics, their logistic capability and their military capability. We're talking about international pressure. We're talking about media engagement, such as we are doing now. And when you put all these things together, all these combine to help to destroy the terrorist will to fight, and helps us in the winning of the war.
All right. Still other issues here that are coming up in this fight against insecurity generally. And the use of technology, that has also been said to be key in all of this. How well has Nigeria deployed technology in winning this war, General Ukashika?
Well, I think technology is and its deployment in tackling security challenges is something that is desirable and a more kind of force multiplier, in the sense that it saves costs, it saves effort and so on. And we have had instances, I could remember at the Resource Center, the then Minister of Communication and Digital Economy presented a paper in which actually he articulated the effort in harmonizing data, especially with the effort of registration of SIM cards and so on. And that aspect made a desired impact, because no sooner than it was done or in the process, the then Boko Haram leader passed a fatwa on him, just to tell you that actually it's really effective. But just like everything else about us, the issue of policy somersault and inability to follow through some of these issues, because bulk of the bandit, especially in terms of collection of ransom, they use technology. Now, why don't we also use the same means in tracking these people? And it may interest you to know, it is not as if we don't have it. And Dr. Kabir has also passed a verdict, and it is the same verdict. It's issue of knowing the resources available to you and harmonizing them. But for the time being, to some extent, except for certain instances, the resources are not being used effectively. Because just recently, I'm coming, police have fantastic equipment. They are being underutilized. And in fact, the people that ought to know were not even aware of it until recently. Now, technology, if effectively utilized to a large extent, it will reduce. We have seen it. In fact, now the conflict in the Middle East, it was the same technology that is used now, that in fact traveling with your handset is now being questioned, and laptop and all the rest. You have seen what Israel did to Hezbollah, the pages and what have you. So, use of technology in tracking not only the conversations and all the rest. I agree they have been doing marvelously well, because there are several instances, a lot of attacks were preempted by the use of technology. But just like everything else, a lot needs to be done in terms of using it, procurement, and harmonizing and coordination of the usage. And they made reference to the national security strategy. Of course, the layers that I think he has made. But there was even provision for a joint center, 5 years on. Where is it? So it is the same thing with technology. And technology is rapidly evolving to the extent that we have gone beyond the, tracking, that you could have even used it to neutralize some of these criminal elements. Some time ago, I think some of the platform the Air Force had, they have the capability of ranging a bandit on motorcycle. To what extent have we imbibed that? But that does not mean that a lot is not being done. A lot is being done on the ground, but all it requires
more of it and harmonization of it, and I think it will. But technology is supposed to complement other effort, especially in intelligence gathering and information. You need human intelligence, you need open source, but most especially the issue of the human intelligence. Because no kidnapping incident has ever, except several instances that is random.
All right.
There must be an informant.
Well, I'll just ask you to pause. At this time, it would seem that Nigeria is set to present its statements at the 79th United Nations General Assembly. And on the pictures on your right there would be the winding down of the current speaker, after which we believe it will be Nigeria's turn to present its statements. Vice President Kashim Shettima is right there on behalf of President Tinubu. He will be presenting Nigeria's statements at the 79th United Nations General Assembly that is ongoing. And let's listen in.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of State of the Republic of Nauru. We shall now continue for general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, heads of delegation, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, as you assume the leadership of this august assembly, our world is confronted by profound moral questions that will require more than the habitual remarks from this elevated podium to resolve. These are questions about the ultimate purpose of our organization, the United Nations itself, and how it can remain relevant and resilient. It is with this sentiment that I convey to you the warm and fraternal greetings of my countrymen and women, and to congratulate you on your assumption of the presidency of this assembly. Let me assure you of the full cooperation of my delegation in discharging your honorary responsibilities during your tenure. In the same vein, I wish to extend my appreciation to your predecessor, His Excellency Dennis Francis, for the many remarkable achievements recorded during his stewardship. It gives me particular pleasure to commend His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, for his commitment to the cause of peace and development and the democratization of the United Nations to reflect the need to correct the historic injustice that has been done to Africa. I am also delighted to note the steadfast support given to the Secretary General by our own sister and compatriot, Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General, while sharing the burden of leadership and responsibility in leading a complex organization like the United Nations. Mr. President, the theme of this year's General Assembly leaves us in no doubt that there is still work to be done to bridge the gap between the aspirations and the realities confronting our world today. It also underscores the need to remind ourselves that the United Nations stands for inclusiveness, anchored on the tripod of peace, sustainable development, and human rights. Today, these pillars of our organization are threatened. They risk being broken by the relentless pursuit of individual national priorities rather than the collective needs of the nations that are assembled here today. While commitment to multilateralism offers us the surest guarantee of global action to address the existential challenges we face, singularity and nationalism are undermining the aspirations towards a peaceful and collective resolution of such challenges. From last year's summit, And indeed, from previous years, we have carried over the numerous challenges of terrorism, armed conflict, inequality, poverty, racial discrimination, human rights abuses, food crisis, hunger, irregular migration, piracy, global pandemics, hyperinflation, nuclear proliferation, grinding debt burden, climate change, and a host of other vexations. The continued manifestations of these challenges testifies to our failings rather than to any lofty achievements on our part. Billions of dollars are being committed to the prosecution of wars and the planning of the embers of conflict. Yet, we always recoil from bringing out the resources we need to build peace and to deliver life's necessities to people. The question of governance is at the heart of our problems and also the solution to them. We recognize this in Nigeria when on 12th June this year, we celebrated a quarter of a century of unbroken democratic rule. We are no less proud of this achievement than the fact that during the last 2 decades, a sustained process of democratization has swept over Africa. However, the return of unconstitutional changes of government and forceful military takeovers in some countries of the Sahel underscore the fragility of democracy when it is not backed by economic development and sustained peace and security. It is this fragility, rather than the milestone that democratic governance has achieved in Africa, that should matter most in our deliberations at this and other high-level segments of the 79th session of the General Assembly. While we are for all possible changes of government, we can also recognize the impatience in cities and villages as the sometimes slow and grinding turn of the wheel of democracy. Our people need employment. They need decent livelihoods. They desire good and affordable education and health care for their children and families. They need to live in healthy, safe, and secure environments. They need hope, and they need opportunity. They desire to live in peace and tranquility, to pursue whatever gives them happiness and contentment. When governments fail to deliver, the people are bound to question the utility of democracy and other ideals like rule of law. The global debt burden undermines the capacity of countries and governments to meet the needs of their citizens. Creeping trade barriers and protectionist policies are destroying the hopes for prosperity of peoples and nations. Unbridled competition, rather than cooperation, is discouraging incentives, driving away investments. Above all, insecurity is driving people into unprecedented hardship and misery that in turn affect the people's confidence in democracy. It is the duty of the international community to bring back confidence in democratic rule and constitutional order by paying more attention to the needs and aspirations of the people, rather than paying lip service to human rights, sustainable development, and peace. We need the sustenance of democracy, not just the form. We cannot build durable societies with the threats of terrorism, banditry, and insurgency growing in our countries and regions. Indeed, violent extremism remains an existential threat to both national and international peace, security, and development. We are making concerted efforts to contain and roll back this threat. The high-level African counter-terrorism meeting hosted by Nigeria in April 2024 and its outcome, the Abuja Declaration, promises to provide solutions to the challenges presented by terrorists and insurgents. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, climate change is a driver of insecurity, which also poses a veritable challenge to sustainable development. A few weeks ago, large areas of my country were inundated by seasonal flood waters, including one of our largest cities, Maiduguri, in the northeast. Other parts of Nigeria also experienced similar tragedies, occasioning the loss of lives and property. We need not remind ourselves to remain faithful to the implementation of the commitments that we all gave voluntarily at the various COP meetings. Failure to do so is merely to postpone the inevitable. No country is immune from the effects of climate change. It is better that we cooperate and collaborate to meet this ever-increasing challenge rather than remaining in our shells, waiting for the inevitable to happen. A common challenge requires a common solution. Nigeria stands ready to meet our obligations in terms of mitigation and adaptation measures nationally and regionally, with the active participation of other countries and international partners. Mr. President, conflict resolution is the main reason why the UN exists, but the task of prevention becomes all the more difficult when conflict becomes normalized, when even the condemnation of violence and civilian casualties and calls for a ceasefire are somehow regarded as controversial. As we emphasize at the Abuja high-level ministerial meeting, we must renew our focus on conflict prevention. Indeed, addressing the root causes of conflict is often the first step towards providing long-term solutions. Clearly, some of the root causes of conflict are social in nature, including poverty, hunger, ignorance, inequality, and exclusion, as well as other forms of injustice. In the Sudan, other parts of our continent and further afield, foreign actors are exacerbating these tensions to prolong conflict and deepen the suffering of innocent people. Today, we are all witnesses to the heart-wrenching situation in Gaza and other Palestinian territories. We cannot discuss war and peace, conflicts and resolution, or humanitarian imperatives today without reflecting on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that has been raging since 7th August last year. Of course, the conflict predates this period and has been simmering for a better part of half a century. What it tells us is that the international community has failed to live up to the spirit and aspirations of the United Nations to rid the world of inequality, violence, and domination of one people by another. Justice is antithetical to revenge. Freedom is an inalienable right and a natural entitlement that cannot be denied to any people. The Palestinian people deserve their independence. They deserve to have a home of their own in territories already recognized by this very assembly and by international law, which is being routinely ignored. Nigeria continues to urge efforts to bring back on track the two-state solution that offers the prospect for a new beginning for the region. Nigeria reaffirms to supporting United Nations peacekeeping operations. We recognize the need for Africa to build strong and professional armies to meet the multiple challenges we face. Consequently, we reiterate the call for international support to operationalize the African Standby Force, in addition to the provision of requisite support and resources to ensure the upgrade, take-up, and effectiveness of a center of excellence on issues of counterterrorism in Africa. Mr. President, reform of the Security Council is critical if the UN is to strengthen its relevance and credibility in our rapidly changing world. Some permanent members of the United Nations Security Council have offered encouraging, if tentative, indications of support on the issue of reform of the Council. We welcome the change in tone and urge an acceleration in momentum to the process. The Security Council should be expanded in the permanent and non-permanent member categories to reflect the diversity and plurality of the world. We fully support the efforts of the Secretary General Guterres in this regard. Africa must be accorded the respect that it deserves in the Security Council. Our continent deserves a place in the permanent members category of the Security Council with the same rights and responsibilities as other permanent members. Mr. President, your assumption of the stewardship of the General Assembly presupposes that you will be seized with the progress of the implementation of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. We note that most developing countries are significantly lagging behind in the achievement of these goals, largely due to a lack of resources available to finance their implementation and the burden of unsustainable external debt. It is our expectation that the adoption of the Pact of the Future for the future will change the narrative, reposition economies, and translate into concrete measures that provide solutions to the challenges faced by developing and least developed countries. This is particularly significant in our region and the Sahel, where human development indices are low and depressing. It is for this reason that we reiterate the call by countries, especially of the Global South, for reform of the international financial architecture and promotion of a rules-based, non-discriminatory, open, fair, inclusive, equitable, and transparent multilateral trading system. We are aware of the debilitating impacts of corruption on global prosperity and national progress. Process of corruption and illicit financial flows constitute a huge chunk of resources needed for sustainable development. The recovery and return of such funds to states of origin is a fundamental principle of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. Therefore, the international community must promote practical measures to strengthen international cooperation to recover and return stolen assets and to eradicate safe havens that facilitate illicit flows of funds from developing countries to the developed economies. There is also the urgent need to promote fair and inclusive tax regimes in the world. Inclusive and effective international taxation at the UN. We acknowledge the progress made in the adoption of the terms of reference of the UN Framework Convention on Tax Cooperation. We should deepen this initiative and work towards a UN Framework Convention on Tax Cooperation. Similarly, we must ensure that any reform of the international financial system includes comprehensive debt relief measures to enable sustainable financing for development. Countries of the Global South cannot make meaningful economic progress without special concessions and a review of their current debt burden. The present administration pays due regard to the imperatives of creating a conducive national environment for investment and the ease of doing business. Last year, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu signed 4 executive orders to curb double taxation. The government also established the Presidential Task Force on review of fiscal policy and tax reform. These measures are geared towards not only boosting investor confidence in Nigeria, but also to ensure investors make reasonable profit from their investments. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while the world is transitioning into the 4th industrial revolution, Africa remains energy deficient. The push for the accelerated implementation of SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, therefore, must take into account Africa's precarious situation. Nigeria believes that natural gas remains central to the search for solutions to the energy challenges that Africa and the international community face. Access to affordable, reliable, cleaner sources of energy is more than an environmental or developmental issue. It is a key factor in social peace and international security. Mr. President, Nigeria remains unwavering in its commitment to SDG 13, climate action, including the net zero ambition and transition from fossil fuel energy to clean energy. As a demonstration of this commitment, the government established the Presidential Committee on Climate Action and Green Economy Solutions and appointed a special presidential envoy on climate action. We will redouble our efforts to address the challenges posed by climate change, including the urgent need to transition from fossil fuel energy. Yet, such commitments must be juxtaposed with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and the relevant provisions of the Paris Climate Agreement back in 2015. The Paris Agreement provided for developed countries to take the lead in the quest to achieve net zero and to offer support, including finance, to developing countries for the actualization of the climate change goal. Worthy of note is the loss and damage funding for vulnerable countries secured at COP27 in Egypt and expanded in COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. It is our expectation that this year's 79th session of the UN General Assembly and the upcoming COP29 in Azerbaijan this November will go a step further by providing developing countries, especially African countries, with access to the loss and damage funds, including the $100 billion pledged by developed countries to mitigate the negative impacts of climate change. Mr. President, in this age of digital innovation, we must address the emerging divide between the global South and the global North, which, with the evolution of artificial intelligence, risks becoming wider still. The UN should work towards eliminating barriers to digital economy in Africa, such as high cost of internet services and intellectual property rights. More so, there is a need to work towards common global standards to regulate cryptocurrency trading platforms. This is the most effective way to provide confidence in these markets and limit the potential for instability. Our own experience in Nigeria, as in other countries, shows that new technologies, when not properly regulated, can facilitate organized crime, violent extremism, and human trafficking. In our own case, the trading of cryptocurrency helped fuel speculation and undermine macroeconomic reforms. Separately, we have also witnessed in rich and poor countries alike the corrosive impact of unfiltered hate speech and fake news across social media. There is much more that we could and should do together to strengthen those guardrails that will help release the most progressive elements of the new technologies shaping our world and curb those more destructive tendencies. Mr. President, we are particularly mindful of the imperatives of achieving the advancement of youth and women as a factor in national development, peace, and security. Nigeria has developed its own national action plan on women and security, as well as a national action plan on youth, peace, and security to ensure the participation of both women and youth in the peace and security sector. The summit of the future cannot be deemed successful without setting clear, ambitious, and achievable developmental goals to address the various challenges facing our youth. In line with this aspiration, the Nigerian government will continue to invest in Nigerian youth through initiatives like the revitalization of the National Youth Investment Fund for 2024, focused on youth employment and entrepreneurship. Mr. President, as much as the global family still grapples with the crippling consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, the greatest lesson that we have learned is never again to take any health situation with levity. In line with SDG 3, we must continue to work together to ensure the good health and well-being of all. There is no disease that should be relegated to the background due to some passive classification of their seriousness or importance. Mr. President, migration is a complex and polarizing issue that impacts on rich and poor countries alike. Nigeria is a country of origin, transit, and destination. We are a major stakeholder in the global migration dynamic and understand the challenges and benefits it brings. Accordingly, I wish to reiterate our support for the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, GCM. The GCM, which all of us should continue to support, represents our collective efforts at providing major safeguards for the treatment of migrants. Mr. President, I will conclude by reaffirming Nigeria's steadfast commitment to the deepening of multilateralism. Just as we did 65 years ago on this podium when we joined the United Nations as the 99th member state, we remain committed to that desire to remain friendly with all nations and participate actively in the works of the United Nations, as expressed by our founding Prime Minister, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. It is my hope that our deliberations this year will result in solutions that will address our collective challenges and accelerate the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the advancement of peace and human dignity for the sake of present and future generations. I thank you all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Assembly will hear an address.
All right, we've been listening to Nigeria's statements at the 79th United Nations General Assembly, presented by Vice President Kashim Shettima. Well, it's instructive that in Nigeria's statements there are quite a number of the highlights of what we've been discussing today featured prominently the question of insecurity, noting the Vice President's words there at the UN General Assembly that it's time to pay attention to the needs of the people and not just a question of human rights. And he highlighted that because these are the situations that are breeding insecurity. And of course, he didn't forget to mention the part of climate change in all of this as well. You know, the link between climate change and insecurity, particularly in this part of the world and in Nigeria's situation, and where it's pushing for much more action towards this. And this, of course, is in line with what we were talking about just before we linked up to listen to the Vice President's presentation at the UN General Assembly. I'd like you to come up on this, Dr. Kabir Adamu, at this point, reflecting on what has just been said and the line of our discussion here about how governance failures was also responsible for part of the insecurity that we're facing here.
Thank you. And I think it's quite instructive that the Vice President used the opportunity of the largest gathering of world leaders, the UN General Assembly, to highlight the link between governance and the insecurity, as it were, highlighting some of the drivers of insecurity, just like you've listed them, but also very interesting in his attempt to highlight some of the policy imperatives that the administration that he is the Vice President is in has attempted to do. So, for instance, the policy imperative on women and insecurity, youth and insecurity. In other words, emphasizing the elements of diversity, inclusion at that very high level. Of course, the issues of human rights, which he, I would say, very deftly brought up, multilateralism, which he also spoke about and reaffirmed Nigerians' commitment to, and a host of several other elements. But I think the most important thing is the realization that those drivers of insecurity are more important probably in addressing the insecurity challenge. I would have hoped, even though perhaps that's not the forum for him to discuss that, but the involvement of the international community in supporting capacity development within developing countries for addressing some of these challenges. Earlier on, we were speaking about technology, and very aptly, General S.K. Usman spoke about the force multiplier component of the technology, as it were. Surveillance. We know that some of our development partners have surveillance capabilities for detecting the movement of some of these threat elements that we've been discussing. So sharing that kind of information with us would be very useful. Equipment repository of our, even though I had General Buba earlier on saying that we do have enough equipment, I think enough is never enough.
Right.
We still need more.
With that in mind, also taking into consideration what the general public says in the matter of deployment of technology in fishing out these criminals and stopping their activities. Communication, for instance. And so many Nigerians still wonder that while communication companies, threaten to block their lines, the bandits are having a free rein using this same equipment and demanding ransom, collecting ransom, going on social media, TikTok, and nobody is blocking their lines. And, citizens, are being threatened every day to link in. And Nigerians are asking, if the bandits are going about using the same means, why don't you block them off?
I mean, earlier on I spoke about strategy. So these are the points that I would have hoped the strategy on banditry will clearly identify and address.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
If I may add, sir, I think what our Vice President, everything he said is to enhance good governance, which are going to be achieved in the long term. It does not happen immediately. What I feel we should do right now is to sit down, because he talked about this crisis having no end state at all, that we are just fighting, we don't know when it will end. We must sit down and say, and break it down. What are the immediate things we must do? What are the things we need to do in the short term? And what are the things we need to do in the long term, which are mostly what our Vice President just said. Now, coming to issue of technology, intelligence, and everything, I'm going to say I'm an Air Force officer. When we operated in Liberia and Sierra Leone, we did not have the level of technology that is available now. In fact, we pilots, we were using our naked eyes to search for rebels under where I really call forests of Liberia and Sierra Leone, and somehow we'll see them. But today, the technology available in the world and the technology available within, our challenge is lack of integration. So I can tell you that the Air Force, I don't know why it is like this, the Air Force has the capability to track, to monitor for so many hours and report back to the Army who is the end user. I've seen some of their videos, and they can monitor bandits, they can monitor whoever for hours. In fact, there is one of their equipment that can do 36 hours airborne, and they don't have only one. So if they have such capability, why couldn't they deploy it to Zamfara State or somewhere and say remain there? And that thing can be downstream live to the Army who needs to execute their projects. Okay. You can see, like we are seeing our Vice President from UN now, live. The Air Force has that capability to give you live update of what is happening ahead of you.
All right.
So we should leverage more on technology.
Right. At this point, we'll take another of our reports. This one is from Jalingo.
State also had its own share of security challenges comprising armed banditry and kidnapping affecting some states of the Federation during the first quarter of 2024. Concerned about the situation, Taraba State government, in collaboration with security agencies, embarked on extensive synergy with other stakeholders to tackle the menace that virtually crippled the economic and agricultural activities of the state.
We will develop comprehensive strategies that address the root cause of insecurity and promote peaceful coexistence among our diverse communities.
This articulated approach to security challenges by the stakeholders of Taraba State has yielded the desired results following the dismantling of the armed bandits in their various hideouts across the state.
I want to most respectfully urge the traditional rulers to assist us by supporting our operations and providing, maybe through their subjects, providing credible information.
Our citizens, our brothers and sisters are mixed up with these criminals wherever they are.
Hundreds of thousands of people who were displaced due to activities of armed banditry and other criminalities have since returned to their ancestral homes.
We had a terrible situation far back, some months back. In fact, we cannot sleep. We always sleep with our one eye open because of threats and a lot of calls and many things happening in our communities.
The governor has done very well in
area of insecurity. He really tried. He really showed us that he's a retired soldier.
After the return of normalcy in parts of the state, farmlands which were hitherto abandoned have been cultivated, raising hope for mass food production in Taraba State. In Jalingo, Bem Hanya.
Right, from that report there, you can see modest achievements being recorded with the people going back to the farmlands. Again, it brings us back to the collaboration that's been talked about on this program, not just among the security agencies, the synergy, but also with the population, the civil population, and again, the place of good governance, which is been highlighted, and also in Nigeria's statements to the United Nations about, the needs of the people. General Buba, we know that quite recently there was a presidential order to. Has anything changed since that significantly, in line with the changes we have seen and the achievements that have been recorded in this fight?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, there was a presidential order to the Chief of Defense Staff, to see the nation's crude oil output reach the expected 2 million barrels per day. And since then, we've recorded significant success, which has been acknowledged by the NNPCL. Indeed, they said in the last 3 or 4 years, they've not had such success. And what was done? What was done is similar to what we are about to do in the Northwest. Have a unified command where all the security agencies in the Niger Delta area are being controlled. Then have monitoring of point of loading to point of discharge. Then have accurate metering for the pipeline flow of crude oil between it, and then cooperation with the local community, and also engagement with the stakeholders. And this is already producing significant output. I also want to say that, yes, military action is 30% of winning terrorism or counterinsurgency. But nevertheless, we are today in a better place than previously in these operations ongoing in this country. The troops are well poised, they are motivated, the troops are ready, they are committed, they are proud, and they are strong, and are putting themselves in harm's way in order to protect the country, in order to protect citizens from terror, and in order to bring about security in our land. And I'm fully convinced that sooner than later, because I know now that we are closer to the end from the time when all these things started. So sooner than later, we will have the kind of results that we want to see in this country.
Right, I'd like you to re-emphasize the issue about troops' morale, because of course, part of what's going on is what Kabir would, and General Kukasheka here would refer to as the propaganda of where you see social media is being employed by even the bandits themselves to spread misinformation and disinformation, suggesting that at this point in time, morale is at an all-time low among the Nigerian fighting force. I'd like you to emphasize that once more, because you started talking.
I would say first and foremost that what you see on social media from the side of the enemy forces, the terrorists, is just a desperation. It's a desperation to showcase themselves stronger than they are, which is actually covering up the weakness that exists within them. We have been taking out their leaders, we're taking out their commanders, taking out their combatants day in, day out. And I have said severally that these terrorist leaders that we see today, call them whatever, they are walking corpses. And sooner than later, we'll put paid to what I've just said. Now for our troops are motivated, they are committed, they are resilient, and they indeed take pride in putting themselves in harm's way in order to protect the citizens of this country and in order to secure this country. There is no doubt in the course of our operations, we often and sometimes, incur losses, and then some of them get maimed and have scars of war. But nevertheless, this is the pride that we take as a force to put ourselves in harm's way, to secure our country and to protect our citizens.
General Fukushika, in line with what we've been discussing, you are a communicator as well, and we've seen how much misinformation and disinformation is being employed in this battle against criminals and criminal elements who are constituting a danger to society. The role of subnationals here and citizens in general, I'd like you to speak to that.
Well, first and foremost, I always like to hinge issues of this nature on the premise of the legal framework. And now, let's look at the national security strategy, 2019, which will soon be up for review. It clearly stipulated roles for the whole or the various segments of the Nigerian society. And he has also, the Air Commodore has made reference to the movement from a whole society approach to a whole nation approach. So beyond that, every component that make up the Nigerian state has a role to play. The subnationals, and of course, Dr. Kabiru Adamu has even talked about ethno-religious as well as this professional groups and trade groups, market women and all the rest. The most important aspect is aggregating and taking advantage of that. And in fact, even the professional groups. I remember I delivered a paper some time back in Lagos, and I was surprised that these are the building block for national unity and national resilience. The membership cut across the ethno-religious divide in this country, very, very heterogeneous, and you cannot distinguish any one of them from the language they speak. They were just Nigerians bound by this common factor of doing well to the society. So the whole idea is to aggregate it. But of course, the process, first and foremost, the government has the most grievous responsibility of harmonizing, giving the strategic directions and making things available. Now, to what extent, and I always like to say this, have you conditioned an average Nigerian to have a sense of belonging, to take ownership in these projects of making Nigeria more safer, secure, and prosperous? Now, the issue of good governance comes into play. A case in point, we have 3 tiers of government. You know it and I know it. Everybody else knows it. It's only 2 of them that are working. The third one, which is the third tier, the local government system, exists only in name. And in most instances, issuing state indigency or local government indigency for those who aspire to join the security service, which always has regular recruitment, maybe every 6 months. To what extent? And sadly enough, despite efforts to make sure that it is autonomous, you have people that ought to know better.
and they are kicking against that. And so all the problems that could have been dealt with at local level, because every security challenge, name it, starts, you can narrow it down to a particular geopolitical zone, particular state, particular district, particular local government, or particular community. The people, and we have seen it. And unfortunately, because of absence of such things, people are taking law into their hands. Now we have proliferations of small arms. You know, they are being bought just like you buy granite across Nigerian markets. So these are the issues. So if you talk about everybody has a role to play, to what extent have you conditioned him or her to perform that role? Security, education, socio-economic well-being, and all the rest of them. And yes, giving credence to what Buba has just said about the troop morals, we have our fingertips on what is going on. And I can rest assure you they are highly motivated. They have been given the right leadership, and you can pinpoint it. All the commanders are personally known, they have great wealth of experience, and they are so determined. So, how do you sustain that? By doing the right thing. Continue to improve on the welfare of the troops, equipping them, kitting them, and supporting them in any way possible. Yes, the government is doing the best it could, and we have had instances. And to even add to what you are saying, you know, the issue of synergy, cooperation, for the first time, we have not had the benefit. Now, the Air Force even, you know, detach some of their platform to a general officer commanding, not at service level. So you can see the level to what, the extent to which the security forces are busy synergizing, cooperating with each other. And you have heard what the CDS has said. Based on his experience, especially the Maiduguri initiative, he had been a theater commander, he has seen if you integrate other components of the Nigerian society, especially the youth group, as has been seen, you know, with the civilian JTF. Various states, they have their own vigilante groups, and they are making concerted efforts to integrate them into the system. So these efforts of the security forces need to be supported, need to be complemented in any way possible so that it can be sustained at each and every one. And even the issue of, you know, integrity, so to speak. We have had instances, of course, I think the Army started it way back, 2015 was there about, before even the nation had a toll-free number, the Army had 193. Led the way. And now various formation commanders, they have come out with numbers. And part of the renewed vigor you have seen, apart from the presidential directive or what have you, and the determination, is the fact that people have realized that these people mean business. Even if you give them information, they are not only protecting you, they are always following through, and the successes being recorded. Because there is nothing that gives Nigerians great joy like you have volunteered, you have risked your life to contribute, and you see that contribution yielding results that manifest in some of these key leaders being taken out, and you know, the military being proactive and the security forces, and you no longer hear the bickerings of those days. But like everything else, we cannot have enough, including the equipment, the support, and everything. The government has to continue to be doing the best it could, and the Nigerian society should understand that these guys are sacrificing their lives, their comfort and well-being, including putting their own families at harm's way in order to have a better Nigeria. So this needs to be supported, but most importantly, those who are statutorily responsible in ensuring that, you know, Nigerians no longer speak at cross purposes, harmonizing and mobilizing Nigerian society to ensure that they support or they contribute in any way possible through education and so many other things. Good governance, like I said, I think that is the key.
Well,
Well, I wish we could go on with this conversation, but as I always say, no one program can take care of all the issues, and we must leave it here at this point in time and thank our guests who have come in here to avail us of their knowledge and expertise in this matter. So let me start by saying thank you very much to the Director of Media Operations, Defense Headquarters, Major General Edward Buba. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for having me, sir.
Big thank you to Brigadier General Sani Usman Kukasheka. MNI is always with us, and we thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
And let me also say thank you to Air Commodore Abayomi Balogun, former Deputy Director of Operations of the Nigerian Air Force. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Dr. Kabir Adamu, Managing Director of Beacon Security and Intelligence Limited. It's always a pleasure.
The pleasure is mine.
In this conversation.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you.
And thank you too for being part of it. Well, we couldn't take in your calls. Of course, that's understandable. We had to go up to New York to listen into Nigeria's statements presented at the 79th UN General Assembly by Vice President Kashim Shettima. Part of it also touched on what we were discussing today. So thank you for being with us this far. Next week, we'll be back with NTA Tuesday Live. I'm Cyril Stover. Bye for now.
NTA, you can't beat the rich. Embrace the wisdom of our ancestors as we explore the timeless wisdom of Nigerian proverbs.
Proverbs are palm oil with which words are eaten. Kola nuts last long in the mouths of those that values it. He who thinks is leading when no one follows is just taking the walk. No matter how hot your anger, it cannot cook here.
Nigerian proverbs, timeless lessons from our ancestors.
This is the network service of the NTA.
beautiful people. It is so good to have you join us on another episode of your #1 event vlog, coming to you always on the network service of the NTA. This is Social Log, and I am Anita Shilong. And because time waits for no one, let's take you into the world of events in its beautiful colors. Stay with us. Opening the program today, we're diving into the heart of style, culture, and creativity. We bring to you highlights from the African Fashion for Peace.
African Fashion for Peace was a thrilling showcase from Hope's Designs. Designer models influencing public personalities came ready to be wooed by the runway fashion. It was also a runway with a heartfelt initiative behind it to create awareness and raise funds for charity.
To also give back for charity, sponsor some kids in the IDP. The goal is to use it to reach life, mostly those people in the IDP community.
It's a brilliant idea, mixing peace with fashion, and it's quite a phenomenal idea. And I think she has done really well for herself by promoting this event and by having big dignitaries here today. It's a wonderful event, I must say.
For several years, international model and fashion designer Hopez has used her platform as a public figure to raise support for the internally displaced persons. In addition to her annual Fashion for Peace runway show, Hopez hasn't skipped a beat since her days on the New York runway. A host with a beautiful outfit from her collections.
We can grow from this stage in Africa to the 7th time. Every other person can do it. So we encourage every other person out there that is wanting to do something like this to venture into it.
Something worthy of emulation. And I feel so alive being around beautiful people. Can see lovely attires, lovely African attires and every other thing like that brings Africa together. So this event is more like things that brings us together more than things that divide us as Africa.
The Runway for Peace also carved out a moment of recognition for outstanding model, with the crowning of the African Fashion for Peace 2024 model.
Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being so awesome.
The first time they did this event, I was a model here, and that was the first time I walked on the runway. And today I'm here as a designer, so the event is so glamorous. Like, it gets better every year. So I really enjoyed myself today.
I'm very proud of Opes for today. This is all about peace, okay? Whatever has to do that is associated with peace, as Rotarians, that is one of our core areas. So our support is with her all the way.
The entertainment was as beautiful as the fashion. Overall guests of African Fashion for Peace were left in awe, marking their calendar for the next edition.
Such a powerful reminder that fashion can be both beautiful and meaningful. We'll be stepping into the world where creativity takes the center stage. Up next is arts.
The use of art as a therapeutic treatment had not really been recognized here in Nigeria, not until recently, when artists began to use art to heal patients and also as a form of relaxation.
This is a very beautiful sunflower, but it's my first time that I am painting. I am very excited, it's very relaxing. It's like all my stress come down, very beautiful. It's the colors is giving me happiness.
First, I made kind of like triangles with different colors. Then, with a thick brush, I outlined them to become like hearts. And now with a thin brush, I'm making lines to kind of make flowers inside these hearts. And also with black, I made some birds. And also with a thick brush, I made a kind of turquoise blue heart, which is basically supposed to be frozen.
Art therapy is the best way to express oneself because other forms of expressions mostly use words or language, which is often difficult for most humans to effectively express themselves. The beauty of expression is best done through painting, performing arts, music, drawing, and sculpture.
Research has shown that patients who were exposed or had opportunity to deepen their treatment scheme, with their treatment regime with art, healed better, healed faster, and in fact, they had a different understanding about their ailment, even those who have terminal diseases.
I started this quite a long time. Let me see, I started 2004 when I had a little accident and I was into textiles painting, textile painting, I did batik and all that. And my doctor told me I can't do all that again. I have to devise some other things I can do that will not take me too much time. So I changed my kind of art. I started with something and I came out with the different fiber craft. Different fiber craft, I use natural materials like natural fibers coupled with acrylic or gouache or oil paints.
Look at the works of Picasso, Michelangelo till tomorrow. You know, people who have dementia, people who have mental health issues, able to do creative things that will make you wonder How is this person able to come up with this kind of creativity? Because God has put in every human being that innate creative power. And so using the creative power within us goes a long way to deepen healing.
That's the sunlight reflecting towards the flowers and giving it different shades of colors around it. Basically, I enjoy doing art. A friend introduced me, and this is like my third time, and I like fall in love with it.
So when a man is sick and you begin to sing to him and you begin to hear the sound, it affects the nerves, it affects the whole system, and the person begins to get some level of healing that by the time you administer drugs upon the person, you see some perfection.
Art can change a person's outlook and the way they experience the world if it is being practiced, whether or not one is an artist.
Art is beautiful. As always, if you're just tuning in, you haven't missed so much. This is your favorite events program where we paint events in its colors. Our third story today is a shade of beauty, warmth, gratitude, and appreciation. Let's see it.
The greatest gift a human could ever ask for is the gift of longevity in good health and sound mind. And when it's granted, no matter the milestone, it is worth every ounce of celebration. Coming from the grateful heart of Pauline Fagbemi as she clocks 50.
Today, I said I feel happy that I'm alive when my daughter is celebrating 50 years. That I'm grateful that out of the 10 children that God gave to me, she's now the senior. 5 have gone, and she is alive with me. And that by the grace of God, by next 2 years, 2026, I'll be 80 years old. I thank God for that. That so far, so good. All my grandchildren, about 13 in number, is a blessing from God to me.
I feel so happy for her, and I pray that the good Lord will grant her many more years. We are celebrating 50 today. We'll celebrate her 60, 70, 80, even 100 in Jesus' name.
Meeting is someone that whenever you're with her, you would want to give her because the kind of energy she gives. She's a very down-to-earth person, kind, sweet woman, and she stands for you every time. Meeting would never allow a bully and go scot-free. She carry your matter on her head as if she's the one that is being affected at that moment.
Father, we pray that the celebrant is celebrating 50 today. We will celebrate 60, 70, 80, 90 in the name of Jesus.
It was amidst joy and gladness as all road led to our residence, the venue of the celebration, filled with family, friends, colleagues, and invited guests who turned up to honor and share the day with her. It was indeed a worthwhile experience. It was certainly a recognition of our big heart.
She's a very lovely person. She's caring, she's amazing, she's very, very kind. She accommodates everyone around her. Yes, and she's a very wonderful and excellent person. She's an workaholic. She can work from morning to night without getting tired. And I love her.
That she'll see me grow very well, live 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 good health, peace of mind, and so I should be able to eat the fruit of her labor.
One thing about her is that wherever she is, she will always make people to be happy, and she always likes to fix things. She doesn't like lapses to show.
The gathering, which was one of matured minds, men and women who had in one way or another been impacted by the celebrant, surrounded by friends, danced to good music, thus setting the pace as guests had lots to eat and drink, with good vibes and cheers flowing through the air.
I give God the glory. I'm alive. I give God the glory. She's alive. I give God the glory that whatever I am today, I give it to her. I wish her success. I wish her everything good in her life.
I thank Almighty God for sparing my life. I thank Almighty God because majority of my age mates are no more. And I thank God for where I am now. And I always appreciate God.
One of the highlights of the day was the cutting of the birthday cake. For everyone in attendance, they were not only thankful for the beautiful and selfless soul who looked nothing like 50, but also grateful that they could honor the day with her.
Congratulations. We wish you more beautiful years ahead. Without culture, there's no story to tell. And without stories, there's no true definition of existence for anyone. Since inception and creation of man, his journey has told so many stories which has been handed down from generations to generations, forming the basis of our culture that is not forgotten. Closing the program is the celebration of culture all the way from Ondo State, Orikadun Festival.
As dawn breaks over the serene town of Igbaraoke, a new chapter begins. In the heart of this ancient land, the people converge at the sacred grounds of Odo-Oja. Their purpose is singular: to receive the royal blessings of His Royal Majesty, Oba Dr. Francis Adefarakami Agbede III, OFR, the Olowa of Igbaraoke. This is the Orikadun Festival, a celebration that resonates with the heartbeats of life itself. Orikadun transcends religious and ethnic boundaries, welcoming all who call Igbaraoke home and those from afar. As the day unfolds, the spirit of unity is unmistakable. Every business, market stall, and shop remain closed. The streets are empty, but for one destination, the Olowa's Palace, where the entire community gathers after the morning prayers. It's a gathering steeped in tradition. The Oloris from the three ruling houses, the Omowas, the venerable chiefs, the Otu, Baales from the 16 satellite towns, and villagers from across the kingdom, all have come to honor the Olowa, the paramount ruler of Igbaraoke.
Orikadum Festival is every year, every first week of September. And that signifies our end of year and equally a new year. As customs demand, it is my duty to continue to propel that tradition.
This is more than homage. It is a moment of reflection. Orikadum offers the people a chance to look back at their triumphs and challenges while setting their sights on new goals for the coming year.
The Orikadum Festival brings all the citizens, from abroad and outside Nigeria. Coming home, we are able to see what is on ground and what we need to improve upon and what we need to bring into the community.
It's just once in a year, just to appreciate God, nothing more. It's not a spiritual something, no, just to appreciate God, to thank God and dance. You see us dancing. So we still continue to dance before we leave this place again. So that is what it is.
As we celebrate Orikadum, we look to the future with hope, anticipation, and gratitude. Another year awaits, and with it, the promise of another Orikadum festival.
We women in Igbaroke, we are very peaceful. We are mother to the mothers. So they are very good people. They are very accommodating. So immediately I call them that the new year is coming. All of them turn up. And the event went so beautiful.
Yearly, we project for more development within the Igbaroke community. We have a lot of things in stock, like our federal investing. We are hoping that by this time next year, that's supposed to have taken off. Because we are not asking federal government to come and build infrastructure for us. We have infrastructure already. All we want from the government, from the federal government, is for approval.
This is Orikadum, where life is cherished, unity thrives, and the essence of Igbaroke shines bright for all to see.
Nothing beats the celebration and beauty of our culture. And that's all we can take on the program today. Remember to always follow us on our YouTube channel at NTA Series. Join us again, same time next week. And as always, stay safe and God bless.
dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Hello and thanks for joining us on the news on NTA International. I am Elizabeth Omori. Now the headlines. Vice President Shettima attends 79th UNGA. Civil Society Situation Room commends electoral umpire for deployment of bimodal voter accreditation system for Edo governorship polls. Plus, China unveils fresh stimulus to boost ailing economy. We begin with the UN General Assembly. Nigeria has solicited the support of Finland in its pursuit of a permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila reports that Vice President Kashim Shettima at a meeting spoke with the President of the Republic of Finland, Alexander Stubb, on the sidelines of the ongoing 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly in New York. He said the support has become necessary given Finland's role as a European and NATO member and considering the role Nigeria has played over the years in entrenching democratic values and peaceful cohesion. Nigeria has already indicated interest in UN Security Council seat following calls for reforms and expansion of the Council by some UN member countries. President Stubb expressed total support for the expansion and reconstruction of the UN Security Council, saying the dynamics of the modern world demand such change. In a related development are the meeting between Vice President Shettima and African Union Chairman Musa Faki Mahamat. Vice President Kashim Shettima stressed the need for consolidation of democracy as well as peaceful collaborations. The Vice President indicated Nigeria's interest in hosting the African Central Bank, maintaining that Africa has come of age to host one. The AU chairperson thanked Nigeria for its role in stabilizing Africa, adding that the AU will continue to ensure that African stability and peace remain priority. Meanwhile, Vice President Kashim Shettima arrived alongside other heads of state and government to the hall of the General Assembly and welcome reception by UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. World leaders will from Tuesday 24th to Saturday 28th September and on Monday 30th September 2024 engage in the annual high-level general debate under the theme, Leaving No One, Acting Together for the Development and Human Dignity for present and future generations. The Vice President is representing President Bola Tinubu at the United Nations General Assembly. And Nigeria has reaffirmed its commitment to fostering stronger international partnerships and deepening relations with member states of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States, OACPS, on the sidelines of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Vice President Kashim Shettima stated this at OACP's meeting chaired by Angola, reiterating the importance of solidarity among member states in the face of numerous global challenges. He emphasized Nigeria's commitment to the organization's goals while addressing pressing national concerns. Vice President Kashim Shettima used the opportunity to address Nigeria's recent inclusion on a high-risk jurisdiction list for anti-money laundering concerns, saying this sets the record straight and engage in constructive dialogue with international partners. The Secretary General, Georges Rebelo Pinto Chicto, lauded Nigeria as a motor of the OACPs and an important member state, noting the meeting aims to strengthen cooperation with Nigeria and expressed gratitude for the country's significant contributions. He reiterated the importance of strengthening partnerships between OACPS member states and the European Union, focusing on crucial collaborations in areas such as environment, infrastructure, education, and business development. Now, the Minister of Defense, Mohammed Abubakar Badaro, reiterated Nigeria's dedication to the Treaty of Pellet-Daba, saying that Africa is a nuclear weapon-free zone is beneficial to the continent. The minister stated this during the launching of Friends of Fissile Material Cut-Off Treaty hosted by Japan's Prime Minister, Mr. Kishida, at the United Nations General Assembly 79 in New York, USA. Nigeria joined other countries at the event to launch a campaign for a treaty that prohibits the production of fissile material for nuclear weapons and other nuclear explosive devices by limiting the quantitative improvement of nuclear weapons. The minister stated that Nigeria and the African continent shall remain committed to the Treaty of Pellet-Daba, stressing that Nigeria is playing a leading advocacy role for nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. Badr highlighted that strengthening NPT-FMCT will enhance transparency and cooperation between nuclear and non-nuclear states that will enhance a peaceful nuclear energy. Now, in other news, an action plan for a new policy to facilitate more women in trade in West Africa has been adopted by the ECOWAS Commission. The validation meeting in Abuja also tasked member states to immediately domesticate the policy for implementation. Kelvin Eunwai brings us details.
Women account for about 70% of the informal trade and commerce in West Africa. But disparity in trade policies of member states is an impediment to the ability of women to play active roles in regional trade. This meeting of trade officials of member states facilitated by the ECOWAS Commission is to streamline those policies and review them with an objective of adopting a gender-based action plan that will enable women, trade associations across the region, harness opportunities available in free trade for women empowerment and economic growth. For Nigeria, the move will further consolidate government intervention for small-scale businesses run by women, currently implemented by the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment.
We are hoping to harvest areas from our African neighbors where policies, directional policies, can be put in place that will be workable. Because it's one thing to have policies and it's another thing to have workable policies.
We work with the Women Traders Association for them to take advantage of the EFCFTA. That is a huge market in Africa, and we believe that women should play a major role in connecting African countries through trade.
The action plan expected from the meeting is to be ratified and domesticated by member states of ECOWAS as a policy guide on gender and trade. In Abuja, Kelvin Eunwaye, NTA News.
Now to foreign stories. In Guinea's capital, Conakry, reactions have trailed the announcement by representatives of the ruling military junta in favor of their leader contesting for the next presidential election. Comfort Fashion tells us more.
Business was slower than usual in Guinea's capital, Conakry, as an opposition call to protest gathered little momentum 3 years after the military seized power. The opposition in the West African nation had called for a peaceful protest to denounce the junta's crackdown on dissent and to demand a return to civilian rule by the end of the year. Reports say, though the demand went largely unheeded, activities in the capital was nonetheless slower than usual. Meanwhile, citizens are beginning to express their views on the willingness of the junta leader, Mamadi Doumbouya, to stand in the next presidential election.
Le président a ouvertement dit que ni lui,
Amadou Barre, president of the Citizens Union for Emergence of Guinea, said the president has already openly said that neither he nor any member of the ruling National Committee of Reconciliation will stand as a candidate. So in his own opinion, he thinks the head of state should respect his commitments because it is the only solution for peace and social tranquility in the country.
crois bien que ça a même tardé l'officialisation.
While Abdul Majid Ba, on his part, said that they want Doumbouya to be an equal candidate, just like any other leaders who are seeking the supreme authority. He says he does not think anyone should refuse Doumbouya because it will be an open competition and the Guineans will elect the president. Under international pressure, the junta had initially pledged to hand over power to elected civilians by the end of 2024. However, it has since made little secret of its intention to renege on this commitment. General Doumbouya is due to return from China, where he attended a summit along with hosts of other African leaders. And no official activities were planned for the 3-year anniversary of the junta's takeover of power, which brought an end to civilian President Alpha Conde's more than decade-long rule. Comforts, Fashion, NTA News.
It is less than 2 months to Senegal's early legislative elections scheduled for November 17. Political parties are preparing for contest with just 4 days left for the submission of the list of the candidates for validation by the Ministry of Interior. One of the most notable developments is the formation of a new coalition called the Bloc of Liberals and Democrats. The alliance includes 40 political parties, notably the Alliance for the Republic of former President Macky Sall and Remy, led by former Prime Minister Idrissa Seck. Morocco and Senegal have signed a pact for the exchange of experience, knowledge transfer, technical assistance, and the development of joint projects in various fields to promote sustainable development, good governance, climate change, waste management, and circular economy. The agreement was initiated by Morocco's Minister of Energy, Transition and Sustainable Development, Leila Benali, and Senegal's Minister of Environment and Ecological Transition, Daouda Ngom. It is also part of ongoing consultations between the Kingdom of Morocco and the Republic of Senegal, and will give new impetus to strategic cooperation projects in environment and ecological transition. In a statement, Morocco's Minister of Energy says the partnership reflects the strong relations between the two countries, adding that the agreement focuses particularly on environmental governance and circular economy. According to the minister, it is an opportunity to step in and strengthen cooperation between the two countries, which are already linked by several agreements. Senegal's Minister of Environment and Ecological Transition noted that the agreement will enable both parties work on several aspects linked to particular interests, including environmental governance, climate change, and preserving biodiversity. Still on the foreign scene, China's central bank unveils a raft of measures to boost the country's ailing economy as it battles a prolonged property sector debt crisis, coupled with pressure and high youth unemployment, Central Bank chief at a press conference in Beijing told journalists that it would cut down rates in a bid to boost growth. Comfort Fashion brings us details.
The world's second largest economy is yet to achieve a highly anticipated post-pandemic recovery, and its leadership has set a goal of 5% growth in 2024. China's central bank on Tuesday unveiled fresh measures to boost the struggling economy, cutting the amount of cash banks must hold in reserve and lowering key interest rates.
今天的新闻发布会，我宣布了。
Pan Gongsheng told a news conference in Beijing that China will reduce the reserve requirement ratio and the policy interest rate and drive the market's benchmark interest rate downward. He added that the reserve requirement ratio will be cut by 0.5 percentage points in the near future to provide long-term liquidity to the financial markets of about 1 trillion yuan. Pan says Beijing would also lower the interest rate of existing mortgage loans and unify the down payment ratios for mortgage loans, and that it will guide commercial banks to lower the interest rate of existing mortgage loans to the vicinity of the interest rate of newly issued loans. The move will inject around 1 trillion yuan, that's the equivalent of $141.7 billion in long-term liquidity into the financial markets. And Pan shows that the decision is expected to benefit 150 million people across the country and lower the average annual household interest bill by about 150 billion yuan. Reports say that China's economy is battered by a prolonged property sector debt crisis, continued deflationary pressure, and high unemployment rates. Comfort, Fashion, NTA News.
Away from global reports, President Bola Tinubu has transmitted an additional 2024 supplementary budget proposal for the Federal Capital Territory to the House of Representatives for consideration and passage by lawmakers. Upon resumption, the Green Chamber also adjourned plenary after an abridged session to honor the memory of late Senator Ifeanyi Ubah. National Assembly correspondent Mitari Ikmin reports.
Resumption of plenary after 2 months of parliamentary recess was characterized by the usual exchange of banters among lawmakers. Speaker Tajuddin Abbas thereafter read the President's proposal for an additional 2024 supplementary budget for the Federal Capital Territory.
This supplementary budget proposal has been prepared on the basis of the FCT's reviewed revenue and expenditure forecast, and is aligned with the fiscal and developmental policies of the federal government and the renewed hope agenda. With it, the FCTA continues to prioritize improvement of human capital and infrastructure within the Federal Capital Territory.
The House then adjourned plenary in line with its tradition to honor late Senator Ifeanyi Ubah, who died during the recess.
His passing is a great loss to the National Assembly, his family, and the country as a whole.
This is the first substantive session after the unfortunate demise of Senator Ubah. We're back, with regular plenary sittings, and we have certain areas that we anticipate that we would have, a lot of concentration on. First of all, we're expecting the 2025 appropriation proposal from the President, from the executive arm of government, and we anticipate that should come in sometime about October.
Major expectation is MTEF, medium-term financial expenditure framework of the Mr. President, which will now form the basis upon which the budget 2025 will be premised.
And then we expect that there will be several motions and bills that will come on board after our engagement with our constituencies.
The House is one of the most effective part of this government because, we are grassroots oriented. Most of us, we don't have any other place to go to. We must go home. And we feel the impact of everything, positive or negative, directly. So we must act very well.
Meanwhile, plenary and other legislative activities will resume on Wednesday, 25th September 2024, with an expected inauguration of a joint ad hoc committee to investigate challenges in the oil and gas sector. From the National Assembly, Mitaire Ikwen, NTA News.
More on deliberations at plenary when we return after this break. To stay with us.
That President Bola Tinubu has approved the suspension of import duties and tariffs on rice, maize and other essential food items for the next 5 months. The President has also approved the suspension of import duties on pharmaceutical raw materials and equipment. This will help bring down the prices of food and drugs across the country. All hands are on deck to ensure that things get better for all Nigerians. This is the renewed hope.
Thanks for staying with us. Senate resumes plenary after 2 months of recess to attend to legislative business, among them a request from the President for the confirmation of appointees, including the acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekere-Ekun. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports.
The President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, after exchange of pleasantries with colleagues on the first day of plenary, read a string of letters from President Tinubu requesting confirmation of the acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, the National Coordinator of National Social Investment Program, and 21 others as commissioners of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission. Also transmitted for parliamentary approval is an additional 2024 supplementary budget of the Federal Capital Territory to improve human capital and infrastructure. The President, however, notified the Senate of his decision to withhold assent to the bill that seeks to increase the retirement age for some categories of staff of the National Assembly and legislative houses across the country from 60 to 65.
Upon thorough examination and careful consideration, I have decided to withhold my assent to the bill. This decision is made in accordance with the powers vested in me by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
While welcoming legislators from recess, Akpabio urged them to inspire hope in the hearts of Nigerians by reminding citizens that their dreams are valid and aspirations achievable.
I implore each and every one of you to continue to reflect upon the weight of the responsibilities that we bear as legislators in the current situation. We are indeed the voice of the people, entrusted with a sacred mandate to advocate for their rights and elevate their living standards. The challenges we face may seem formidable, yet we are also poised to confront them with unwavering candor and relentless determination, and together we shall succeed.
The former Chief Whip of the Senate, Senator Ojus Okalu, also commends the federal government for various interventions, urging that more should be done to cushion current economic hardship.
I'm telling you, had the courage to do what President Tinubu is doing now. It's about courage. But I appeal to federal government, I appeal to the president to know how he can bring succor quickly.
In line with tradition, Senate suspended consideration of all items on the order paper in honor of late Senator Ifeanyi Ubah, representing Anambra South, who died during the 2024 annual recess. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
We do apologize for the loss of audience on parts of that report. Moving on, the federal government has commended the National Media Complaints Commission, the Nigerian Media Ombudsman, for its impartial and thorough investigation, which found Daily Trust report on the Samoa Agreement to be inaccurate, misleading, and not in line with the Code of Ethics for Nigerian journalists. The federal government has equally commended the recommendations made by the NMCC, including the directive to Daily Trust to issue a public apology for its false report on the Samoa Agreement and take measures to prevent future occurrence. In a statement, Our Special Assistant on Media to the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Rabiu Ibrahim, says the ruling serves as a testament to the importance of journalistic integrity and accountability, and a reminder of the crucial role the media plays in sharing and shaping public perception through truthful and accurate reporting. The public, he notes, expects that news outlets will adhere strictly to professional ethics and conduct by ensuring that their reportage is factual, fair and balanced to avoid injurious reporting such as the one done by Daily Trust. The statement adds that the federal government recognizes that a free press is a pillar of democracy, but with this freedom comes the responsibility to report news in a manner that is accurate and void of misinformation. Now, a bit from the judiciary, there is a consensus among the heads of courts at various levels to continue to work hard to guard the independence and sanctity of the judiciary. This formed the core of the 2024 Roundtable for Heads of Courts in Abuja. Dele Atumbi of our Judiciary Desk reports.
The Roundtable for Heads of Court is an annual forum at the instance of National Judicial Institute with the core objective of deepening the leadership competencies and capacities of heads of courts in order to enhance the effective functioning of the Nigerian judiciary. In view of the enormity of issues surrounding judicial leadership, particularly the challenges associated with their roles as heads of courts, the platform avails the heads of court the opportunity to engage in active discussions and cross-fertilize ideas on how best to improve their performance. It also affords them the ample time to collectively map out strategies for the advancement of the judiciary. The forum is of the view that the independence of the judiciary is critical to the rule of law, as only an independent and truly varied judiciary can safeguard the freedoms and rights of citizens and also ensure access to justice for all and sundry. The Heads of Court Roundtable canvasses adequate and prompt funding of the judiciaries in all jurisdictions across the country.
As heads of court, you are revered pace setters. You must set down the right examples for your brother judges through your commitment to upholding the principles of justice, accountability, and fairness.
Effective court management system must be put in place for courts to swiftly discharge their functions. To this end, the National Judicial Policy, which was formulated by the National Judicial Council in 2016, reiterated thus on the court, strategies shall be put in place to achieve the goals of judicial administration.
The roundtable with the theme Strengthening the Legal and Judicial Systems in Nigeria is aimed at repositioning the judiciary in Nigeria. In Abuja, Dele Atumbi, NTA News.
African leaders must develop the culture of peace in their quest for power and allow the people determine who governs them in order to reduce the tension and violence gradually enveloping the continent. Former President Goodluck Jonathan, who was a guest at the 2024 International Peace Day, is concerned that despite this, many African leaders have shifted attention from entrenching good governance to grabbing and retaining power. David Irie reports.
The 2024 International Day of Peace, organized by the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, is mainly to amplify the campaign for a peaceful society. Former President Goodluck Jonathan, having traversed the whole of Africa on peace-building mission, is convinced that the major challenge to peace on the continent is quest for power. The former president wondered why security agencies have to deploy several thousands of their men to achieve peace in the just concluded Edo governorship election, whereas the last presidential election in Senegal without security agencies was peaceful and credible.
The politicians must know that what we do wrongly is wrong. And when we politicians justify evil things and say it is politics, somebody does something that is evil, say it's politics. It's not politics, they're a criminal.
Organizers of the event want every family to get involved in peace building in order to reduce global tension and warfare.
The whole essence of our being as human beings is to ensure the progress and the well-being of not only ourselves, but only of other people as well as the global community. And as many peaceful people that we have from the home front at the diplomatic plane, in the international political arena, they're most likely going to be talking about peace.
If really you are representing the people, always allow their will to be done. Don't coerce them or create crisis to get into power.
While the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, became the second fellow of the National Peace Institute after General Yakubu Gowon, the chairman House of Representatives Committee on Banking, Eze Nwanchukwu, emerged the first recipient of the Institute's Peace Award. In Abuja, David Irie, NTA News.
Away from the Peace Day, the Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room and its accredited member organizations on the September 21, 2024 Edo State governorship election have commended Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) for the deployment of the bimodal voter accreditation system, which enabled a relatively smooth accreditation and voting process. This was at the release of its final statement on the election. Timothy Yusuf reports.
The Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room and its accredited member organizations deployed observers across the local government areas in Edo State to observe the election. Situation Room submitted that the election experienced a slow start as a result of logistical challenges, which led to the late commencement of polls across several polling units. Although the voting process was concluded in a relatively peaceful atmosphere, the results collation process in some local government areas were not peaceful. Situation Room and its member organizations therefore call on INEC to investigate polling officials and collation officers involved in the violations of the guidelines on results collation.
The statement called on INEC to invoke its powers under Section 65 of the Electoral Act 2022 to review any declarations and returns where results were not declared voluntarily or violated provisions of the Electoral Act and INEC regulations and guidelines.
Situation Room also called on security agencies to keep up providing updates on the prosecution of those arrested during the elections and information on the disciplinary steps taken against its officers who enabled any form of election malpractice. Timothy Yusuf, NTA News.
More on post-Edo election when we return. To stay with us.
Did you know that President Bola Tinubu has approved the suspension of import duties and tariffs on rice, maize and other essential food items? The President has also approved the suspension of import duties on pharmaceutical raw materials and equipment. This will help bring down the prices of food and drugs across the country. All hands are on deck to ensure that things get better for all Nigerians. This is the renewed hope.
You're still watching the news on NTA International. 6 suspects are in the custody of the police for allegedly being in possession of firearms, a number of beavers and voter cards during the just concluded Edo governorship election. The Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the exercise, Frank Umba, disclosed this during his post-election briefing in Benin City. Goodluck Inaini has details.
DIG Frank Umba said the suspects were arrested in various locations across the state and are currently undergoing police interrogation.
We have a total of 6 arrests. That's a summary. We expect this number to shoot up in the course of investigations because we expect that there will be accomplices. I mean, there will be people who aided, who abetted, who procured, who facilitated, who sponsored these suspects who were arrested.
The DIG says throughout the exercise, the police and other security agencies recorded no loss of life, assault, or molestation of INEC staff. He also spoke on the post activities of the police in the state, including confidence-building patrols to protect government facilities and ensure public safety.
We are commencing massive patrols of the state, we are putting in place a strategy that will give rise to high visibility policing.
He appreciates the people of the state for their conduct before, during, and after the exercise, urging them to be law-abiding citizens. In Benin, Goodluck Inaini, NTA News.
To financial matters, the Central Bank of Nigeria has decided to further tighten interest rates by 50 basis points to 27.25% from 26.75% to safeguard price stability gains achieved. Musa Abubakar reports that the Central Bank Governor Olayemi Kadoso disclosed the position of the Monetary Policy Committee at the end of its meeting in Abuja.
The CBN Monetary Policy Committee is meeting again. Their mission to decide the next steps in managing Nigeria's monetary policy after latest inflation by the National Bureau of Statistics showed inflation had declined to 32.15%, with core inflation rising to 27.58% in the same period. The committee welcomed the development and observed stability and convergence in exchange rates across different market segments, attributed to the bank's tight monetary policy stance, but acknowledged that further efforts are needed to achieve the bank's price stability mandate.
The fact that we are seeing the reductions and the deceleration over the course of the last couple of months is very, very good news. However, we are not out of the woods yet. We are not out of the woods yet, and we really cannot take any chances.
They noted the ongoing growth in money supply and recognized the need to control excess liquidity and address foreign exchange demand pressures.
We're also concerned about the growing level of fiscal deficit, but acknowledged the commitment of the fiscal authority not to resort to monetary financing through ways and means.
To safeguard price stability gains, they decided to retain a symmetric corridor at plus 500 and minus 100 basis point, raise cash reserve ratio to 50% for deposit money banks and 16% for merchant banks, while liquidity ratio remains 30%. In Abuja, I am Musa Abubakar, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the National Directorate of Employment is upscaling its strategies for the creation of more than 90,000 skilled jobs under the current administration. NDE Director General Silas Agara says about 30 skills acquisition programs were earmarked for beneficiaries. Joseph Otsen reports.
From all states and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, coordinators and zonal directors physically meet with their boss, the Director General, National Directorate of Employment, Silas Agara. The Directorate has an uphill task of ensuring one of the major 8 points agendas of the current administration, that is, creation of employment opportunities for millions of Nigerians, is achieved. And here they make input with a set target of creating more than 90,000 job opportunities in the next 3 years.
We are taking this project to the world level, the electoral world level, where we can have a minimum of 9 persons from each of the world.
You have to look at the current needs within the labor market, and you have to fashion strategies, you have to fashion skill sets that will effectively address the challenge of mass unemployment.
Not less than 30 skills acquisition programs tailored towards community wants are earmarked.
Programs related to entrepreneurship development is made available, agricultural sector, the new mechanisms in agriculture, digital skills that we are not doing before, like web and the rest, renewable energy.
The federal government says beneficiaries of the project will be uploaded on a developed database for onward tracking and monitoring for sustainability. In Abuja, Joseph Utsen, NTA News.
In other news, President Bola Tinubu has approved a revision of the Consolidated Public Service Salary Structure and 11 other structures with effect from 29th of July 2024, in line with the National Minimum Wage Act 2024. Chairman, National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission, Ekbonta, disclosed this to newsmen in Abuja.
The revision in salary structure of agencies in the Federal Public Service is premised on certain agreements reached by the Committee on Consequential Adjustment in Salaries.
So the whole essence of this is to bring to a close the exercise that started with the negotiations of the tripartite committee. Use this opportunity to state that any state or body is free to approach this commission as a technical body for advisory services.
Chairman, National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission, Ekbonta, says a circular is sent to agencies in the Federal Public Service to make the necessary adjustments.
Whether it's self-funded or treasury-funded, that has not received any circular on this matter, specifically from this commission, should contact the commission for further directives. It is not of general application. That table you saw, which was in the social media, was specific for a particular salary table. So if you use it across board, you'll miss the entire point.
For pensioners, NYSC members and other sub-organizations, Inter calls for patience, saying the Commission will issue directives on implementation of their benefits soon. In Abuja, Joseph Otsen, NTA News.
The Nigerian Television Authority is set to partner the National Lottery Trust Fund to create awareness and enhance government initiatives aimed at improving the lives of vulnerable Nigerians. Director General NTA Salihu Abdulhamid Dembos commits to utilizing NTA stations across the country to promote NLTF's programs. Lydia Sampson brings us details.
National Lottery Trust Fund's Executive Secretary Tosin Adeyonju, who led the delegation to NTA to seek collaboration, emphasized the potential of this partnership to bridging the poverty gaps and supporting President Bola Tinubu's administration in delivering impactful programs. Director General NTA Salihu Abdulhamid Dembos and Executive Secretary National Lottery Trust Fund are on the same page on the need to escalate awareness on government's impactful programs.
I know your activities cut across the entire country, so at any given time that you have events or maybe some of these interventions that you want to make, I think the most appropriate place for you to call on the authority to witness it. And if we do that, of course, it's more or less like the entire nation and beyond that is witnessing what your organization is doing.
Our mandate strictly states that we promote good causes across Nigeria in terms of intervention in health, education, sports, environment, water, disaster management, humanitarian. Those are the areas we intervene in. Over the years, we have intervened with over 300, close to 400 projects across the country.
The organizations working together, the two chief executives believe, will also proactively improve public appreciation of government intervention in education, environment, rural development, and other respective focus projects contributing to societal welfare across Nigeria. In Abuja, Lydia Sampson, NTA News.
Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyosa Wike, has pledged his administration's resolve to support the Japan International Cooperation Agency's planned projects to be executed in the FCT. The minister gave this assurance when he received in audience the JICA delegation who paid him a courtesy visit in Abuja. Onoze Yakubu reports.
The two earmarked projects by the Japan International Cooperation Agency are on capacity development for nutrition improvement and urban development. JICA representatives give an overview of the planned projects with a pledge to resume their interventions in the FCT.
I understand in Nigeria, 25% of Nigerians are still depending on the authentication. So it is very important to collaborate with not only the UN agency, but also collaborate with the Japanese company who manufacture these toilets in Nigeria.
As we discussed and agreed at the last meeting, we are now in the process for preparation for implementing this master plan revision work.
FCT Minister Yesen Wiki assures the visiting delegation of his administration readiness to provide support with a plan to improve on the 2025 budgetary allocations on nutrition and urban development to achieve the desired results.
For the 2025 budget, we'll try as much as we can to see whether we can improve on our budgeting system for that, but with transparency to really know how the monies are being spent. Nutrition is very key for health, very key for education, and also very key for agriculture. So if we could add more, it will go a long way in improving the standard of these three major sectors.
It will be recalled that the Japan International Cooperation Agency has been working in collaboration with the FCT administration towards ending open defecation and providing other intervention projects in the nation's capital. Onoze Yakubu, NTA News.
To data protection, in a move to enhance national cybersecurity and data protection efforts, the Nigeria Data Protection Commission is collaborating with the Nigeria Police Force National Cybersecurity Center. Francis From reports that the engagement focused on fostering a strategic partnership between the two entities to strengthen data protection and combat cybercrimes across the nation.
The Nigeria Data Protection Commission, mandated to safeguard the privacy and personal data of Nigerians, and the Nigeria Police Force National Cybercrime Center is a key arm of the Nigeria Police Force dedicated to fighting cybercrimes and ensuring digital security. Both institutions acknowledged the growing threat of cybercrimes and emphasized the need for a combined effort to address these challenges.
We now have a task team that will put together what we need to do. I believe that by the time we're able to strike proper balance, proper handshake, to identify possible areas of working together in the area of awareness, human capital, bridge investigation, evaluation of issues, and knowledge exchange, even policy development.
To have lots of capacities and capabilities here, and we believe that we can use that to help, his office and his daily activities. Issue concerning cybercrime and data breaches is not something that an entity or an agency can handle alone. It requires collaborative efforts, for us to be able to achieve this.
This partnership is expected to result in a more coordinated approach to addressing these challenges of cyber threats and ensuring the protection of personal data for individuals and organizations across Nigeria. Francis From, NTA News.
Another break is apt. The news continues shortly.
Did you know that President Bola Tinubu has approved the suspension of import duties and tariffs on rice, maize and other essential food items for 5 months? The President has also approved the suspension of import duties on pharmaceutical raw materials and equipment. This will help bring down the prices of food and drugs across the country. All hands are on deck to ensure that things get better for all Nigerians. This is the renewed hope.
40 years after enlisting in service, members of the 36th regular course of the Nigerian Defense Academy have reunited to mark and honor their legacy by being their brother's keeper. In this case, military widows of their fallen counterparts. Defense correspondent Najat Tijani reports.
Veterans, once unified in defense of Nigeria, now rally to support widows of their fallen counterparts.
show you that we love you, we remember you, and we can see you.
Joyfully picking up their bags of rice provided by the veterans and angels and other provisions, ever the gallant officers, members of 36 regular corps say NDA instilled this sense of duty in them.
Precisely 24th of September 1984, 205 of us resumed in NDA for cadet training. There's no better way of appreciating God than giving to the needy. It's a very important aspect of life, particularly at this time when people are going through very excruciating economic difficulties. So we felt even from our little retirement pensions and benefits, we should take out something and then share with the needy.
For Ifoma, Amina and their counterparts, this sense of duty has brought much needed relief.
Most of us, they have a cup of rice before coming here. So this intervention will really go a long way.
It's a very good gesture. And we pray that this they have done will not go unrewarded.
It is a well-accomplished mission for the givers and beneficiaries. Naja'atu Tijani, NTA News.
Thank you, Naja'atu. Meanwhile, the Nigerian army has cleared Colonel Isiaq Abdulkarim of wrongdoing following allegations of ill treatment by a discharged female soldier, Private Ogunleye Ruth. Director, Army Public Relations, Major General Onyema Nwachukwu, at a press conference says the Army investigated the claims and discovered the alleged victim was mentally unstable, which necessitated a discharge from the Army.
Justice and Transparency conducted an exhaustive review of the facts, testimonies, and evidence presented. The investigation concluded that Colonel I.B. Abdul Karim did not commit the offense of sexual harassment as alleged by ex-Private Ruth Ogunleye.
That the Nigerian Army's operations and activities are guided by the Constitution and established regulations of the force.
Ruth Ogunleye has a medical issue here, and we feel that as she being one of our own, we cannot just throw her out into the larger society. What do we have to do? We have to intervene. That was why we actually sent her for medical evaluation to an independent body, not in the Nigerian Army any longer. And that evaluation came up with a report. The military police report, investigation report also came up. That is why we are at this juncture today, to let Nigerians know the truth, the facts about this matter.
In another development, 33 inmates out of the 281 who escaped from the Maiduguri Custodial Center are back in custody. Controller General of Corrections Haliru Nababa, who gave the hint during an oversight visit by the House of Representatives Committee on Reformation Institution, also confirmed an increase of the daily ratio of inmates from 750 naira to 1,125 naira per head with effect from August 2024. Victor Azu reports.
First port of call for the House Committee on Reformatory Institutions is the 3,000 capacity mega custodial center in Karshi, a project that was started in 2020. The committee members toured the expansive site, paying close attention to the infrastructure designed to accommodate thousands of inmates.
Their contractors, from quality of things they're using a very good quality, but the supervision need to be there.
The project is a critical component in the nation's efforts to decongest custodial facilities and reform the correctional system. At the headquarters of the Nigerian Correctional Service, the corrections boss hinted that 33 inmates out of the 281 that escaped from Maiduguri Custodial Facility have been returned to custody, while also fielding questions from committee members on staff strength and inmates' ration.
So we're also interested in looking at your personnel role and see how we can be of help.
So we received so many complaints from the inmates there that they were actually not being fed very well.
That was before the increase of the figure of inmates from 750 by 50%. His Excellency the President has approved 5,000 vacancies for Nigeria Correctional Service.
The committee also inspected newly acquired vehicles, which are expected to improve logistics and mobility for the Nigerian Correctional Service.
They need more. That 5,000 is not enough. The 50% of increment in ration is not enough. You cannot eat a food of 3,000 today, a plate in a hotel.
Both parties expressed commitment to improving Nigeria's correctional facilities with a focus on security, infrastructure, and manpower. In Abuja, Victor Azu, NTA News.
Governor Babagana Umar Zulum has flagged off the first batch of disbursement of relief funds as well as food and non-food items to victims of the devastating flood that affected Maiduguri and environs. This follows the inauguration of the committee saddled with a mandate to disburse the funds and other support. The relief items were presented at Gwange, where the governor updated the public that 7.5 billion naira has been credited to the flood relief indicated a dedicated account. Mohammed Goni reports.
Following rapid assessment of damages conducted by state officials and other relevant bodies on the impact of the disaster, the disbursement committee was inaugurated to disburse cash, food and non-food relief items to the victims of the flood in Maiduguri and environs, which had since swung into action. The beneficiaries of the flood relief support were categorized into three, depending on the extent to which they were affected, with those who experienced minimal impact receiving 25 kg bag of rice, 10 kg bag of beans, mat, blanket, mosquito nets, and 100,000 naira. Partially and fully affected victims of the flood receive food and non-food items in addition to cash support, depending on the magnitude of destruction to their households and businesses. Beneficiaries of the intervention express gratitude to the government and non-governmental organizations and individuals for the humanitarian response, which they say will go a long way in the recovery process. Governor Zulum for acknowledged support of World Food Programme, UNHCR, NEDC, NEMA and other agencies from sister states, as well as well-spirited individuals for the collaborative effort and responses, assured the victims that none of the identified victims will be left out in the process.
This incident has also left many of our fellow citizens in dire need of help, and it is our duty to stand in solidarity with them during this challenging time. We have witnessed the unimaginable destruction of houses, public infrastructures, and assets.
Representative of the UN OCHA in Maiduguri reiterated the commitment of the UN agencies and other humanitarian partners to the rebuilding and recovery efforts of the state authorities. Chairman of Flood Relief Disbursement Committee, Bababukar Gujibawu, noted that at Gwange 1, where the first batch of the distribution of the relief items was plucked up, 5,235 victims were identified, out of which 1,587 victims had their homes completely destroyed, 2,283 partially affected, and 2,565 recorded minimal destruction. In Maiduguri, Mohammed Goni, NTA News.
Meanwhile, as a significant sign of unity and solidarity among kingdoms and traditional rulers, King Apollos II on Nchia X, Igbere Emir Okoro I of Eleme Kingdom of Rivers State visited Maiduguri to sympathize with the government and people of Borno State over the recent devastating floods that affected a substantial part of the state.
The sympathy visit began at the Shehu of Borno's palace, where the royal father, King Apollos II, commiserated with the Shehu Abubakar ibn Umar Garbai Al-Amin Al-Kanemi, expressing his deep concern over the tragedy.
I came here with some few members of my council to come and sympathize with them. These are the times that they need our courage, they need our attention, need our support, need our prayer.
The Shehu of Borno appreciated the extraordinary visit, highlighting the importance of their bond and affirming that such unity would endure forever.
This is a clear sign of brotherhood. We thank you very much for that.
While at the government house, King Apollos II extended his heartfelt sympathy to Governor Babagana Umar Zulum and the people of Borno State regarding the flood tragedy.
The people of my kingdom and the people of generally the South Sudan, that we are your people. And any of you get to River States and then you get to Eleme, you just try to say that you have where to sit.
The governor expressed gratitude of the government and people of Borno to King Apollo's Jew for the visit at the state's difficult moment.
But rest assured that government of Borno said under my distinguished leadership, and inshallah, there will be future governments will continue to maintain the degree of relationship that exists between your kingdom and ours.
This act of unity underscores the strength that comes from collaboration and mutual support amidst adversity. In Maiduguri, Umar Chimbarima, NTA News.
Next is a look at Wednesday's weather picture. And that's the news. Thank you for your time. I'm Elizabeth Omori.
Ever heard the saying, you are what you eat? It's a powerful reminder of how our food choices impact our health. Unfortunately, the idea of food as medicine has been overshadowed by cheap and convenient processed options. Hello everyone and welcome to Our Voices. I am Jeannie Niwa, joined by my co-hosts Oriane Taginshaka and Simine Shiekoye. In this episode, we're diving into the power of African heritage foods and how they can heal and boost our health. So get ready to fall in love again with whole and natural food. So ladies, do you eat healthy consciously?
I don't think consciously, I wouldn't say it per se, but you know, growing up in Ethiopia, or in Africa, we learn to make our food from the scratch, right? We boil the beans, we put them in the water overnight, and we boil them. Like we make everything from the scratch. And here in the US, I still do the same. I like making my pasta sauce from the scratch, you know, chopping onions and tomatoes and everything. Beans or even salad dressings, I don't buy the already made ones from the supermarket. I will show you later, maybe when we talk, like fresh squeezed lemons, black pepper, salt, and you know, I tend to do those, and we try to eat as much fresh food as possible at home. And luckily, my husband doesn't like eating out, so you know, we eat at home 90% of the time, so we can control what we eat.
He's blessed with the good women who can cook good food.
When I give that to my mom, but yes.
Well, you know, for your question. I think that, you know, just as she said, if you were born and raised eating the right food, you don't have to make a conscious decision to eat healthy or not healthy because it's your lifestyle, it's what you know. And if you were born eating junk food, hot dogs, burgers, you are consciously going to go towards that because that's what you know. And so it's not really your fault. It's what you were fed when you were young. I consciously do pick right foods, and I think a little bit of both because I grew up eating rice, beans, regular, healthy African meal. But I also, as I get older and older, I'm realizing that when I'm eating something, I'm wondering, what kind of vitamins is this? What kind of, you know, nutrition am I getting from this? And then I just really feel happy about the choices I'm making. Like, for instance, I'm eating a salad today, and I love beautiful things. These days, I'm into pretty-looking food. So I consciously make a beautiful meal out of very healthy stuff, but that also looks pretty. So I think that it's a little bit of both, really. I do make conscious decisions, that's what I mean. But that also gives me the right to indulge in unhealthy food like pizzas, burgers, and things like that, because I know I already eat healthy.
Yeah.
So if I want to eat a cake,
Drink it once in
I'll
a
eat
while
a cake.
is okay.
I will eat a cake whenever I want to.
So you give yourself some
extra, because that's not what I do every day.
So, you know, growing up in the West, when I was younger, when you would go to the supermarket, food used to have a smell. You would go to the aisle, you would know you in, you know, onion aisles, even if you were blindfold, and forget about the garlic. So now you go to an onion aisle, toothbrush aisle, it smells the same. So to me, if it has no smell, then it has no taste, and if it has no taste, then it has no nutrients. So what I tend to do is buy my African food in, you know, African market, even though it's frozen, or even buy my meat halal, even though I'm not Muslim. But I just feel like the way it tastes better. Don't ask me what they do. I'm pretty sure, like, the way the industry, exactly, it's something about it. It still has a taste. So, you know, as much I do not shop, you know, in Western supermarket.
It's hard to know how foods are made these days, right? How cattle are raised. Like, you can only go so far and try to make healthy decisions for your lifestyle, but at the same time, it's not that easy because you don't know how the cattle are raised when you buy your fresh meat, even from, you know, the halal meats.
Yeah, because nowadays, you know, GMOs, genetically modified food is just the norm. It's very sad.
Well, talking about tasty and nutritious food, let's take a look at how people around the world are reconnecting with their roots through food. In Africa, while some are turning to fast food or overly processed options, others find nostalgia and comfort in traditional foods. Here is a report from Kampala, Uganda by Mugome Davis Rakwarengi. Let's take a look.
It's a busy day and at a cultural center restaurant here in Kampala, where local food chef Nicholas Nwajila and his team are busy cooking wholesome dishes using local grown ingredients that Nwajila says he gets from markets nearby. His customers love African yams, matoke, millet bread, locally known as karo, accompanied by local soups such as beef stew, cowpeas, beans, grown nuts, and fish. He says most people here like fish luombo and karo. Luombo is a popular Ugandan recipe with chicken, beef, goat, or smoked fish, steamed in a cured banana leaf.
It is oil-free, it is steamed, so all the food nutrients remains there, not like evaporating away. So we cooked it with consciousness, not to lose our food nutrients out of it. By steaming up, by covering up, then by again using the banana fibers, brings a lot of aromas. We maintain the aroma of food. We brings in the aroma of the banana fibers that we use. When you are eating it, you feel something.
Nwajila says he knows why most of his customers love local foods, notably karo.
Most clients prefer karo because it is something get prepared very quickly. It's a quick one. Comes someone who may be a bit so hungry but need something very quick. You can order within like 5 or 10, within 5 minutes, 7, you are having your order. Served and you eat, you go into other things. Another thing is something that they would love to taste, something they grew up eating. It was one of the things that we grew up with, something that you didn't miss in our families, in our homes.
Another popular eatery in Kampala is Kimbaba's restaurant, located in Agulu, a Kampala suburb. Emily Nyakwezi, Kimbaba's restaurant manager, says she's glad some of our clients taste healthier foods.
You feel good when a client comes and says, even my children are hungry and I want them to have local food and not fast food, Kimbaba's is the place that I take my children to, because when they come here, they eat, you see. It brings such joy to your ears to hear this kind of thing. When a person says, the only place I can have juice is at your place, because I never get any stomach upsets.
Kimbaba's opened more than 40 years, and Ugandans still come here to get a feel of local foods and drinks such as bushela, which is made out of sorghum. Such restaurants are not easily found in Kampala today, says Kampala resident Chikomeko Chiwanuka. He says most eateries around offer fast food. He says he's glad whenever he gets to eat from a place that has local dishes.
It's the type of food I've grown eating, and I feel like I have taste with it. And with other foods, I don't feel very confident. And for the kind of food like this setup, the food that I've been eating ever since, and I feel like whenever I'm eating it, I'm comfortable, and I feel like I don't expect anything like a disorder.
Consumption of processed foods is a growing trend in Uganda. According to the World Health Organization, fast foods high in saturated fats are one of the major risk factors for a range of chronic diseases, including cardiovascular diseases, cancer, diabetes, and other conditions linked to obesity. They are consumed mainly by the middle-class urban consumers rather than the poor, according to a 2022 Michigan State University study on Nigeria, Tanzania, and Uganda. Ivan Muzira Mokisa, a professor of food science and food safety at Uganda's Makerere University, says most locally grown African foods are rich in essential body nutrients that provide much-needed alternative to highly processed foods that are beneficial for overall health.
A number of them, like I mentioned, the sorghums and millets are quite rich in essential nutrients. They're rich in minerals, some vitamins, they're rich in fiber, which are all very good for our health. Then they are normally prepared in a way that doesn't lead to over-processing. So we have our nutrients maintained, we have them safe, and that can contribute to ensuring that our health is not negatively impacted.
Mukisa also says the methods of preparing African cuisines reduces the intake of unhealthy additives and preservatives. For VOA News, I am Mugume Davis Rwakaringi in Kampala, Uganda.
Thank you for this report, Mugume Rwakaringi. So today we are pleased to welcome Ms. Tembra Ray Stevenson, the founder and CEO of WANDA, or Women Advancing Nutrition, Dietetics and Agriculture, a nonprofit that empowers women and girls of African descent to build a more equitable and culturally inclusive food system. Tembra has been a driving force in advancing food justice for over 20 years. Welcome, Tembra.
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure.
It's such a pleasure.
Definitely.
And I remember Tembra came on Our Voices a few years ago. We really enjoyed that conversation. I'm glad we're pushing it back again and bringing it back to the table.
A lot has happened between now and then.
Great.
African food
imagine. Very good. You let us know about it.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Tembra, you often talk about food as medicine, as we know, particularly African diasporic foods. Is there such a thing as a diet that would be more beneficial for Black people, especially knowing that, you know, we have certain communities are more genetically predisposed to disease like diabetes, for example?
Well, first, I want to thank you all for having me. And when we look at the food as medicine movement that's really grown and catapulted from the White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health that just happened in 2022 under the Biden-Harris administration, we know that food as medicine has, by default, seen as Mediterranean diet. And that's because research dollars have been invested in those foods. And the reality is those research dollars now need to be invested in looking at the health benefits of African foods. We've seen some studies that have already been conducted around how just swapping an African diet in South Africa for 2 weeks with African Americans here and Africans having an American diet, how there was a shift in looking at cancer and seeing how polyps and inflammation was increasing just by being on a standard American diet among Africans just for 2 weeks. Whereas those same polyps and inflammation was on a decline in African Americans on an African diet. And so that gives us pause for the cause on understanding what are the health benefits, what are the key essential ingredients in African foods that resonate not only with African people here in the diaspora, but people in general can find benefit from these foods. Everything from the foods that we have on display, from the African spices that we have, Ethiopian spices, Kenyan and Ivorian spices. These are all products made right here in the U.S. by African immigrants on the West Coast and the East Coast. And we now have more products in the grocery stores like Yolole Foods with Fonio out of Senegal, and understanding the gluten-free health benefits, the high fiber. We are in a fiber epidemic in this country. And when we think about cancer, heart disease, diabetes, fiber helps to decrease or really manage the blood glucose in your bloodstream. We also have salads that are rich in fiber, right? Greens are the bedrock of the African heritage diet, from the bitter leaf, the egusi, the callaloo in the Caribbean, the spinach, the collards that we have in the African American diet. And then you have injera that is made out of teff, which is gluten-free, high in fiber, good in amino acids, but it also can make great croutons for your salad. Wow. So when you think about the classic wheat crouton that you have in the American diet, you can find a gluten-free option using injera chips. And this is made by a Maryland-based Ethiopian woman company, Tusana, Tsiona, that you can get at your local Whole Foods. So it's so many new products out there that is now at our disposal.
Right, here in the diaspora especially. And I'm so glad you mentioned about the colors of these foods, and you know, because we know color is very important in what they mean. And you talk about a lot about how our food has been going through a process of being bleached and being whitewashed, in a sense. In the food system is going towards that direction. Can you expand on that and tell us how detrimental is that to our health in terms of what we eat and their colors?
I mean, these are the effects of colonization, right? When we've had a long-standing history of saying that white is right, meaning white supremacy, that the white, which is really a creation, right? This concept of race. You know, it was created here in the States from the Bacon's Rebellion of using the color line to separate, but it's not biological, it's a social construct. And so when we understand how colonization has not only infiltrated and dividing people, it's also found ourselves on the plate, right, of understanding that colonization has said European foods is more superior than African foods. And so part of changing that dynamic and narrative is recognizing that actually strong food for strong people are, on the cellular level, our DNA understands and has the memory to know these foods, the hibiscus, to make the zobo, the sorrel, the bisops, and that also decreases our blood pressure. When we think about European foods, when they first was come into the U.S., they actually had to adapt African indigenous foodways. That's well documented in the history books in order for them to survive.
Also, you mean that also the colors have been changed as well?
Meaning that not only the colors, when you think about the colors, and I'm glad you brought that up, in KKK, Ku Klux Klan, when they would make their newsletters, Martha White flour products would be used as a way to demonstrate whiteness was more superior. So when we think about whiteness in our food system, you do see a lot of that, from the milk, the sugar, the wheat flour products being bleached. But the reality is the more colorful foods means it has more flavonoids, antioxidants. I say, the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice, but the more nutritious too.
Wow. That is amazing. That's a lot to chew on. So we're going to definitely dive into that. It's time for a quick break, but we'll continue with more insightful conversation and sample traditional African foods that can heal our guts. Mrs. Tambarai Stevenson, we've also loved to hear from you on our social media platforms. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter, at VOA Africa. Don't forget to use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain, And what we hear doesn't reflect what we see. We seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week. Right here on Red Carpet, we bring you the latest in
health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Mudu, in Washington every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
Welcome back to Our Voices. Today we're discussing the nutritional value of traditional African foods with our guest, Ms. Tembra Stevenson, founder and CEO for Women Advancing Nutrition, Dietetics and Agriculture, or WANDA. Now let's get into something exciting because we have so many questions.
And also food to taste. You mentioned African food like the injera and the different spices here on our table. So when we talk about African food and African diet, in terms of making healthy choices for our diet, how healthy are they? And also, have you noticed any trends in our in African, dietary that could be considered unhealthy, maybe?
Most definitely. On the continent, we're dealing with a double burden of malnutrition, where you have the fasting, the starvation. When we think about the traditional, ascites in the belly, but also we're having obesity and diet-related diseases like diabetes and cancer, renal and other diseases. And the reason why this is of great concern, because as you see emerging markets, more Western food brands expanding in restaurants like the KFCs of the world in West Africa, now in East Africa, it's seen as a social status because part of colonization is this belief that the West is better than the rest of us. And so when you set up that situation, well, you also see it flowing into the curriculum, right, into the instruction of a new next wave of nutritionists. I had gathered in Kenya recently. We host Sisterhood Suppers through WANDA, had our first one on the continent with nutritionists, those who are in the farming space as well as those who are students, and they're saying in their own curriculum they're not even learning about African foods. They're learning about how to cater to the West, and those in the culinary schools as well, they're developing diets around the Western diet, even on the continent. I was amazed. I could understand maybe here in the U.S., but to have that happen on the continent, this is recolonization 2.0.
What you're saying about social status is really true, because when you think about how when you go to Kenya and you see people eating burgers and pizzas as a social class, as if I'm rich now, I've made it, it's really toxic, it's really dangerous.
And what's dangerous about that is if you don't have the healthcare infrastructure to support the treatment and the management of chronic diseases like diabetes or the renal failure, if you need to be on dialysis, you're setting yourself up for having a decrease in life expectancy, but also a decrease in quality of life. And that really is problematic when we know that we are people that come from a strong ancestral legacy. And so for me, knowing this history is why I trace my heritage back to Nigeria, to the Fulanis, have created Wanda in Nigeria, where we're now funding and supporting at Bayero University their first class of nutrition students. And so we're covering their tuition and fees, we're providing mentorship, we're working with mentorship programs, and our board members, Ashru Abubakar, I want to give him a shout out, who was a Washington Mandela Fellow, a Mandela Washington Fellow, who I was able to bring into Wanda's world. And so there are men, right, who are understanding the power of empowering women and girls because they come from mamas, they have aunties, they have wives, they have daughters. And so for us,
that's also the reason why we should be thanking our mothers and aunties, for helping us understand, our African mothers and aunties especially, for helping us understand the nature of the food we are cooking, how to cook them, and how to, make this such nice salad or injera. And you brought books here. I think those are also having African recipes.
Most definitely. And I wanted to show really the just explosion of more African cookbooks and children's books that we've created through Wanda, but also what is out there on the market. And so making our information more accessible and available, created by us, for us, is so important in taking back and reshaping that narrative, right? And so Little Wanda is an aspirational character who becomes this food ambassador, traveling to Nigeria, meeting with local women farmers, finding the foods to help her nana who has diabetes back here in the States. And it's through this storyline that we highlight real women. This is Salamatu Garba in this case, who manages WOFAN, a women farmers network in Kano, Nigeria, and I had the pleasure to meet her. And so we want to showcase more storylines of Little Wanda going to Ghana, going to Kenya, going to Ethiopia, and we make them in the local language so it's accessible to kids. So that means in Amharic, in Kiswahili, as well as in Hausa and Twi, and all these languages. And so our, if McDonald's can have toys, right, we can too for Africa. And so that's why it's so important. And we secured a design patent on Little Wanda because we understand about intellectual property and understanding that we need these characters in our classrooms to help educate kids around the power of their foods, to be their medicine, and to really instill self-esteem and cultural pride.
That's very, very nice. But I have a question in terms of affordability. When it becomes natural, organic, people are worried that it's more expensive and they can't afford it.
Most definitely. So this is where the role of government, in my opinion, comes in. If government right now can support and subsidize the very fast food and ultra-refined processed systems that we have, meaning soybean, corn, wheat, those are subsidized products that make these foods more accessible and affordable, right? Then we have to advocate as a coalition around these same investments being made in food that are good for us. And so right now what we know is that crop insurance is not available for specialty crops. That's what these would be called. And so because of that, we don't have the same cost balance as we do with foods that are not beneficial for us.
Can you quickly tell us?
Yeah, while you are asking her, I'll mix the salad so that we can start our day healthy.
Wait, I want to talk to her about the role of a woman in the house in influencing better diet, because we're the ones in the kitchen. We're the ones who are sort of setting up what's going to eat. Talk to us a little bit about that influence.
We need to highlight this, right? I was a tomboy, right? I love sports and I love being, and hanging out like the boys, right? But what I learned once becoming a mom, that no one can, we are the first foods for our babies, right? And so I began to really see the power of embracing the role of bringing that Black girl magic in the kitchen, and how important it is for us to be those cultural keepers, to be those culinary creators in our families and communities, because we are the ones we've been waiting for. And if we put that responsibility in the hands of the food system, or in terms of industry and restaurants, we'll have hypertension, we'll have a side of diabetes. And so there is no substitute as a survival skill of learning how to cook and see how it can be a beautiful thing, a legacy you can pass on to the next generation, capture your recipes, write your family cookbooks, have family reunions, and celebrate the foods that have sustained you over generations at a time.
Absolutely. So it's really about transferring knowledge. It's really not like about, you know, sometimes people look at it as a woman's in the kitchen and she's being oppressed, but it's really about transferring knowledge that is really key to our health.
I think
Everybody
so.
eats.
Everybody eats.
Yes.
Enjoy
Bon
your
appetit. Now,
Bon
as you
appetit.
enjoy your trips,
Enjoy. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, while we're eating this little salad, healthy food, definitely, this is where we wrap up today's show. We want to thank our guest, Ms. Tembra Stephenson, again, founder and CEO for Women Advancing Nutrition, Dietetics, and Agriculture. Thank you for joining us and sharing those incredible insights on the nutritional benefits of traditional African food. Be sure to watch our voices on the VOA website at voaafrica.com or on our YouTube channel where you can catch up the latest episode and the world's top news. Now, on behalf of my co-host, editors, production team, and everyone here at The Voice of America, thank you for tuning in. We'll be back next week with another exciting program. Until then,
eat healthy.
Right.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This week on Straight Talk Africa, rapid urbanization is spreading across Africa and so-called smart cities are emerging. They're based on innovation and promise to fuel economic growth. Are smart cities the new trend on the continent? Will they create better living conditions for the rising middle class? How will smart cities serve their citizens? Straight Talk Africa starts right now. Welcome to Straight Talk Africa. I'm your host, Vincent Makori. Urban centers in Africa are growing at a very fast pace. People are flocking to them, seeking opportunities to better themselves. By 2035, 100 African cities will have over 1 million people and will be home to about 21% of the continent's population. Those cities are expected to generate more than 60% of Africa's GDP. That's according to research by the Economist Intelligence Unit. Now, a recent trend we're seeing in a number of African countries is the emergence of the smart cities. What are smart cities? Joining us to help us better understand this is VOA Africa technology reporter Paul Dio. Paul, so
Hello,
what are smart cities?
Well, thanks, Vincent. Smart cities, the concept of smart cities has been around for a while. It's just that in the last 10 or 15 years, it has exploded. Why? Because of urban migration. There are a lot of people who have been moving into cities, and now these cities that were constructed before the colonial era or predating back then, they can no longer accommodate people. Now countries are trying to figure out how to accommodate these people. That's why they're coming up with the concept of smart cities. But simply put, smart cities are driven by technology, AI, or advancement of these new technologies help to drive these cities as we know it.
Now, there are concerns, though, of living in smart cities, especially as pertains to technology, because technology has become so invasive, but also to some it's a kind of a risky place to be.
Yeah, you make a greater point there. Yes, there are a lot of concerns when it comes to especially data, because most of these smart cities drive their livelihood on data. For example, let's say if it's how traffic is entering into the city, you want that data. How people are using or conserving energy, you want data. So anybody can take advantage of that. But from what we know now, most people who are using this data, they're using it for the good. We have not had incidences where some people have taken advantage of this data to do harm, especially when it comes to like national grid, tapping into hospitals. But for example, the cities, let's say Cape Town. Cape Town is one of those smart cities that leverages its data to improve the city, to do housing, to figure out how to police the community, to build new schools. So we've seen when data is used very well, it can help to urbanize some of these smart cities that we are talking about.
Interesting you referenced Cape Town, but is evidence that more of the older cities across Africa are making efforts to transform into smart cities, besides, of course, building cities right from scratch, as we're going to discuss further in a moment?
Yeah, that's a great one. Let me put it this way. We've had an advantage. The technological advancement, we've had an advantage of that. Compared to the Western world, we did not have that infrastructure. In the Western world, people had the infrastructure. So the difference between here and over there is that here, they're doing more gentrification because they had infrastructure already existing. They cannot build smart cities. They have to build around existing infrastructure. When it comes to Africa, we did not have that infrastructure, so we are leveraging on technology. In some cases, we have gone and recreated or built brand new cities like Konzo, like Echo, like New Cairo, places where people are tapping into technology. The other point I could make is the intellectual balance of power has been shifting in our favor, meaning that we have access to the internet, we have access to technology, we have access to the best engineering schools, the best architectural schools. So Africans are also tapping into that to make sure that they are part of this global community where exposure is everything. People are able to leave their villages, go to Beijing, come here to Washington and learn from the best examples. So, and because of that, they are able to take that knowledge back to their home countries and come up with these smart cities.
Superb. Paul, thank you very much for those insights. Now, smart cities in Africa are at the conceptual stage and others are being built now. In Rwanda, we have Kigali's Vision City, an upscale residential contemporary living community. In Senegal, there is the futuristic Akon City, a project of Senegalese singer and entrepreneur Akon. He says he wants buildings to look like contemporary sculptures. In Ghana, we have Accra's Hope City, intended to house the continent's largest skyscraper. It's a project of former Ghanaian President John Mahama to be realized in the future. And in Kenya, we are witnessing the creation of a new city between Nairobi and Mombasa, the Konza Technopolis. With us today on Straight Talk Africa is the CEO of the Konza Technopolis, John Paul Okwiri. Welcome, Mr. Okwiri.
Thank you, Makori, for hosting me for this great interview.
Well,
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes. So let's start right there. You're developing a city right from the ground up, and it's now called Konza Technopolis. Can you help us understand the concept behind this?
No, thank you. Thank you for hosting me for this interview. Konza Technopolis is a smart city. Konza Technopolis is a concept derived from the Kenya's Vision 2030, which was a national blueprint strategic project that envisioned to do various projects for the country to ensure that Kenya would move from a low-income country to a middle-income country by the year 2030. Konza Technopolis is one of those conceptual projects that the government of Kenya has envisioned to be the drivers towards this achieving the middle-income country by the year 2030. It's a smart city. It's a master plan smart city being developed from scratch, from a green field.
Yeah.
And Konza Technopolis is going to ensure that as a country, we move towards knowledge-based economy, away from the conventional industry-driven economy, agricultural-driven economy, to one that is our research and development driven, where we will be able to commercialize knowledge and innovation. Thank you.
And now, some who are watching, say Kenyans, are very curious. You're building the city in between Nairobi and Mombasa. What will make it such a unique city compared to those two? What is it that a person who comes to that city to visit will see that will be different than what they see in Nairobi, in Mombasa, in Kisumu?
Konza Technopolis is different from any other city you can see in Kenya, in that it focuses on three major clusters. That is ICT and ICT-enabled services, life sciences, and engineering. All these are driven by technology, our research and development, and also commercialization, commercial activities. So Konza is different from any other city that you'll see around Africa or in Kenya because of these three main clusters. And this is because Konza wants to ensure that as a country, Kenya, we move away into knowledge-based economy. You look at countries like Malaysia, Korea, where now they are more technologically driven and innovation driven. The economies the GDPs are driven by technology, as opposed to in Africa and in Kenya, where our economy is still majorly driven by agriculture, industry, and tourism. So Konza Technopolis is this futuristic city that will ensure that as a country, we achieve this. And that's why we've been able to implement a master plan that was conceptualized through the support of our development partners called Master Delivery Partner that was led by Tetra Tech, which is an American consortium of consultants who are experts in master planning smart cities. And since then, we've been able to implement that master plan and guidelines that were developed in the year 2016. We've been able to implement and ensure that as a Technopolis, one of our anchor tenants as a Technopolis is a university. That is the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, which is a graduate-only university and focuses on research and development, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And this will ensure that as a country, we are able to create more innovations. We are able to commercialize these innovations. We are able to move our country from an agriculture-based country to a country that is based on more innovations and more commercializations of startups. And this is the vision that Konza Technopolis will provide. Yeah. We've also been able to develop a state-of-the-art national data center. And data being the oil of today, Konza Technopolis is leading in ensuring that we are able to find a hosting environment for the data that will be driven by this research and innovation. And you know, being data being the oil of today, if we can utilize this data to ensure that we create more innovations and commercialize this data, then we as a country will be able to move from an agriculture-based economy to one that is knowledge-based. Thank you.
Well, it's time now for a short break. When we return, we'll continue our discussion on the Konza Technopolis in Kenya. Stay with us. Welcome back. We are discussing the Konza Technopolis in Kenya. With us is the CEO of the Konza Technopolis, John Paul Okwiri. Now, Mr. Okwiri, you know, let's go beyond concept, dreams, and, you know, this kind of a grand idea and talk about some realities. You know, there has been disappointment in many cases with even, you know, some of the best ideas in terms of sustainability. We've seen cities, even the existing one, like Nairobi and other parts of Africa, grow haphazardly, no planning, no sustainable kind of order. In terms of guarantees, what is being done to make sure that in the future that city maintains the kind of concept that led to its creation, and that there won't be interference by either real estate developers, politicians who have different ideas than perhaps the planners of the city?
Thank you, thank you. Now, for sustainability of our master plan, we have ensured that we've developed guidelines that we use with the investors when they set up, when they step into the city for investment decisions. We ensure that the guidelines that have been developed and approved that guide the development of each structure in the city. We've also worked with the county governments, the neighboring county governments of Machakos, Makueni, and Kajiado, and ensure that with a 10-kilometer radius of the city has also been master planned, and a plan has been approved by the 3 county assemblies. Machakos has already approved, Makueni has also approved, Kajiado is working on the approval, and this will ensure that 10-kilometer radius around the city is also planned so that we avoid informal settlements that will be that will come out and sprawl around the city, making it look bad in as far as physical planning is concerned. So we've physically planned the surrounding areas to ensure that we are able to sustain the development of the smart city of Konza Technopolis. We've also ensured that we've developed a building code for all the investors who set up in the city, so that all the buildings in the city will follow a certain code of construction, ensuring that sustainability is maintained. All the buildings in the city are required to achieve Green Star certification, LEED certification, solar use on the rooftops, ensuring that the facades, the ventilation is natural ventilation is utilized in as far as orientation of the building is concerned. All these are aspects to ensure that we build a sustainably sustainable.
That sounds really good. That sounds really good. But you know, sometimes you also base some of your observations on what is ongoing. For example, we know that the city is going to fall under the jurisdiction of certain, you know, administrations, and always there's a political, you know, connection to the cities on how they're run and who's benefiting in which way. So, for example, when you talk about codes, we've seen not long ago there was a lot of debate over the violation of codes or construction and building codes in even parts of Nairobi, whereby this neighborhoods that were supposed to maintain certain type of housing, certain heights of houses, were obviously ignored by the same city officials, and they allowed real estate developers to do whatever they're doing. So how do you do this, especially given that there will be 3 different administrative jurisdictions involved in this city's kind of administration? How do you guarantee that there won't be that kind of violations by politicians who have different agendas than yourself?
Oh, thank you. Okay, so what we've done, and you rightfully stated that Konza Technopolis has transitioned through the 3 administrations. The first one being the Kibaki, the late President Mwai Kibaki administration that established the Vision 2030 and conceptualized Konza Technopolis. The second being the Big 4 agenda by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. And now the 3rd administration of His Excellency President William Ruto under the plan where we are implementing the digital superhighway, and Konza being at the forefront of this implementation of the digital superhighway. What we've done is to ensure that Konza, the concept of Konza Technopolis is anchored in law. We have developed a Konza Technopolis bill, which is currently at the floor of the House in Parliament, undergoing the 2nd reading. And very soon we'll have an Act of Parliament that establishes Konza Technopolis. This will ensure that all the codes, all the building, the guidelines, the development guidelines, the master plan will be anchored in law. And this will ensure that for whatever administration that will come after, then everything will be included and ratified in law. So that is one aspect that we've done. The second one being Konza being a political project as a result of political strategy. We've ensured that we worked also with our key stakeholders, the national government through our Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy, the county governments, the neighboring county governments of Kajiado, Machakos, and also Makueni, to ensure that they also support in the physical planning of their various counties. And in that, it means that the impact of this development of Konza Technopolis will be felt also in the counties. And this means that also the counties will be able to benefit from the development of the Technopolis, and also ensure that they also follow suit and also develop similar technopolises. Yeah. In the bill, you realize that Konza Technopolis the law is proposing that we will have more technopolises being established also in the counties. This will ensure that as a country, we now embrace the concept of developing new cities each and every time.
So this will be like a model, in other words. That's what you're saying.
Yes, this is a model.
Yeah.
This is a model, and that is the vision of the Technopolis, and that is the vision that we've included in the bill to ensure that as a country, Konza Technopolis does not become the first and the last smart city to be developed in Kenya. Yes.
In terms of, I know it's supposed to be a mixed-use city, supposed to have business centers. You've called it the Africa Savannah, and also it should be having residential, houses and complexes. The question is, does it include everybody? Is any Kenyan able to come to that city and reside there and work there? Or is it going to be of a particular group of people, a certain class of people? I mean, there are people out there who may be concerned about that.
Yes. So thank you for that. You know, Konza is an investment destination. It's a 5,000-acre piece of land that belongs to the government. And the government mandated us as Konza Technopolis Development Authority to build the basic infrastructure. And government has already invested in the basic infrastructure. We've been able to master plan and develop that infrastructure in as far as what investors would require. We've also ensured that Konza Technopolis is a special economic zone, thereby being able to benefit from the tax incentives that is provided for in law. That means that investors are now free and ready to join the Technopolis. Right now, we finished with the basic horizontal infrastructure. We now want to welcome, and we are welcoming investors to come put up the vertical infrastructure. With the vertical infrastructure, it means we'll be able to have schools, housing, mixed uses, commercial buildings, residential, of course, residential buildings. We have universities and schools, and also social amenities. And this means that each and every person in Kenya is free, in Kenya and around the world, is free to come to Konza, live, work, and play.
And in terms of the commitment so far, how far are you in terms of getting the commitments for investors so that this does not end up being one of those cities that are constructed and then end up not being occupied or used to the full?
We have been able to implement infrastructure in the phase one of the Technopolis. The first one of the Technopolis is about 600 acres. Within the 600 acres, we have 147 parcels of land that is available for investors. Out of the 147, over 100 parcels have already been allocated to investors. The land conveyancing process takes about 18 months from the time when an investor walks in to the time when the investor is able to register the sublease, and to the time when the investor is able to mobilize and break the ground. So most of these investors are in between these various stages, and we've been able to have those that have already been issued with construction permits, meaning that they are able to start construction anytime. One of such investors... Yeah.
Yes, go ahead and mention one of those. I was curious to hear who are some of those.
Yes, one of those investors, and in this case we're talking about private developers, not government-led projects like the KAIST digital. We're talking about private-led investors. One of those investors is Riara University, which has already broken ground and is establishing their main campus in the Technopolis. Riara is an innovation-led university, and it has found it at the right ecosystem to be able to move their campus from Nairobi to the Technopolis. We also have about other 5 investors whom we've already issued with construction permits, ranging from investors interested in technology solutions, housing. We have an investor who's coming up to put about 200 units of housing. We also have investor who's coming up to put industrial go-downs so that we are able to set up our light industrial zone. So all these investors have been issued with the construction permit, and within this year, we'll be able to see 5 more investors breaking ground. In the meantime, we have and we have operationalized a national data center, which is Tier 3, uptime certified in as far as sustainability is concerned. We also have the anchor tenant, that is the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, whose construction is completing in December, and we'll be able to admit students in May next year. That means the ecosystem of the Technopolis is set to grow organically. We have also been able to get sufficient support from the Korea government through the Korea Exim Bank that is coming to establish the digital media city. This is a state-of-the-art 160-acre investment that is going to set up a state-of-the-art Nollywood, all Hollywood kind of facility for our film industry, animation, software development, fashion, art, to enhance our creative economy. And you know what creative economy can do for our country in as far as talent is concerned. And this is the direction that Konza Technopolis is leading the country.
Just one question. So who's going to run it eventually?
The digital media city, right?
Yes, the entire city.
The entire city.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Right now, our mandate as Konza Technopolis Development Authority is to establish the basic infrastructure and ensure that we are able to set up the ecosystem. As soon as we have residents in the city, the governance structure will change, and it will change to suit the residents and to suit the citizens who will be Technopolis. At some point, maybe based on how the situation will be, maybe we'll have a mayor running the city, a governor running the city.
Oh, great.
Governor running.
Governor, Mayor, thank you very much. We have to leave it right here. Thank you, John Paul Okwiri, for the thought-provoking discussion. We appreciate your time. Thanks to our affiliate stations for broadcasting Straight Talk Africa across the continent. Now check out Straight Talk Africa on social media. Like us on Facebook, follow us on X. Be sure to also watch us on YouTube and let us know what you think. I'll see you next time.
Hello, I'm Esther Githuyu. Welcome to Africa 54. Here's what's coming up.
U.S. President Joe Biden is primed to make his final address before the United Nations General Assembly this week. He also is expected to meet separately with global leaders in New York. And the last U.S. service members leave Niger as part of America's military withdrawal. U.S. Africa Command's Major General Kenneth Ekman speaks to VOA about their departure. All this and much more coming up on today's Africa 54.
The annual United Nations meeting of world leaders is underway on Monday with the Summit for the Future. VOA's UN correspondent Margaret Bashir has more.
The UN General Assembly kicked off a marathon week of diplomacy with a Summit for the Future.
I called for this summit because our world is heading off the rails and we need tough decisions to get back on track.
The signature event adopted by consensus a wide-ranging Pact for the Future, a blueprint aimed at ensuring that international institutions can deliver in a world that has changed dramatically since they were created in 1945. Russia, which raised numerous objections to elements of the pact as the months-long negotiations were wrapping up last week, sought to amend the document moments before its adoption, but failed. The pact has lofty goals for eradicating poverty, ending hunger, and building peaceful and inclusive societies. It also seeks to bridge the digital divide. Now the hard work of implementing it begins.
But our people know instinctively that this will only be talk unless there's a fundamental change in what we do and how we do it, and who is seen and heard in the corridors of decision-making.
The Secretary General met one-on-one with several world leaders Sunday, including Leslie Voltaire, a member of Haiti's Transitional Presidential Council. They discussed the need to ensure an elected government is in place by February 2026, as agreed by Haitian stakeholders, and to work together to boost international support for addressing gang violence and the dire humanitarian situation. The wars in Gaza, Ukraine, and Sudan will be center stage this week. Millions of people have been displaced or made refugees from just these three conflicts, and humanitarian efforts to assist them are under strain.
Humanitarians are not stretchable forever. We also have limitations, and I warn decision makers, politicians, that unless they redouble efforts to put a peaceful end or to negotiate ceasefires at least, we are going to be in trouble.
Grandi expressed concern about spillover from the Gaza war, most recently in Lebanon. He told VOA that an expansion of the conflict may have incalculable consequences.
For more on what's happening at the United Nations General Assembly, I'm joined live from New York by VOA UN correspondent Margaret Bashir. Margaret, what more can you tell us about the Pact for the Future and its impact on Africa?
Hello, Esther. So the Pact, one of the big things for Africa, I think, is Security Council reform. That is something the Africans have been asking for literally decades, and the Pact includes it. The United States said last week that they would be open to 2 permanent seats for African countries. It would be up to Africa to decide which countries get those 2 permanent seats. They wouldn't have veto power under the U.S. Vision of Security Council reform, but it is really important that Security Council expansion is in this Pact for the Future. It's the international consensus that that's what countries want to see. And it even says in the pact that it will redress the historical injustice against Africa, because, as you know, many countries were not even independent. They were still under colonial rule at the time that the Security Council was created after World War II. So they didn't even get a chance, really, to have a permanent seat. So this is something that's very important to many African leaders. And also in the pact that's important for Africa, I think, is the area about reforming the international financial institutions and debt restructuring. A lot of countries in Africa drowning in debt, especially since the pandemic. So that is an important aspect, as is bridging the global digital divide. We see many countries in Africa not online in the numbers that they should be and benefiting from access to information. So also a lot about the pact is listening to the youth, to the next generation, and there's a huge young population on the continent. So these, I think, are some of the main points for Africa.
Margaret, thank you so much. VOA UN correspondent Margaret Bishia live for us from the UN headquarters in New York. Tanzania's Chadema party officials say police arrested top opposition figures on Monday as the authorities moved to block a mass protest in Dar es Salaam. Despite an official ban, the opposition Chadema party had vowed to rally over the alleged kidnapping and killing of its members by security forces. Chadema says its chairman, Freeman Mbowe, and his deputy, Tundu Lissu, were both arrested on Monday. This came as riot police was stationed in key areas across the city to prevent gatherings. VOA's Philip Alexiou spoke with Hassan Mhelela, a reporter with VOA affiliate Azam TV in Dar es Salaam.
Main opposition party has issued a statement saying that over 40 members were arrested in different parts of the country as the police were cracking down on the protest, which was organized by this the main opposition party over what they claim to be kidnapping and disappearance of members by the security forces. So basically, that's what happened. The center of attention or focus of attention was Dar es Salaam, the commercial capital, where the chairman of that party was also arrested, as well as his vice chairman. So we now know that some of those who were arrested have been released, but some of them are still in custody.
Was there much violence involved?
Apparently, the organizers said that they wanted to do a peaceful rally, but the police said that it should not go ahead, regardless of the reasons for organizing it. Now, despite the official ban, the opposition party went ahead. And actually, they vowed to go ahead, but we can say that the gatherings were scattered. It was not one single huge gathering of protesters. In different parts of the country, we have had reports of their supporters gathering to register their protest against the alleged violations of human rights. But it wasn't as big as expected, and the reason was that police had done their homework to prevent it instead of tackling the protesters. And we can see there is a strong presence of police or security across the city. It's unlikely these gatherings will continue, but we are still monitoring.
That was a reporter Hassan Mhelela of VOA affiliate Azam TV in Dar es Salaam speaking with VOA's Philip Alexiou. The last 2 U.S. service members have left Niger as part of America's military withdrawal following the country's July 2023 coup upon agreement reached by the U.S. and Niger in May. The only American service members now in the country are those securing the U.S. Embassy in Niamey. U.S. Africa Command's Major General Kenneth Ekman was one of those 2 service members. VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Bob sat down with General Ekman at the Pentagon just days after the final withdrawal to learn about how the new U.S. military footprint in West Africa is beginning to take shape.
We were down to the last two, and that was the last two Title X DoD members not assigned to the embassy and had to leave by 15 September as was mutually agreed. Our goal in the withdrawal of U.S. forces from Niger was to make it safe, orderly, and responsible. And then our goal through all of this, all the way to the last day, was to preserve strategic options for both nations. We still have shared security objectives. How we will pursue them, either together or apart as a consequence of the withdrawal, remains to be seen, but we wanted to make sure we kept all options on the table. But it is a strategic setback with regards to how each of us pursues our security objectives in the region.
Retired Major General Marcus Hicks, who was the Special Operations Lead for AFRICOM, he said that losing Niger means that we've lost our ability to directly influence counterterrorism and counterinsurgency in the Sahel. Is that true?
So in a regional approach, if there was one country that was most important on our ability to address Sahelian VEO problems, or the Sahelian VEO challenge, it was Niger. So for one of Niger, I talked about it as a strategic setback. The degree to which that setback endures ties to how we reposition and then what our partners want to do with us. So I agree with him in principle, but that is a snapshot in time. All is not lost in where AFRICOM is focused, where the department is focused, and frankly where the interagency is focused, is what do we do next, because our security objectives haven't changed.
But now analysts are telling VOA that Niger could fall to the jihadists. Niger could be next. How likely is it that they could fall?
So their risks have definitely gone up. Their ability to confront violent extremist organizations, intel sharing, partnership with our and other allied forces, it's gotten worse. And so they are a capable force. The degree to which they can handle the problem themselves remains to be seen. It is a fact that in Niger, violent extremist attacks have become more lethal. That's a fact since the coup on 26 July 2023. They've got fewer resources and fewer partners.
So Ivory Coast, Benin, Ghana, these are all countries that General Langley, the head of U.S. Africa Command, has said that the U.S. is talking to as it recalibrates, was the term he used, recalibrates its West Africa presence. There have been reports of the U.S. refurbishing an airfield in Benin to accommodate U.S. aircraft. There's been reports of special forces, U.S. special forces in the Ivory Coast. Can you confirm this, and have you reached a deal with any of these countries?
So the most lethal violent extremist organization threat in the world resides in West Africa, and it resides in the Sahel. It's also spreading. The primary direction of travel is to the southwest. So well prior to the Niger coup, we were already working with partners on what they needed with regards to U.S. presence and capabilities to support their counter-VEO ops. In the Benin case, we started that a while ago. In the Cote d'Ivoire case, it's been really post-coup. So each of them is on their own timeline. If our presence in Niger allowed us to go inside out relative to the Sahelian-based VEO threat, we now have to revert to going outside in. Countries like Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Benin, Chad, our access to them and the degree to which they want to partner with us will influence how we go outside in. Where and if we establish significant presence of forces, probably on a partner base, serving alongside them, doing everything from command and control, personnel recovery, to sustaining them and to medically treating them. And that is something where we're not there yet, and no agreements have been made. There are some cases where, for now, we're definitely not. And so that's true in Nigeria, likewise in Ghana. The ones where things are still kind of under consideration, Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, what we want to do is, within the partners' needs, support their partner-led, U.S.-enabled counter-VEO ops. That's how we're focused.
For more on the U.S. troops' withdrawal from West Africa, I'm joined by VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb. Carla, General Ekman mentioned the importance of Chad, where the U.S. pulled out their forces earlier this year ahead of a presidential election. Is the U.S. bringing forces back into Chad?
Esther, it is sounding and looking a lot like that is the case. The U.S. and Chad have an understanding, according to Major General Ekman, that both sides want U.S. forces back in Chad. They are still ironing out the details at this point, but at this, as they move forward, both tend to want the U.S. to come in. I've been told by General Ekman that the U.S. does want a smaller presence than it had before. The U.S. pulled about 70 special forces out before the election earlier this year. And so they are looking at a smaller presence whenever the details are finalized.
Carla, he also mentioned U.S. troops would not be setting up a larger presence in Ghana, which is a strong military partner of the United States. Did he give a reason for this?
That's right. Ghana is a very strong partner, a military partner with the United States, and he stressed that. And so when I asked him, well, why aren't they interested in having U.S. forces on the ground, he said because they're such a capable force, they are interested in fighting their own fight. They want the United States to provide help, training them, equipping them in order to build their own capacity, but they don't want the U.S. fighting alongside them. This is their fight, they feel like, and they're going to fight this fight alone.
And Carla, who is replacing U.S. troops in Niger now that help outside of the U.S. is no longer there? Who might be helping out to counter extremists?
Well, we've talked about this before. There is a small number of Russian forces that are in Niger. Niger has signed an agreement with the Russians 2 governments ago, so their cooperation is nothing new, but they are having to rely more and more on the Russians, and General Ekman is telling me that the Russians have such a limited presence there, and on the flip side, the United States has pulled out of 2 military bases, the French have pulled out, the Germans have pulled out, so there's a real void in a partnership for Niger, and we will just have to see how this plays out as those violent extremist organizations continue to grow.
And Carla, is the Pentagon concerned about what happens next to the region? Because it's been chaotic, coups, counter-coups, and now extremism in the Sahel, in that area. So what are they saying might be probably coming up in the next couple of months or years?
Absolutely. Major General Michael Langley, the head of U.S. Africa Command, says that AFRICOM needs to recalibrate and is in the process of recalibrating to see where their forces need to be to try to fight this fight, because they have a void now. The intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance that was based in Niger, that has been pulled out, and so it's much harder to keep an eye on these terrorists. And as you mentioned, with all of these coups going on, the State Department has restrictions that the U.S. military serves to uphold democracy. So if there's not a democratic partner to work with, they are very limited on what they can do to help support these nations.
Carla, many thanks for your reporting. VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb reporting live for us from the U.S. military headquarters in Arlington, Virginia. We're excited to hear what you think about Africa 54 and all our VOA Africa programs on our website at voaafrica.com. Still to come, President William Ruto visits Haiti to support Kenya's anti-gang fighting mission. We'll be right back. In other news, severe flooding in Chad since July has claimed at least 503 lives and affected around 1.7 million people, according to the United Nations. The UN's Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs in Chad says floods have destroyed over 212,000 houses, flooded nearly 358,000 hectares of land, and drowned over 69,000 heads of cattle. The son of Uganda's long-serving leader, Yoweri Museveni, says he has abandoned plans to run for presidency in the next election in 2026. Muhoozi Kainerugaba instead is urging his supporters to endorse his father. President Museveni, who has led the country for 38 years, is widely expected to run for a 7th term, even though he has not yet confirmed his candidacy. And a new report by the International Rhino Foundation reveals that the worldwide rhino population has increased slightly, but so have the killings, mostly in South Africa, as poaching fueled by a huge demand for rhino horns remains a top threat. A total of 586 rhinos were killed in Africa in 2023, rising from 551 reported in 2022, according to the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Kenyan President William Ruto says he is open to Kenya's anti-gang fighting mission in the country being converted to a UN peacekeeping operation. Ruto visited violence-plagued Haiti to assess the progress of the multinational security support mission, where Kenya is playing a leading role to curb rampant gang violence that has ushered years of political chaos and mass displacement.
On the suggestion to transit this into a fully UN peacekeeping mission, we have absolutely no problem if that is the direction the UN Security Council want to take.
The mandate of the multinational security support mission, first approved by the UN Security Council for 12 months, is set to expire at the start of October. Kenya was the first nation to send forces as part of a more significant effort by the UN to offer international support to Haiti, which has spiraled into conflict and political turmoil since the assassination of President Jovenel Moise in 2021. For more perspective, VOA's Paul Ndiho spoke with Edgar Githua, an international security and diplomatic expert at Strathmore University in Nairobi, Kenya.
At least the Kenyan contingent currently of 400 soldiers, 400 policemen. So far, so good. They've done a commendable job, of course, with a bit of challenges. Reports indicate they have settled in well. Reports indicate they have been able to work hand in hand with the Haitian police force in reclaiming some of the areas from the gangs. We're talking about the airport. We're talking about one of the big hospitals within Port-au-Prince and some of the residential neighborhoods. And creating a humanitarian corridor that has allowed some Haitians who had run away to come back. So we can say gradually they have gone there. It's been a mixed bag. There have been some few complaints from Haitians who probably want them to move a bit faster. But I think the Kenyans and the Haitian police force are still not at the place where they feel they can move as fast as they want because of the logistics, the lack of resources, and they need, of course, better equipment. But so far, so good.
How significant is this trip for President William Ruto, considering the fact that he's faced a lot of challenges back home?
Yeah.
You have an uprising of young people taking onto the streets, but here we see Kenyans also trying to bring what a lot of people said was not possible, a semblance of peace in Haiti.
The diplomatic optics, number one, for Kenya are very good, and the dividend, Kenya will reap a very huge dividend when this mission eventually concludes in a successful manner. For President William Ruto, there are two things. Number one, he silences all the naysayers who told him, you are sending our boys to go and die. You're sending us into a bloodbath. So that in itself gives him that moral authority to tell them, I know what I was talking about. I told you our boys were ready for this. On the flip side, when the Kenyans, when we watch documentaries and we see Kenyans succeeding, it also gives us confidence and trust that we have a police force that is able to do a lot. And then, of course, on the flip side, the bigger question now for us becomes, then why can't they quell the banditry in our own country? Why can't they deal with our own internal security issues that have become a problem here and there? But having said that, Kenya gains diplomatically. It raises our stature. We are able to attract military aid. We are able to attract security aid. We are able to be a country that can be relied on, not only in the region, but in Africa. Post-conflict reconstruction, Paul, is usually a very long process. It is not a walk in the park. Today, things could be working out because of, we have the goodwill and the support of the Haitians. If after 4 or 5 months, the Haitians begin to become impatient, feeling like the Kenyans are really not bringing the change, the radical change we thought they would bring, when the ground starts shifting, the gangs start becoming stronger. We have to train the police force. At some point, we have to disarm those gangs. At some point, we have to convince Barbecue, Jimmy Cherizier and his gangs to lay down their weapons. That is a long, drawn process. And so you want to make hay while the sun is shining. You want to make as many gains as possible.
Edgar Githua is an international security and diplomatic expert at Strathmore University in Nairobi, Kenya. And that's our show for today. Be sure to watch Africa 54 on our website at voaafrica.com. From all of us here in Washington, thanks for watching.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Bunganyi. This week on the Red Carpet, we chat with the creators of Kunda Kids, a TV series that caters to African kids born in the diaspora. The Paris Olympics have just ended, but some die-hard fans are already planning for the 2028 Summer Games in Los Angeles, California. We follow the story of Vivian Robinson, an Olympic superfan. Program in Harlem, led by a local who nearly missed their opportunity in the fashion industry, is harnessing community talent to address the lack of progress in promoting minorities within the New York City's global fashion industry. We got those stories, plus for the first time in over 20 years, 2 American semi-finalists appeared in both the men's and women's tournaments at the US Open, including Sierra Leonean American Frances Tiafoe. Let's get on with the show. This year's 25th edition of the Woodstower Music Festival in Miribel, France, was an unforgettable 4-day celebration of rap and electro music. The festival was headlined by some of the biggest names in French-speaking rap, including Senegalese-born rapper Cyprien Noir, known for his rise from the underground scene in 2008 to becoming the first French rapper to represent luxury brand Yves Saint Laurent. African children born in the diaspora often face challenges in connecting with their culture and traditions. The creators of the popular YouTube series Kunda and Friends are addressing this by producing engaging children's content designed to help young Africans abroad reconnect with their heritage. Louisa Kiwana Olufai tells me that the series offers stories and lessons about African culture, providing much-needed representation and fostering cultural pride among diaspora youth. Let's check it out.
We're going to talk about the beautiful continent of Africa and all of the countries that make up our lovely home.
So Kunda and Friends is a project that we created at Kunda Kids, which is a company that my husband and I, who's also my co-founder, created. So as new parents in 2020, we had our son, and being mixed heritage Nigerian and Ugandan, we really wanted to be able to find content for him that celebrated his heritage, that was educational, that was uplifting. But unfortunately, a lot of that really wasn't available, and we didn't see it and struggled to find it. So when we would be watching YouTube shows, when we would be trying to find books and resources for our son, we were like, not only where are the Black people, where is the representation of African heritage, and how is my son supposed to see himself through the content that he watches?
With that in mind, Louisa and her husband decided that the best course forward was to develop a TV show that catered to the educational needs of their child, but with the idea of expanding it for the benefit of the millions of African kids born in the diaspora.
From Ghana to Namibia, from Zimbabwe to Cote d'Ivoire.
I think quite often Africa is represented, especially to children, as some homogenous thing that's the same. It's just safaris and animals. And I do a lot of work and engagement work in schools with educators and children. And I still get asked sometimes by children, do people wear shoes in Africa? Do they sleep with lions? Do we sleep in huts? And there is not an awareness that, there's so much technological innovation coming out of Africa, that Africa is a continent is so influential to the development even that we see in the West. So we really wanted to rewrite that for the next generation of global citizens. When we see children running around, I think we don't realize that they're going to be the decision makers for us in our old age. And in order for them to be well informed and to be confident and make the right decisions, then we have to give them the right information.
And the right resources. So why did you choose to focus, let's say, I guess, on African history and culture in a preschool series? And how do you ensure that these themes resonate with these young audiences?
Well, children's media is their window to the world. So it is how they learn about other people and places that are beyond their immediate sort of circle of influence. So it's how they learn about different countries, different people, different foods, different cultures. Media is a window. Television, books, radio is a window to the world. And if they are lacking in information about anywhere, whether it's Africa, whether it's the Americas, whether it's Europe, they will not have a complete story of the world that they live in.
For the first time in over 20 years, there were two American semi-finalists in both men's and women's tournaments at the US Open. One of them was Frances Tiafoe, an alumnus of the Junior Tennis Champions Center in College Park, Maryland. There where Russian visited the center where Tiafoe still trains between tennis tournaments. Rafael Sakov and Karina Bafradazian have the story narrated by Anne Rice.
Here on the courts of the Junior Tennis Champions Center in College Park, Maryland, or JTCC, then 4-year-old Frances Tiafoe learned how to play tennis. The son of immigrants from Sierra Leone, Tiafoe and his twin brother Franklin spent hours practicing here multiple days a week. Their father, who helped build the center, later got a job as a janitor. For more than a decade, the Tiafoe family slept in one of the offices, recalls one of Tiafoe's coaches and senior director of player development at JTCC, Alisama Agnamba.
When I first got here 20-something years ago, and during that time, Francis' dad obviously works here, and Francis automatically started playing tennis here as a young kid, and he fell in love with the sport since then.
Tiafoe has come a long way, and Friday's place at the US Open semifinals was his second in New York and at Grand Slam tournaments in general. He's only the fourth American tennis player since 2000 who has managed to do that, after Andre Agassi, Pete Sampras, and Andy Roddick. 2 years ago, when Tiafoe defeated Spain's Rafael Nadal, he became the first black man to advance to a US Open semi-final since Arthur Ashe in 1972. Tiafoe did it on the main court, bearing Ashe's name.
It was pretty much like always apparent that he was a huge talent. While I was here, I would hear so many accolades from the other coaches that worked with him.
While in women's tournaments, sisters Serena and Venus Williams have long set the winning tone, there have been fewer such talented players among African American men. Even now, despite world fame and being one of the main characters of Netflix's docu-series about tennis players called Breakpoint, Tiafoe, currently ranked 20th in the world, doesn't forget the place where it all began.
This is Francis' home. He's always here. Whenever he's here in Maryland, this is where he spends time. He loves coming here, playing with some of our top juniors here, and they just signing autograph for the young.
Junior players say it's amazing to hang out with the famous JTCC alum.
He's like a really good inspiration to like everybody in the academy, because like when he comes, everybody comes to see him train. He's always like very positive. Everybody says hi to everybody.
Everyone knows he has so much fun on the court, and it's so exciting to watch him play all the time. And he's a great guy in general.
Inspiring the next generation while adding to his own legacy, Tiafoe is still pursuing his dreams. For Rafael Sarkyan and Karina Bafrajan in College Park, Maryland, Anna Rice, VOA News.
New York City is one of the fashion capitals of the world, but the industry has made fewer strides in advancing and promoting minorities. In the uptown neighborhood of Harlem, a program is tapping into community talent led by a local who almost missed out on the industry entirely. Tina Tree reports.
When I sit at the sewing machine, or if I'm at the table working on something, I'm in my sanctuary. I've grown to really, really love what I do. I don't like it, I love it.
Henry Smith is a master tailor and sewing instructor in New York City. As a young man growing up in Harlem, it's work he never imagined for himself.
I was in church one Sunday morning and this lady came up to me and she asked me if I wanted to learn how to sew. I was like, no, I don't want to learn how to sew because sewing is for girls.
The offer came at a time when life at home had become difficult. His father had remarried after his mother's death, and Smith's relationship with him and his stepmother had grown estranged.
I was angry. Very, very angry, so much to the point that I had made it up in my mind that I needed both of them to feel the hurt that I was feeling. And this was on a Friday that I came up with this idea that when I left the house Monday morning to go to school, that I was going to commit a very heinous act.
But that Sunday at church, when a congregant saw a different future for Smith, she offered to pay for a local tailoring program.
She said, baby, she said, I looked into your eyes from across the church. She said, and I saw something in your eyes that said if somebody didn't intervene in your life, you was going to make a mistake that was going to cost you your life itself. And she wasn't lying.
Smith studied at the Manhattanville Needle Trade School, opened by Marian Anderson, the first African-American licensed to teach tailoring in New York City.
He was everything that I needed. He was the counselor, he was my father, he was my mentor, he was my friend. And with that relationship, it changed my mindset as to what I was going to do the very next day.
Smith now has his own custom tailoring business in Harlem, a predominantly African-American neighborhood in New York. He's also teaching the next generation of seamsters at Sew Harlem, a business incubator for local creatives and entrepreneurs. It's a vital addition to New York's fashion scene, known the world over for its influence, but notably lacking in its diversity. One of the main causes is the lack of mentors and sponsorships for minorities, but not in this corner of the city. For Smith, giving back is personal.
I embrace people based on my past, based on how I got to be where I am, because you never know what someone comes into this atmosphere with.
Giving others an opportunity that can make all the difference, much like the one given to him over 30 years ago. For this accomplished tailor, it's a life dedicated to helping others fashion theirs.
The Paris Olympics have just ended, but some die-hard fans are already planning for the 2028 Summer Games in Los Angeles, California. Vivian Robinson is one of them.
the self-described Olympic superfan, has been following the game's flame all over the world. Angelina Bagdasarian has the story, narrated by Anne Rice.
An Olympic superfan, California native Vivian Robinson gets recognized by people visiting her state from all over the world. Jade, visiting from France, is an admirer.
I saw her in TikTok and I saw the video and it's cool, and I saw her, I want to take a picture with her.
She calls herself the Olympics' biggest fan and dresses the part. The Paris Olympics were her 7th Games, and she made headlines while visiting.
Ones that I've been to is Australia, Athens, London, Rio, LA, Atlanta, and France. 7 Olympics. Every second the people on the street would stop me and say, I see you on Instagram, I saw you on TikTok, I saw you on the news. It was just unbelievable.
Robinson lives in Los Angeles and has been in love with the Olympics since 1984.
In 1984, my mom was a volunteer at the LA Olympics in '84. She used to take the press to meet the athletes and translate in French, and she'd bring me home pins.
Robinson says she's ecstatic the next Summer Olympics are going to be in her home city of Los Angeles. It's less expensive for her, and the weather is pretty much guaranteed to be sunny.
Thank you for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voaafrica.com. We are also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye everyone.
This week on Healthy Living, the World Health Organization warns of an ongoing global outbreak of cholera. Aid relief agencies intensify efforts to contain a cholera outbreak in Sudan. And is boiling water always safe to drink? We'll have the answer in True or False. Plus, Bill Gates speaks out on the global malnutrition crisis in an exclusive interview with VOA. We'll have these stories and more in this edition of Healthy Living. Hello, I'm Lina Khmoudou. Thank you for joining us for another edition of Healthy Living. Get this, death from cholera soared by 71% in 2023 compared to the previous year. So far this year, more than 342,000 cases and 2,400 deaths of the diarrheal disease have been recorded in 22 countries, according to the World Health Organization. WHO says conflict, climate change, and safe water and sanitation, poverty and displacement have contributed to the rise of cholera infections. A cholera outbreak is affecting Sudan, particularly in the states of Kassala, Gedaref, and River Nile. Sudan's Ministry of Health has recorded more than 5,000 cases of cholera infections and at least 191 deaths. Doctors Without Borders has set up several centers to treat patients in an effort to stem the spiraling out of control infections. Here is more with Blanche Sanou, narrated by Anthony Labruto.
Sudan has been hit by torrential rains for several weeks, leading to the displacement of thousands of people. There has been an increase in cases of diarrheal diseases, especially among children. The state of Kassala has been especially impacted by cholera, and authorities have appealed to the international community for urgent and immediate assistance.
The current status for cholera since now, we cannot say that today the situation is under control. We still have a lot of challenges from everywhere. And currently in the CTC now, we have 261 patients. And still now we continue to receive new admissions.
The World Health Organization has stated that more than 455,000 additional doses of vaccines will be sent to Sudan to help the country tackle the cholera epidemic.
Today we receive many patients come in critical state, and for us to save those patients, it becomes very difficult because they come with gasping, and to save those patients, it's very difficult.
Cholera is an acute diarrheal infection caused by the consumption of contaminated food or water. The disease causes diarrhea, severe hydration, and can lead to death within hours.
So today there is many reasons. The first one is access of water. There is no access of water in terms of quality and sanitation inside the IDPs camp, refugees camp, and also in the community.
The war has led the country to the brink of famine, and humanitarian organizations denounce insecurity and bureaucratic measures that hinder the delivery of aid, a situation made worse by floods and poor road conditions.
Desiree Buyana Misati is in charge of the National Health Promotion Communication Program of the Congolese Ministry of Health in North Kivu Province. He discusses some of the challenges as well as advances in the fight against cholera.
Cholera is a disease that causes the body to lose fluids frequently, causing dehydration. This dehydration leads to death. The treatment mainly consists of products that aim to rehydrate the body. Additionally, some antibiotics can be added to the treatment protocol and are highly effective against Vibrio bacteria. Regarding the water supply system in displaced persons camps, both governments and partners provide support, such as large trucks to deliver water to the displaced camps. However, during a recent assessment, we found that the water supplied to IDPs is still insufficient. Sometimes days go by without the displaced people receiving water. We have found that this lack of water is a root cause of some cholera cases that arise in the camps. We had organized some vaccination campaigns, but even the vaccine manufacturers have determined that to be effective, vaccinations must be accompanied by other steps that I mentioned. Hygiene measures such as clean water and sanitation and the availability of water in households, as well as environmental hygiene. This includes waste disposal, treatment, and monitoring water far from the population, along with household hygiene like cleaning utensils and all the materials and tools used in households. This reinforces the effectiveness of vaccines, even though these vaccines, according to the manufacturers, have an efficacy rate of only 60%. There is still a remaining 40% that depends on the hygiene measures we must implement.
It is often said that boiling water is a sufficient way to kill all microbes. Is it true or false? Medical experts say boiling water is one method of water disinfection. Boiling water can help eliminate certain contaminants like viruses, pathogenic bacteria, protozoa, and more because they cannot survive boiling temperatures. Bacteria begin to die at 149 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 65 degrees Celsius, but boiling water for at least 1 minute is a good precaution. However, this does not guarantee safe water, as boiling does not address issues such as toxic chemicals, heavy metals, radioactive materials, and more. Boiled water is generally considered safe to drink, but should not be used for extended periods of time if possible. More than 400 million children the world over are not getting the nutrients they need to grow and thrive. According to the WHO, nearly half of deaths among children under 5 are linked to undernutrition. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has released the 2024 Goalkeepers Report, which emphasizes the devastating burden of malnutrition and explores innovations that can help tackle the crisis. In an exclusive interview, I spoke with Bill Gates, co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, who explains why malnutrition is a crisis that needs more attention and resources.
Well, we've always known that malnutrition is an underlying cause, but it's been as we have an effort we call CHAMPS, where we actually look at thousands of deaths and see, okay, what are the factors involved? And that's the data that showed that it's, higher percentage than you would expect. It's over half of those deaths if the kid hadn't been malnourished. So when most people hear the word malnutrition, they'll think of situations where there's a food shortage, an extreme food shortage, like a famine. And although that does happen and it's tragic, that's not the main case for malnutrition. Malnutrition's happening where some kid doesn't get the right diet, gets some diarrheal episode, and their gut, including the microbiome part of their gut, is inflamed, and so they're not able to take advantage of the food. And so, we studied with our African scientists, we looked at twins where one twin would do well and one wouldn't, and then, took samples to understand, okay, exactly what's going on and how do you stop that? And so it's partly micronutrients that are missing, things like iron, zinc, vitamin A. It's partly a lack of protein, where there you should think milk and eggs are the main source. And so we have a variety of ways of intervening, some of which are very inexpensive. Of course, a critical period for nutrition, people might be surprised, is during pregnancy. That is, before you're born, your mother's nutrition affects your entire life, how your brain and body develops. And so one of the exciting new interventions is giving pregnant mothers additional vitamins. We've always traditionally given them iron and folic acid, but by adding 4 others, which is only a few dollars per pregnancy, we see that the health of the mother and the health of the baby are substantially improved. And so what we're asking for, which just does show a sense of optimism, because the world is very distracted, and getting the debt relief and getting these aid levels back to where they were, as we're raising money for the Child Nutrition Fund, for Gavi that funds the vaccines, for Global Fund, we're finding it more difficult. We're not able to raise even the same amount as we raised in the past. And to me, that's tragic. It's a misallocation of resources. Resources are short, but these are cases where you're saving lives for a few thousand per life saved, and particularly through nutrition, you're creating the human resource, which is the future of not just the individuals, but these countries as well. It's those young, innovative Africans that'll allow these economies over time to reach, middle income or, even higher levels. And so, the fact that we have these nutrition problems, but now the research understandings that we're the biggest funder of the work in that area. We're trying to give people a sense of hope, but it is a time where the attention to these issues is not as high as it was, or I think it deserves to be.
The Nigerian authorities and the CDC have adopted rapid testing for mpox at Nigeria's key entry points as part of heightened surveillance for the detection of the virus. Timothy Obiezu reports from Abuja on some of the emergency measures Nigerian authorities and the CDC are taking against the spread of the new mpox variant.
At Nigeria's National Reference Laboratory in Abuja, health workers are speeding up sample testing for mpox. The measure follows the designation of the disease by the Africa CDC last week as a public health emergency. Jide Idris, Director General of the Nigerian CDC, says up until now this year, the organization has recorded only 39 cases of mpox and no mpox-related deaths, but he warned it's important to stay vigilant.
It's because of people coming from outside, travelers from outside, especially those areas where these diseases are occurred. We need to be sure that we do not we trace just to curtail spread of especially drone into the country.
Africa's top public health agency declared an mpox emergency after reporting nearly 3,000 confirmed cases of the virus, with over 500 deaths in 13 African countries this year. Disease epidemiologist and chair of the Africa CDC's Emergency Consultative Group, Salim Abdul Karim, warns that more needs to be done to test for the virus.
The evidence we have on the number of cases, the number of deaths, they are just the tip of the iceberg. And the reason is that mpox is largely a mild condition. We have limited surveillance. We have limited capacity to do the testing that's required.
But analysts say stigma and misinformation could significantly hamper the country's response efforts against mpox.
There should be some unconventional medium of sharing this warning and information. It can get to the grassroots so that you can be able to prevent it. But just going on radios and just television is not enough.
In 2020, the WHO declared mpox an international health emergency after cases were reported in over 70 countries. While Nigeria braces for a possible outbreak, public health analysts say more proactive measures and international cooperation are needed to eliminate the threat. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
That's our show for today. For more health news, wellness tips, and medical breakthroughs, stay connected to Voice of America at voaafrica.com. You can follow me on X at Linochmudu. Until next time, stay well and strive to make every day a healthy day.
Hello and welcome to the news on NTA International. I am Elizabeth Omori. Let's take a look at the headlines. Vice President Shatima attends 79th UNGA. Civil Society Situation Room commends electoral umpire for deployment of bimodal voter accreditation system for Edo governorship poll. Plus, China unveils fresh stimulus to boost ailing economy. Nigeria has solicited the support of Finland. Nigeria is seeking a swift response towards addressing the increasing challenges of climate change, which is fast sweeping across the globe. Addressing the 79th General Assembly of the UN, Vice President Kashim Shettima, who recounted the recent flood disaster which swept through Maiduguri, called on world leaders to tackle the menace, noting that common challenge requires a common solution.
Reason why the UN exists, but the task of prevention becomes all the more difficult when conflict becomes normalized, when even the condemnation of violence and civilian casualties and calls for a ceasefire are somehow regarded as controversial. As we emphasize at the Abuja high-level ministerial meeting, we must renew our focus on conflict prevention. Indeed, addressing the root causes of conflict is often the first step towards providing long-term solutions. Clearly, some of the root causes of conflict are social in nature, including poverty, hunger, ignorance, inequality, and exclusion, as well as other forms of injustice. In the Sudan, other parts of our continent and further afield, foreign actors are exacerbating these tensions to prolong conflict and deepen the suffering of innocent people.
Expressed worries over the increasing rate of military takeover in the Sahel region and such the intervention of the United Nations.
We are for all possible changes of government. We can also recognize the impatience in cities and villages as a sometimes slow and grinding turn of the wheel of democracy. Our people need employment. They need decent livelihoods. They desire good and affordable education and health care for their children and families. They need to live in healthy, safe, and secure environments. They need hope and they need opportunity. They desire to live in peace and tranquility, to pursue whatever gives them happiness and contentment. When governments fail to deliver, the people are bound to question the utility of democracy and other ideals like rule of law. The global debt burden undermines the capacity of countries and governments to meet the needs of their citizens. Creeping trade barriers and protectionist policies are destroying the hopes for prosperity of peoples and nations. Unbridled competition, rather than cooperation, is discouraging incentives driving our investments.
Still on the 79th session, Nigeria has solicited the support of Finland in its pursuit of a permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila reports that Vice President Kashim Shettima, at a meeting with the President of the Republic of Finland, Alexander Stubb, on the sidelines of the ongoing 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly in New York. He said the support has become necessary given Finland's role as a European and NATO member, and considering the role Nigeria has played over the years in entrenching democratic values and peaceful cohesion. Nigeria has already indicated interest in the UN Security Council seat following calls for reforms and expansion of the Council by some UN member countries. President Stubb of Finland expressed total support for the expansion and reconstruction of the UN Security Council, saying the dynamics of the modern world demand much and such change. In a related development, at the meeting between Vice President Kashim Shettima and the African Union Chairperson Moussa Faki Mahamat, Vice President Kashim Shettima expressed the need for consolidation of democracy as well as peaceful collaborations. The Vice President indicated Nigeria's interest in hosting the African Central Bank, maintaining that Africa has come of age to host one. The AU chairperson thanked Nigeria for its role in stabilizing Africa, adding that the AU will continue to ensure that African stability and peace remain priority. Now, Nigeria has reaffirmed its commitment to fostering stronger international partnerships and deepening relations with member states of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States, OACPS, on the sidelines of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Vice President Kashim Shettima stated this at a high-level OACPS meeting chaired by Angola, reiterating the importance of solidarity among member states in the face of numerous global challenges. He emphasized Nigeria's commitment to the organization's goals while addressing pressing national concerns. Vice President Shettima used the opportunity to address Nigeria's recent inclusion on a high-risk jurisdiction list for anti-money laundering concerns, saying this sets the record straight. He also engaged in constructive dialogue with international partners. The Secretary General, Georges Rebelo Pinto Chikoti, lauded Nigeria as a motto of the OACPS and an important member state, noting the meeting aims to strengthen cooperation with Nigeria and expressed gratitude for the country's significant contributions. It reiterated the importance of strengthening partnerships between OACPS member states and the European Union, focusing on crucial collaborations in areas such as environment, infrastructure, education, and business development. Still on the meeting, the Minister of Defense, Mohammed Abubakar Badaru, reiterated Nigeria's dedication to the Treaty of Pelidaba, saying that Africa as a nuclear weapon-free zone is beneficial to the continent. The minister stated this during the launching of Friends of Fissile Material Cut-off Treaty hosted by Japan's Prime Minister, Mr. Kishida, at the United Nations General Assembly 79th in the U.S. Nigeria joined other countries at the event to launch a campaign for a treaty that prohibits the production of fissile material for nuclear weapons and other nuclear explosive devices by limiting the quantitative improvement of nuclear weapons. The minister stated that Nigeria and the African continent shall remain committed to the Treaty of Pelidaba. He also noted that Nigeria is playing a leading advocacy role for nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. Badr highlighted that strengthening NPT, FMCT will enhance transparency and cooperation between nuclear and non-nuclear states that will enhance peaceful nuclear energy. And back home, an action plan for a new policy to facilitate more women in trade in West Africa has been adopted by the ECOWAS Commission. The validation meeting in Abuja also tasked member states to immediately domesticate the policy for implementation. Kelvin Elnwai reports.
Women account for about 70% of the informal trade and commerce in West Africa. But disparity in trade policies of member states is an impediment to the ability of women to play active roles in regional trade. This meeting of trade officials of member states facilitated by the ECOWAS Commission is to streamline those policies and review them with an objective of adopting a gender-based action plan that will enable women, trade associations across the region, harness opportunities available in free trade for women empowerment and economic growth. For Nigeria, the move will further consolidate government intervention for small-scale businesses run by women, currently implemented by the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment.
We are hoping to harvest areas from our African neighbors where policies, directional policies, can be put in place that will be workable. Because it's one thing to have policies and it's another thing to have workable policies.
We work with the Women Traders Association for them to take advantage of the EFCFTA. That is a huge market in Africa, and we believe that women should play a major role in connecting African countries through trade.
The action plan expected from the meeting is to be ratified and domesticated by member states of ECOWAS as a policy guide on gender and trade. In Abuja, Kelvin Ewonwaye, NTA News.
In Guinea, reactions have trailed the announcement by representatives of the ruling military junta in favor of their leader, who is contesting for the next presidential election. Comfort Fashion brings us details.
Business was slower than usual in Guinea's capital, Conakry, as an opposition call to protest gathered little momentum 3 years after the military seized power. The opposition in the West African nation had called for a peaceful protest to denounce the junta's crackdown on dissent and to demand a return to civilian rule by the end of the year. Reports say, though the demand went largely unheeded, activities in the capital was nonetheless slower than usual. Meanwhile, citizens are beginning to express their views on the willingness of the junta leader, Mamadi Doumbouya, to stand in the next presidential election.
Le président a ouvertement dit que ni lui,
Amadou Barre, president of the Citizens Union for Emergence of Guinea, said The president has already openly said that neither he nor any member of the ruling National Committee of Reconciliation will stand as a candidate. So in his own opinion, he thinks the head of state should respect his commitments because it is the only solution for peace and social tranquility in the country. While Abdul Majid Ba, on his part, said that they want Damboya to be an equal candidate, just like any other leaders who are seeking the supreme authority. He says he does not think anyone should refuse Damboya because it will be an open competition and the Guineans will elect the president. Under international pressure, the junta had initially pledged to hand over power to elected civilians by the end of 2024. However, it has since made little secret of its intention to renege on this commitment. General Damboya is due to return from China, where he attended a summit along with hosts of other African leaders. And no official activities were planned for the 3-year anniversary of the junta's takeover of power, which brought an end to civilian President Alpha Conde's more than decade-long rule. Comforts, fashion. NTA News.
Still on foreign stories, it is less than 2 months to Senegal's early legislative elections scheduled for November 17. Political parties are preparing for contests with just 4 days left for the submission of the list of their candidates for validation by the Ministry of Interior. One of the most notable developments is the formation of a new coalition called the Bloc of Liberals and Democrats. The alliance includes 40 political parties, notably the Alliance for the Republic of former President Macky Sall and Remy, led by former Prime Minister Idrissa Seck. Meanwhile, Morocco and Senegal have signed a pact for the exchange of experience, knowledge transfer, technical assistance and the development of joint projects in various fields to promote sustainable development, good governance, climate change, waste management and circular economy. The agreement was initiated by Morocco's Minister of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development, Leila Benali, and Senegal's Minister of Environment and Ecological Transition, Daouda Ngom. It is also part of ongoing consultations between the Kingdom of Morocco and the Republic of Senegal and will give new impetus to strategic cooperation projects in environment and ecological transition. In a statement, Morocco's Minister of Energy says the partnership reflects the strong relations between the two countries, other than that the agreement focuses particularly on environmental governance and circular economy. According to the minister, it is an important step in strengthening cooperation between the two countries, which are already linked by several agreements. Senegal's Minister of Environment and Ecological Transition noted that the agreement would enable both parties work on several aspects linked to particular interests of areas such as environmental governance, climate change, and preserving of biodiversity. Now, China's central bank unveils a raft of measures to boost the country's ailing economy as it battles a prolonged property sector debt crisis, coupled with pressure and high youth unemployment. Central bank chief at a press conference in Beijing told journalists that it will cut down rates in a bid to boost growth. Comfort Fashion brings us details.
The world's second largest economy is yet to achieve a highly anticipated post-pandemic recovery, and its leadership has set a goal of 5% growth in 2024. China's central bank on Tuesday unveiled fresh measures to boost the struggling economy, cutting the amount of cash banks must hold in reserve and lowering key interest rates. Pan Gongsheng told a news conference in Beijing that China will reduce the reserve requirement ratio and the policy interest rate and drive the market's benchmark interest rate downward. He added that the reserve requirement ratio will be cut by 0.5 percentage points in the near future to provide long-term liquidity to the financial markets of about 1 trillion yuan. PAN says Beijing would also lower the interest rate of existing mortgage loans and unify the down payment ratios for mortgage loans, and that it will guide commercial banks to lower the interest rate of existing mortgage loans to the vicinity of the interest rate of newly issued loans. The move will inject around $1 trillion yuan, that's the equivalent of $141.7 billion in long-term liquidity into the financial markets. And PAN assures that the decision is expected to benefit 150 million people across the country and lower the average annual household interest bill by about 150 billion yuan. Reports say that China's economy is battered by a prolonged property sector debt crisis, continued deflationary pressure, and high unemployment rates. Comfort, fashion, NTA News.
You're watching the news on NTA International. Let's take a break. The news continues shortly.
Did you know that President Bola Tinubu has approved the suspension of import duties and tariffs on rice, maize, and other essential food items? 5 months. The president has also approved the suspension of import duties on pharmaceutical raw materials and equipment. This will help bring down the prices of food and drugs across the country. All hands are on deck to ensure that things get better for all Nigerians. This is the renewed hope.
Thanks for staying. President Bola Tinubu has transmitted an additional 2024 supplementary budget proposal for the Federal Capital Territory to the House of Representatives for consideration and passage by lawmakers. Upon resumption, the Green Chamber also adjourned plenary after an abridged session to honor the memory of late Senator Ifeanyi Ubah. National Assembly correspondent Mitari Ikmen reports.
Resumption of plenary after 2 months of parliamentary recess was characterized by the usual exchange of banters among lawmakers. Speaker Tajuddin Abbas thereafter read the president's proposal for an additional 2024 supplementary budget for the Federal Capital Territory.
This supplementary budget proposal has been prepared on the basis of the FCT's reviewed revenue and expenditure forecast, and is aligned with the fiscal and developmental policies of the federal government and the renewed hope agenda. With it, the FCTA continues to prioritize improvement of human capital and infrastructure within the Federal Capital Territory.
The House then adjourned plenary in line with its tradition to honor late Senator Ifeanyi Ubah, who died during the recess.
His passing is a great loss to the National Assembly, his family, and the country as a whole.
This is the first substantive session after the unfortunate demise of Senator Ubah. We're back, with regular plenary sittings, and we have certain areas that we anticipate that we would have, a lot of concentration on. First of all, we're expecting the 2025 appropriation proposal from the president, from the executive arm of government, and we anticipate that should come in sometime about October.
Major expectation is MTEF, medium-term financial expenditure framework of the Mr. President, which will now form the basis upon which the budget 2025 will be premised.
And then we expect that there will be several motions and bills that will come on board after our engagement with our constituencies.
The House is one of the most effective part of this government because, we are grassroots oriented. Most of us, we don't have any other place to go to. We must go home. And we feel the impact of everything, positive or negative, directly. So we must act very well.
Meanwhile, plenary and other legislative activities will resume on Wednesday, 25th September 2024, with an expected inauguration of a joint ad hoc committee to investigate challenges in the oil and gas sector. From the National Assembly, Mitaire Ikben, NTA News.
Senate resumes plenary after 2 months of recess to attend to legislative business. Among them, requests from the President for the confirmation of appointees, including the Acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekere Ekun. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali brings us details.
The President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, after exchange of pleasantries with colleagues on the first day of plenary, read a string of letters from President Tinubu requesting confirmation of the acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, the National Coordinator of National Social Investment Program, and 21 others as commissioners of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission. Also transmitted for parliamentary approval is an additional 2024 supplementary budget of the Federal Capital Territory to improve human capital and infrastructure. The President, however, notified the Senate of his decision to withhold assent to the bill that seeks to increase the retirement age for some categories of staff of the National Assembly and legislative houses across the country from 60 to 65.
Upon thorough examination and careful consideration, I have decided to withhold my assent to the bill. This decision is made in accordance with the powers vested in me by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
While welcoming legislators from races, Akpabio urged them to inspire hope in the hearts of Nigerians by reminding citizens that their dreams are valid and aspirations achievable.
I implore each and every one of you to continue to reflect upon the weight of the responsibilities that we bear as legislators in the current situation. We are indeed the voice of the people, entrusted with a sacred mandate to advocate for their rights and elevate their living standards. The challenges we face may seem formidable, yet we are also poised to confront them with unwavering candor and relentless determination, and together we shall succeed.
The former Chief Whip of the Senate, Senator Ojiuzo Kalu, also commends the federal government for various interventions, urging that more should be done to cushion current economic hardship.
We feel that the reformation going on now have never happened in the last 60 years. No president, as I'm telling you, had the courage to do what President Tinubu is doing now. It's about courage. But I appeal to federal government, I appeal to the president to know how he can bring succor quickly.
In line with tradition, Senate suspended consideration of all items on the order paper in honor of late Senator Ifeanyi Ubah, representing Anambra South, who died during the 2024 annual recess. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
Has commended the National Media Complaints Commission, the Nigerian Media Ombudsman, for its impartial and thorough investigation, which found Daily Trust report on the Samoa Agreement to be inaccurate, misleading, and not in line with the Code of Ethics for Nigerian journalists. The federal government has equally commended the recommendations made by the NMCC, including the directive to Daily Trust to issue a public apology for its false report on the Samoa Agreement and take measures to prevent future occurrence. In a statement, the Special Assistant on Media to the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Rabiu Ibrahim, says the ruling serves as a testament to the importance of journalistic integrity and accountability, and a reminder to the crucial role the media plays in shaping public perception through truthful and accurate reporting. The public, he notes, expects that news outlets will adhere strictly to professional ethics and conduct by ensuring that their reportage is factual, fair and balanced to avoid injurious reporting such as the one done by Daily Trust. The statement adds that the federal government recognizes that a free press is a pillar of democracy, but with this freedom comes the responsibility to report news in a manner that is accurate and devoid of misinformation. A bit from the judiciary, there is a consensus amongst the heads of courts at various levels to continue to work hard to guard the independence and sanctity of the judiciary. This formed the core of the 2024 Roundtable for Heads of Courts in Abuja. Dele Atumbi reports.
The Roundtable for Heads of Court is an annual forum at the instance of National Judicial Institute with the core objective of deepening the leadership competencies and capacities of heads of courts in order to enhance the effective functioning of the Nigerian judiciary. In view of the enormity of issues surrounding judicial leadership, particularly the challenges associated with their roles as heads of courts, the platform avails the heads of court the opportunity to engage in active discussions and cross-fertilize ideas on how best to improve their performance. It also affords them the ample time to collectively map out strategies for the advancement of the judiciary. The forum is of the view that the independence of the judiciary is critical to the rule of law, as only an independent and truly varied judiciary can safeguard the freedoms and rights of citizens and also ensure access to justice for all and sundry. The heads of court roundtable canvasses adequate and prompt funding of the judiciaries in all jurisdictions across the country.
As heads of court, you are revered pace setters. You must set down the right examples for your brother judges through your commitment to upholding the principles of justice, accountability, and fairness.
Effective court management system must be put in place for courts to swiftly discharge their functions. To this end, the National Judicial Policy, which was formulated by the National Judicial Council in 2016, reiterated thus, and the court strategies shall be put in place to achieve the goals of judicial administration.
The roundtable with the team strengthening the legal and judicial systems in Nigeria is aimed at repositioning the judiciary in Nigeria. In Abuja, Dele Atumbi, NTA News.
Now let's talk governance and peace. African leaders must develop the culture of peace in their quest for power and allow the people to determine who governs them in order to reduce the tension and violence gradually enveloping the continent. Former President Goodluck Jonathan, who was a guest at the 2024 International Peace Day, is concerned that despite this, many African leaders have shifted attention from entrenching good governance to grabbing and retaining power. David Irie brings us details.
The 2024 International Day of Peace, organized by the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, is mainly to amplify the campaign for a peaceful society. Former President Goodluck Jonathan, having traversed the whole of Africa on peace-building mission, is convinced that the major challenge to peace on the continent is quest for power. The former president wondered why security agencies have to deploy several thousands of their men to achieve peace in the just concluded Edo governorship election, whereas the last presidential election in Senegal without security agencies was peaceful and credible.
We, the politicians, must know that what we do wrongly is wrong. And when we politicians justify evil things and say it is politics, somebody does something that is evil, say it's politics. It's not politics, they're a criminal.
Organizers of the event want every family to get involved in peace building in order to reduce global tension and warfare.
The whole essence of our being as human beings is to ensure the progress and the well-being of not only ourselves, but only of other people as well as the global community. And as many peaceful people that we have from the home front, at the diplomatic plane, in the international political arena, they're most likely going to be talking about peace.
If really you are representing the people, always allow their will to be done. Don't coerce them or create crisis to get into power.
While the former president Goodluck Jonathan became the second fellow of the National Peace Institute after General Yakubu Gowon, the chairman House of Representatives Committee on Banking, Eze Nwanchukwu, emerged the first recipient of the Institute's Peace Award. In Abuja, David Irie, NTA News.
Thank you, David. Another break beckons. Let's take it.
The federal government of Nigeria wants vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
You're still watching the news on NTA International. The Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room and its accredited member organizations on the September 21, 2024 Edo State governorship election have commended the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for the deployment of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, which enabled a relatively smooth accreditation and voting process. This was at the release of its final statement on the election. Timothy Yusuf reports.
The Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room and its accredited member organizations deployed observers across the local government areas in Edo State to observe the election. Situation Room submitted that the election experienced a slow start as a result of logistical challenges, which led to the late commencement of polls across several polling units. Although the voting process was concluded in a relatively peaceful atmosphere, the results collation process in some local government areas were not peaceful. Situation Room and its member organizations therefore call on INEC to investigate polling officials and collation officers involved in the violations of the guidelines on results collation.
The statement called on INEC to invoke its powers under Section 65 of the Electoral Act 2022 to review any declarations and returns where results were not declared voluntarily or violated provisions of the Electoral Act and INEC regulations and guidelines.
Situation Room also called on security agencies to keep up providing updates on the prosecution of those arrested during the elections and information on the disciplinary steps taken against its officers who enabled any form of election malpractice. Timothy Yusuf, NTA News.
Meanwhile, 6 suspects are in the custody of the police for allegedly being in possession of firearms, a number of beavers and voter cards during the just concluded Edo governorship election. The Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the exercise, Frank Umba, disclosed this to newsmen in Benin City. Good luck, Inaini reports.
DIG Frank Umba said the suspects were arrested in various locations across the state and are currently undergoing police interrogation.
We have a total of 6 arrests. That's a summary. We expect this number to shoot up in the course of investigations because we expect that there will be accomplices. I mean, that there will be people who aided, who abetted, who procured, who facilitated, who sponsored these suspects who were arrested.
The DIG says throughout the exercise, the police and other security agencies recorded no loss of life, assault, or molestation of INEC staff. He also spoke on the post activities of the police in the state, including confidence-building patrols to protect government facilities and ensure public safety.
We are commencing massive patrols of the state. We are putting in place a strategy that will give rise to high visibility policing.
He appreciates the people of the state for their conduct before, during, and after the exercise, urging them to be law-abiding citizens. In Benin, good luck, Inaini, NTA News.
Away from Edo election, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has decided to further tighten interest rates by 50 basis points to 27.25% from 26.75% to safeguard price stability. Gains achieved. Musa Abubakar reports that the Central Bank Governor Olayemi Kadoso disclosed the position of the Monetary Policy Committee at the end of its meeting in Abuja.
The CBN Monetary Policy Committee is meeting again. Their mission to decide the next steps in managing Nigeria's monetary policy after latest inflation by the National Bureau of Statistics showed inflation had declined to 32.15%, with core inflation rising to 27.58% in the same period. The committee welcomed the development and observed stability and convergence in exchange rates across different market segments, attributed to the bank's tight monetary policy stance, but acknowledged that further efforts are needed to achieve the bank's price stability mandate.
The fact that we are seeing the reductions and the deceleration over the course of the last couple of months is very, very good news. However, we are not out of the woods yet. We are not out of the woods yet, and we really cannot take any chances.
They noted the ongoing growth in money supply and recognized the need to control excess liquidity and address foreign exchange demand pressures.
We were also concerned about the growing level of fiscal deficit, but acknowledged the commitment of the fiscal authority not to resort to monetary financing through ways and means.
To safeguard price stability gains, they decided to retain a symmetric corridor at plus 500 and minus 100 basis point, raise cash reserve ratio to 50% for deposit money banks and 16% for merchant banks, while liquidity ratio remains 30%. In Abuja, I am Musa Abubakar, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the National Directorate of Employment is upscaling its strategies for the creation of more than 90,000 skilled jobs under the current administration. ND Director General Silas Agara says about 30 skills acquisition programs were earmarked for beneficiaries. Joseph Otsen reports.
From all states and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, coordinators and zonal directors physically meet with their boss, the Director General, National Directorate of Employment, Silas Agara. The Directorate has an uphill task of ensuring one of the major 8 points agendas of the current administration, that is, creation of employment opportunities for millions of Nigerians, is achieved. And here they make input with a set target of creating more than 90,000 job opportunities in the next 3 years.
We are taking this project to the world level, the electoral world level, where we can have a minimum of 9 persons from each of the world.
You have to look at the current needs within the labor market, and you have to fashion strategies, you have to fashion skill sets that will effectively address the challenge of mass unemployment.
Not less than 30 skills acquisition programs tailored towards community ones are earmarked.
Programs related to entrepreneurship development is made available, agricultural sector, the new mechanisms in agriculture, digital skills that we are not doing before, like web and the rest, renewable energy.
The federal government says beneficiaries of the project will be uploaded on a developed database for onward tracking and monitoring for sustainability. In Abuja, Joseph Otsen, NTA News.
In other news, President Bola Tinubu has approved a revision of the Consolidated Public Service Salary Structure and 11 other structures with effect from 29th of July 2024, in line with the National Minimum Wage Act 2024. Chairman, National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission, Ekpo Nta, disclosed this to newsmen in Abuja.
The revision in salary structure of agencies in the Federal Public Service is premised on certain agreements reached by the Committee on Consequential Adjustment in Salaries.
So the whole essence of this is to bring to a close the exercise that started with the negotiations of the tripartite committee. Use this opportunity to state that any state or body is free to approach this commission as a technical body for advisory services.
Chairman, National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission, Ekpo Nta, says a circular is sent to agencies in the Federal Public Service to make the necessary adjustments.
Whether it's self-funded or treasury-funded, that has not received any circular on this matter, specifically from this commission, should contact the commission for further directives. It is not of general application. That table you saw, which was in the social media, was specific for a particular salary table. So if you use it across board, you miss the entire point.
For pensioners, NYSC members and other sub-organizations, MTA calls for patience, saying the Commission will issue directives on implementation of their benefits soon. In Abuja, Joseph Otsen, NTA News.
The Nigerian Television Authority is set to partner the National Lottery Trust Fund to create awareness and enhance government initiatives aimed at improving the lives of vulnerable Nigerians. Director General NTA Saliu Abdulhamid Dembos commits to utilizing NTA stations across the country to promote NLTF's programs. Lydia Sampson reports.
National Lottery Trust Fund's Executive Secretary Tosin Adeyonju, who led the delegation to NTA to seek collaboration, emphasized the potential of this partnership to bridging the poverty gaps and supporting President Bola Tinubu's administration in delivering impactful programs. Director General NTA Saliu Abdulhamid Dembos and Executive Secretary National Lottery Trust Fund are on the same page on the need to escalate awareness on government's impactful programs.
I know your activities cut across the entire country, so at any given time that you have events or maybe some of these interventions that you want to make, I think the most appropriate place for you to call on the authority to witness it. And if we do that, of course, it's more or less like the entire nation and beyond that is witnessing what your organization is doing.
Our mandate simply states that we promote good causes across Nigeria in terms of intervention in health, education, sports, environment, water, disaster management, humanitarian. Those are the areas we intervene in. Over the years, we have intervened with over 300, close to 400 projects across the country.
The organizations working together, the two chief executives believe, will also proactively improve public appreciation of government in education, environment, rural development, and other respective focus projects contributing to societal welfare across Nigeria. In Abuja, Lydia Sampson, NTA News.
Let's take our last break. More news when we return.
Did you know that President Bola Tinubu has approved the suspension of import duties and tariffs on rice, maize, and other essential food items for the next months? The President has also approved the suspension of import duties on pharmaceutical raw materials and equipment. This will help bring down the prices of food and drugs across the country. All hands are on deck to ensure that things get better for all Nigerians. This is the renewed hope.
Glad to know you're still there. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has pledged his administration's resolve to support the Japan International Cooperation Agency's planned projects to be executed in the FCT. The minister gave this assurance when he received in audience the JICA delegation who paid him a courtesy visit in Abuja. Onozi Yokubu reports.
The two earmarked projects by the Japan International Cooperation Agency are on capacity development for nutrition improvement and urban development. JICA representatives give an overview of the planned projects with a pledge to resume their interventions in the FCT.
I understand in Nigeria, 25% of Nigerians are still depending on the open. So it is very important to collaborate with not only the UN agency, but also collaborate with the Japanese company who manufacture these toilets in Nigeria.
As we discussed and agreed at the last meeting, we are now in the process for preparation for implementing this master plan division work.
FCT Minister Nyesom Wike assures the visiting delegation of his administration readiness to provide support with a plan to improve on the 2025 budgetary allocations on nutrition and urban development to achieve the desired results.
For
the 2025 budget, we'll try as much as we can to see whether we can improve on our budgeting system for that, but with transparency to really know how the monies are being spent. Nutrition is very key for health, very key for education, and also very key for agriculture. So if we could add more, it will go a long way in improving the standard of these three major sectors.
It will be recalled that the Japan International Cooperation Agency has been working in collaboration with the FCT administration towards ending open defecation and providing other intervention projects in the nation's capital. Onoze Yakubu, NTA News.
In a move to enhance national cybersecurity and data protection efforts, the Nigeria Data Protection Commission is collaborating with the Nigeria Police Force National Cybersecurity Center. Francis Form reports that the engagement focused on fostering a strategic partnership between the two entities to strengthen data protection and combat cybercrimes across the country.
The Nigeria Data Protection Commission, mandated to safeguard the privacy and personal data of Nigerians, and the Nigeria Police Force National Cybercrime Center is a key arm of the Nigeria Police Force dedicated to fighting cybercrimes and ensuring digital security. Both institutions acknowledged the growing threat of cybercrimes and emphasized the need for a combined effort to address these challenges.
We now have a task team that will put together what we need to do. I believe that by the time we're able to strike proper balance, proper handshake, to identify possible areas of working together in the area of awareness, human capital, bridge investigation, evaluation of issues, and knowledge exchange, even policy development.
To have lots of capacity and capabilities here, and we believe that we can use that to help, his office and his daily activities. Issue concerning cybercrime and data breaches is not something that an entity or an agency can handle alone. It requires collaborative efforts, for us to be able to achieve this.
This partnership is expected to result in a more coordinated approach to addressing these challenges of cyber threats and ensuring the protection of personal data for individuals and organizations across Nigeria. Francis Form, NTA News.
40 years after enlisting in service, members of the 36 regular corps of the Nigerian Defense Academy have reunited to mark and honor their legacy by being their brother's keeper. In this case, military widows of their fallen counterparts. Defense correspondent Najat Tijani reports.
Veterans, once unified in defense of Nigeria, now rally to support widows of their fallen counterparts.
To show you that we love you, we remember you, and we can see you.
Joyfully picking up their bags of rice provided by the veterans and angels and other provisions, ever the gallant officers, members of 36 regular corps say NDA instilled this sense of duty in them.
Precisely 24th of September 1984, 205 of us resumed in NDA for cadet training. There's no better way of appreciating God than giving to the needy. It's a very important aspect of life, particularly at this time when people are going through very excruciating economic difficulties. So we felt even from our little retirement pensions and benefits, we should take out something and then share with the needy.
For Ifoma, Amina and their counterparts, this sense of duty has brought much needed relief.
Most of us, they have a cup of rice before coming here. So this intervention will really go a long way.
It's a very good gesture. And we pray that this they have done will not go unrewarded.
It is a well-accomplished mission for the givers and beneficiaries. Naja'atu Tijani, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the Nigerian Army has cleared Colonel Isiaq Abdulkarim of wrongdoing following allegations of ill treatment by a discharged female soldier, Private Ogunleye Ruth. Director, Army Public Relations, Major General Onyema Nwachukwu, at a press conference, says the Army investigated the claims and discovered the alleged victim was mentally unstable, which necessitated a discharge from the Army.
In its bid to ensure justice and transparency, conducted an exhaustive review of the facts, testimonies, and evidence presented. The investigation concluded that Colonel I.B. Abdul Karim did not commit the offense of sexual harassment as alleged by ex-Private Ruth Ogunleye.
The director stressed that the Nigerian Army's operations and activities are guided by the Constitution.
A medical issue here, and we feel that as she being one of our own, we cannot just throw her out into the larger society. What do we have to do? We have to intervene. That was why we actually sent her for medical evaluation to an independent body, not in the Nigerian Army any longer. And that evaluation came up with a report. The military police report, investigation report also came up. That is why we are at this juncture today, to let Nigerians know the truth, the facts about this matter.
Now, 33 inmates out of the 281 who escaped from the Maiduguri Custodial Center are back in custody. Controller General of Corrections Haliru Nababa, who gave the hint during an oversight visit by the House of Representatives Committee on Reformatory Institutions, also confirmed an increase of the daily ration of inmates from 750 naira to 1,125 naira per head with effect from August 2024. Victor Azu tells us more.
First port of call for the House Committee on Reformatory Institutions is the 3,000 capacity mega custodial center in Karshi, a project that was started in 2020. The committee members toured the expansive site, paying close attention to the infrastructure designed to accommodate thousands of inmates.
Their contractors, from quality of things they're using a very good quality, but the supervision need to be there.
The project is a critical component in the nation's efforts to decongest custodial facilities and reform the correctional system. At the headquarters of the Nigerian Correctional Service, the corrections boss hinted that 33 inmates out of the 281 that escaped from Maiduguri Custodial Facility have been returned to custody, while also fielding questions from committee members on staff strength and inmates' ration.
So we're also interested in looking at your personnel role and see how we can be of help.
We received so many complaints from the inmates there that they were actually not being fed very well.
That was before the increase of the feeding of inmates from 750 by 50%. His Excellency the President has approved 5,000 vacancies for Nigeria Correctional Service.
The committee also inspected newly acquired vehicles, which are expected to improve logistics and mobility for the Nigerian Correctional Service.
They need more. That 5,000 is not enough. The 50% of increment in ration is not enough. You cannot eat a food of 3,000 today, plate in a hotel.
Both parties expressed commitment to improving Nigeria's correctional facilities with a focus on security, infrastructure, and manpower. In Abuja, Victor Azu, NTA News.
Let's talk health. Cancer is a disease that affects millions of people worldwide, and it is crucial to raise awareness about early detection and prevention methods. Annually, a life coach and a cancer survivor, Makosi Musa Mbasi, with a group of dedicated kiddies, hit the green to raise awareness for cancer at a golf tournament. The event aimed at educating people about the importance of cancer and possible causes, drawing support from golf enthusiasts and health advocates. The kiddies recognize the impact of cancer on individuals and families and want to spread awareness.
I encourage every woman out there to get your mammogram, feel yourself in when you're showering every morning if you've got any lumps. I had cancer 7 years ago. I survived because my first degree, I was a nurse, so I knew exactly what was wrong when I wasn't well. October, next month, is the Breast Cancer Awareness Month. There are going to be a lot of clinics like Medicaid offering half price for mammograms. Go and get your mammograms, exercise daily, eat well, because your health is your wealth.
Were exposed to types of cancers, risk factors, diet and alternative treatment as part of the discourse to support those affected by the disease. They advocate a healthy lifestyle to reduce the prevalence. The event serves as a reminder that together we can make a difference in the fight against cancer. And this is where we end the news at this time on NTA International. Thank you so much for your time. Do remember to join us in a few hours for Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the NTA. I'm Elizabeth Omori.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
integrating body, mind, and spirit. Exploring the best of conventional and holistic care is our focus on today's edition of Better You Today. My name is Yetunde Jayola. Welcome on board. But before we continue, let's go on a short break. Oftentimes, we visit the hospitals for various reasons, either for malaria treatment or general routine checkup. One of the topics everybody is discussing in recent time is the integrative medicine to improve our health and general well-being. What exactly is integrative medicine? Come with me to have a chat with Dr. John Tor Agbedi.
These are two oxygen concentrators, and then you see we also have an oxygen tank. The oxygen is so key. If your body cannot use oxygen, that's the beginning of disease. Because no matter how much amount of oxygen you take, the most important thing, that oxygen must be delivered to the cell. The cell is the unit of life. So natural way of taking in oxygen. Then the second way is through what we call oxygen baths. Go ahead and sit on the chair and I'll explain what you're going to go through. The good news is that you're taking oxygen at a higher flow rate and higher concentration. I'm sure you've used a NASA cannula before. Okay, don't worry. Welcome to IM. You do. So this is it. Go ahead and put it in. But the beauty of it, you are using it when it is not an emergency. You are using it for awareness and disease prevention. So right now, Tunde is taking oxygen through that cannula. She has decided to use what? Orange. And so that is the flow. And I'm telling you, for just 15 minutes on this, she has generated enough oxygen of high quality for her tissue perfusion to be delivered to her tissues and then her cells. Yetuna is not only just enjoying oxygen, but she's also enjoying what we call an infrared massage. So for 15 minutes you're done and you're good to go. This is what we call exercise with oxygen therapy. Yetune would have burned enough calories as if she were running around for 1 hour. And because you are taking oxygen at a higher concentration and it saturates the body cells and tissues.
Wow, experience is the best teacher. And I can tell you, I have experienced it and it is worthwhile. The oxygen bath and the infrared massaging chair. Next on our lineup is a documentary on integrative medicine. Don't go anywhere, the program continues.
The concept of integrative medicine has come to stay in our society today. This is in keeping pace with what obtains in other climes such as Europe, America, and Asian countries like China, Japan, Korea, India, amongst others. The philosophy of integrative medicine embodies treating thousands of people with a range of approaches that quiet the mind, soothe the body, and restore the spirit. After a careful assessment and analysis of the concerns of the prospective client, relevant therapies are suggested and built into an overall plan of care for such patients. These adopted approaches are evidence-based and have been carefully and painstakingly tested for their usefulness, efficacy, and safety. To achieve holistic fitness, wellness, and well-being, a selected range of services can be adopted and utilized by the healthcare provider. The healthcare profession may recommend acupuncture, aromatherapy, herb and supplement, exercise, activity or mindful movement, massage therapy, health and wellness coaching, lifestyle medicine consultation, stress management and resilience training, mind-body therapies,
breathe in, raise your head up,
and nutrition consultation. Furthermore, the concept of integrative medicine is ever evolving. It is inquiry-driven and open to new paradigms, harping on the maxim, good medicine is based on good science. An interdisciplinary collaboration is emphasized to create new models of health-oriented care. Of utmost importance to integrative medicine is an acknowledgement of biological variations among individuals and the need to treat case in isolation and not based on statistical averages. According to David Raquel, MD, and Andrew Well, MD, integrative medicine focuses on the least invasive, least toxic, and least costly methods to help facilitate health by integrating both allopathic and contemporary therapies. These therapies are recommended based on an understanding of the physical, emotional, psychological, and spiritual aspects of the individual.
Oftentimes, we visit the hospital for various reasons, either for treatment or general routine checkup. On one of my visits to the hospital, I had an encounter with some patients discussing integrative medicine. I was so thrilled and eager to learn more about this particular topic. What exactly is integrative medicine? Come with me, let's get informed together.
When you say integrate, what are you saying? You're bringing some aspects together. Integrate means bringing together. The World Health Organization, that is WHO, has recognizes the three arms of medicine that you and I have the freedom to assess ourselves to for our medical care. That is traditional medicine, or what we now call modern traditional medicine. Then you have what we call complementary and alternative medicine. Then you have orthodox or modern medicine. These three, they evolved over time, but traditional medicine had its place first in history before any of this came up. Medicine 1.0. The disease was caused by evil spirits. So you have all sorts of voodoos done to really attack or correct the evil spirit and this. Then we move to the second phase, where we call medicine 2.0. That is when we had the challenges of bacterial diseases, microbes that came up. You have some of these plagues. You know, you heard about the Spanish plagues that came up. So, and that was with the advent of modern science, where the microscope was discovered. Now, some intelligent guys also developed antibiotics that will kill these bacteria, and were able to survive that period. That was the main challenge in infectious diseases. Then we came to what we call medicine 3.0. This is the current situation that we are today. Today, I am more likely, or one is more likely to die from any of these degenerative diseases than infectious diseases. We've taken care of tuberculosis and some of these bacterial diseases. However, because we have gone into the phase where it's more complicated with degenerative diseases, one is more likely to die from cancer, more likely to die heart attack, heart failure, diabetes, hypertension, or obesity. You can see that we have evolved to a point where the problem is a lot more complicated. You cannot just solve problem with just antibiotics, where you give to bacterial disease and you clear the bacteria. Diabetes is very, very complicated. Cancer is more so. It takes about 10 years for cancer to develop and manifest to a point of clinical manifestation. So a lot of things have gone wrong. Now WHO has said, given these complexities where we've evolved over time, let us all pull together these three aspects: traditional, complementary, alternative, and modern medicine, so that we can address this problem holistically. Now, when you address this problem holistically, that is integrative medicine. Where it is necessary, you apply the arm of modern traditional medicine. Where it's necessary, you apply the arm of complementary and alternative medicine. Where it's necessary, you can apply orthodox medicine. So, with this, we're able to achieve more results. Because be you anybody else, as far as you are a healthcare professional, your goal is the patient outcome. If traditional medicine is looking at getting you well, great. Use him when he is needed. If complementary and alternative medicine has its own goal to make the patient well, use him where and if necessary. Same is modern, medicine or orthodox medicine. Orthodox medicine or modern medicine, by training, it is designed for acute care, especially when you use pharmaceutical products. Pharmaceutical products act very fast. That intervention actually slows down the progression of disease. However, the business of health care is not only orthodox approach. You use orthodox to intervene the progression of the disease. Then you apply holistic approach. This side of the eye on my left is what we call wellness, or what we call health. And this side of the eye of this PC is what we call disease. Between health or wellness and disease, there is a separation. The only thing that connects them is the lifestyle. This is to say that when you embark on wrong lifestyle, the journey from wellness to disease is accelerated. You get to this disease point, faster. So we must do all things that we can first, so that we stay on wellness and preventive side. Disease is actually a process. It takes time. It's like going from Abuja to Lagos. If you are at the airport, it is easier for me to really reverse you back to Abuja. But if you have gone ahead and reached Ogbomoso or Ibadan or whatever stage you want to call it in terms of disease, stage 3 or stage 4, it takes more effort for me to bring you back to Abuja. When you're criticizing integrative medicine, it means you don't know what you're talking about. The traditional medicine that was practiced in those days, the guys were a little bit, not really, but they were really primitive. Things were not done fine. So going through the medical school, you were trained and shown to keep away from this because of obvious reasons. The efficacy of the product was not established. The dose of the product was not established, and the product was what the jargon would say, it was not pharmacopically classified. But we have moved beyond that. Countries like China and India, traditional medicine, complementary and alternative medicine, and modern medicine are practiced hand in hand. In those climes, these people recognize and respect the strength of each of these arms, and they work together. So that is the bottom line. We are pulling these three arms of medicine together, demonstrating various aspects of integrative medicine and how it can be successfully intervened in arresting disease progression and even reversal. So there is no way you would have a T camp in the Ministry of Health. Nigeria had to respond to the WHO call that we should go in the direction of bringing these three aspects of medicine together. One of the largest bodies known as the West African College of Physicians have now adapted and incorporated integrative medicine as one of their specialties. Happy that we also have the backing of the government, the federal government, that has seen the need to this based on the call by the WHO. Once the government gets to the point of understanding well and clarifying those dysfunctions, then they would be the ones even to implement it. No one dies from old age. We die because as we age, and as a result of our wrong lifestyle, we get disease. It is the disease that kills us. You look at that, it is called the vision and the fundamentals of disease. Biologically, we are supposed to live for 120 years. We go through the 3 scores of life. Each score is 40, 40, 40. But because of wrong lifestyle, we shorten this time. We die earlier. There are 3 key stakeholders to our health. That is one. Number 1, God. God gives you life freely. Second person is you. And this is where we emphasize on lifestyle, how you take care of yourself. And the third person, the third shareholder, is health professionals. So use these 3 so that you can live a good quality of life and have a good lifespan with longevity. What we need is not more medications, but we need information, because knowledge is the best prescription. To be uninformed is to be deformed. To be informed is to be transformed.
Welcome back. And if you're just tuning in, you're watching Better You Today on NTA. Exercise is not just a physical activity. It is a powerful tool for holistic wellness with a lot of benefits. Let's see this.
Parents do. Because to keep them busy, right? And keep them working, keep them in motion. That way they can work for you always. So let's take the right hand over the shoulder, right? Stretching. Then come to 10 with the other one. Over your head. The left hand now over your head to the other side. Stretching your waist, stretching your hand, and every part of your body. Little stretch on the side. Now this time you must feel that your heart started pumping. That means the blood is pumping. Your body is recognizing the fact that you have begun an exercise, that you want to do something to improve your body's performance and also impact brain health and mental ability and capability. So, this hand, you can fold them, push them forward. Push them forward. And then push them forward. Push it side. Push them. Put all your energy in this hand. Push your body forward. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. From that side, come forward. The right motion, right? We're going to this side again. So we are pushing out. Push it again just the same way. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. What about taking it down? Like this, bring it down. Bring it down. We'll come to 10, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bring it down again to your feet. Good. Shake your hand, shake your hand, shake your leg, shake your hand, shake your hand. Okay. Nice. Taking the legs forward. Take them to the side. Okay, take them to the side. Side. Go 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. When you're in the gym, of course, we're your trainers. But if you're at home in your environment and you can tread on well-trimmed grass, you know it's safe, you know, well-trimmed, well-watered, you know, around your environment, you can walk out in your barefoot. The emphasis, the benefits of your feet touching the ground on a daily basis for long periods cannot be overemphasized. Go do the research on the benefits. But of course, we'll share it as a health tip on this segment. So, it's been fun working out without a mat. Perhaps next time we'll try using a mat. Remember, go at your own pace and do not push yourself. It's not a race. Exercise is a lifestyle. Bye for now.
Exercise to feel good and not just to look good. Thank you for joining us on this journey into integrative medicine. Remember, true wellness is not just about physical activity. It is an harmonious balance between body, mind, and spirit. Explore, discover, and embrace the power of integrative medicine for a healthier and happier you. And remember, you can watch these and previous episodes of Better You Today on our YouTube page displayed on the screen. My name remains Yetunde Jayola. Bye for now.
Embrace the wisdom of our ancestors as we explore the timeless wisdom of Nigerian proverbs.
Proverbs are palm oil with which words are eaten. Kola nuts last long in the mouths of those that values it. He who thinks is leading when no one follows is just taking the walk. No matter how hot your anger, it cannot cook here.
Nigerian proverbs, timeless lessons from our ancestors. Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
This is the network service of the NTA.
A new dawn in the Edo State political story as Senator Monday of the All Progressives Congress wins Saturday's governorship election, though there are dissenting voices from the camp of the People's Democratic Party over the outcome of the Basaki.
Shouts and dances of jubilation. Months of planning, weeks of campaigning, days of voting and collating, the result is satisfying for the APC supporters.
The result here today for the APC supporters is satisfying. You can see them jubilating on the streets. They're looking forward to the next 4 years. For them, it's the next 4 years of development for the state that they all love.
Our candidate has a good mind and he can manage Edo State resources well. People will benefit from his leadership.
The call is for all parties, including the winning party, to exercise caution in their post-election activities and maintain peace in the state.
Meanwhile, the national leadership of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has rejected the outcome of the September 21 governorship election in Edo State, which declared the candidate of the All Progressives Congress winner. Acting National Chairman of the party, Umar Damagum, in a press briefing in Abuja, says the final result of the election, as declared by INEC, did not meet the minimum standard for democracy.
Acting National Chairman of the PDP, Umar Damagum, emphasized that after the party's review of the last Saturday's governorship poll in Edo State, it concluded that the exercise did not reflect the expressed will and aspiration of the people.
We put to test once again the level of preparedness of the judiciary to do justice where it is required.
The PDP therefore demands INEC, within the time stipulated by the 2022 Electoral Act, to review the election and announce results only as obtained from the genuine votes cast at the polling units. The party further advised the people of Edo State to remain resolute as it takes firm steps to retrieve the mandate within the framework of the law.
Six suspects are in the custody of the police for allegedly being in possession of firearms during of different models, a number of beavers machines and voters cards during the just concluded Edo governorship election. The Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the exercise, Frank Mba, disclosed this during his post-election briefing in Benin City.
DIG Frank Mba said the suspects were arrested in various locations across the state and are currently undergoing police interrogation.
We have a total of 6 arrests. That's a summary. We expect this number to shoot up in the course of investigations because we expect that there will be accomplices. I mean, that there will be people who aided, who abetted, who procured, who facilitated, who sponsored these suspects who were arrested.
The DIG says throughout the exercise, the police and other security agencies recorded no loss of life, assault, or molestation of INEC staff. He also spoke on the post-activities of the police in the state, including confidence-building patrols to protect government facilities and ensure public safety.
We are commencing massive patrols of the state. We are putting in place a strategy that will give rise to high visibility policing.
He appreciates the people of the state for their conduct before, during, and after the exercise, urging them to be law-abiding citizens.
Of course, our discussion centers on the just concluded Edo governorship election, and joining us in the studio to discuss some of these issues raised in this report is the convener of the Edo State Civil Society Situation Room, Reverend David Ugolo. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Now, before the election, you had your concerns, which you had, enumerated. In terms of the actualities, first tell us about your impressions, some of the things you spoke about before the election, and how the relevant agencies were able to deal with those fears.
Thank you, Fisayo. Thanks for the invitation to also, again, share some of our views before the election and during the election, now after the election. Before the election, there was tension, and that tension came from the political parties, from the government. There were tensions that different political parties were accusing each other, and as a result of these tensions, there was call from every party, including civil society, that the government need to strengthen the security apparatus to create an enabling environment so that citizens and the electorate could have the opportunity to come forward to come and cast their vote. That tension was so massive, and that's what you have now seen manifesting during the election. And as a result of that tension, quite a number of people were afraid, and some decided, begin to lose trust in the process. And you will see that a number of people who came out to come and cast their vote were less than 50% of the entire electorate that registered for the Edo State governorship election. So violence was one key issues that there were consensus from all stakeholders that there was need to create a security that will enable people to have the confidence to come out, to come and cast their vote. Another issue was transparency around INEC activity.
Okay, but let's go to speaking directly to the the fears you raised about security and what eventually transpired. What would be your comments on the conduct of the exercise as far as security is concerned, police being the lead agency, and other agencies that assisted in ensuring security during the exercise?
Also, too, you also were aware that one of the political parties also accused the police of bias. And you will agree with me that during the election and after the election, the police provided security around. And we deployed over 50 observers and over 190 citizen observers across the 18 local government. And from the field report that we received, it was difficult to gather any evidence where police were colluding or where police were creating problem across the 18 local government that we monitored. And one of the things that we also found very clearly, for example, I personally went to some of the wards in Arwogba, in Oredu. I also went to the ward very close to where our situation room is at St. Paul along Airport Road. In this center that I personally visited, for instance, I didn't find anything that the police were doing that creates a room for concern. But as you know, there were quite a number of civil society that were doing monitoring across Edo State, and some raised concerns, and those concerns also helped to bring attention to what they were doing in some of the local government area. But in all, one can say that the police, with the support of the military agency, provided some level of security that you can point to, created confidence in the entire election process.
All right, in terms of turnout, you were not too impressed with the turnout which you mentioned.
Yes.
And what could be responsible for this? Some said perhaps because the weather, the vagaries of weather that on that day was not so favorable to movement. But what are your own scientific evaluation, and perhaps what could you perhaps say is the reason for this?
There are quite a number of reasons. One key reasons you can point to was the violence, that the tension that was created prior before the election. And people were scared. And because people were scared, the turnout, it affected the turnout. But another thing again is that is the poor performance of the political parties. As you know, all the political party, APC, PDP, Labour Party, their leadership hardly carry out awareness. So it is the failures of the political parties not able to carry out mobilization. And so this is a big challenge, and it's one of the key areas in our recommendation. And because, for example, we have over 2,500 people that registered for the vote for Edo State. And if you look the number of people...
2.5 million. You're talking about 2.5 million.
2.5 million, I mean. And then if you look at the number of people that actually came out to come and cast their vote, it's less than 50%, which is very poor. In the actual vote that has not delivered the winner, which is the APC candidate, is less than 300. And this is not good. If you compare it to the total population of Edo State, this is not good for democracy. And it again raises the question, what were the reasons? And some of the reasons I said earlier on, the failures of the political party to mobilize, to carry out awareness, because what really happened in the politics in Edo State is that as soon as the election is finished, then the political party returned back to the private pocket of the leadership of those parties. They hardly carry out mobilization. They hardly carry out sensitization. They hardly mobilize the people. They hardly play their role. The ones who have won the election will think that they have secured victory and the need for political party is gone. But that is not true. In a democratic society, the political party is supposed to be agent for awareness raising, agent for mobilization, an agent for carrying out quite a number of governance campaign. And even if your political party did not win the election, after the election, there's a role for opposition party. But unfortunately, in the Nigerian context, and with specific reference to the Edo State, you hardly will visit any of these political party offices and see any resemblance of activity. And that, for me, is what you have seen that is manifesting in the outcome of Edo State election. So violence was key responsibility. The rainfall also, and as you know, Edo South, one of the senatorial districts, is where you have a majority of the electorate, and it rained that very day. And because of the rain, quite a number of people were not able to come out early, and that really affected. So unfortunately, INEC did not anticipate that. So there was no mitigation plan on how to address that natural problem. And then the violence, that's second. Then the third one, the failure of the political party. And then this is really a big problem.
Actually, well, let's say it was a threat of violence because it eventually did not.
But it has the impact. But you can see the negative impact.
Yes.
If the political party did not raise that tension, if the political party did not raise that tension, if there was confidence building, and the people, if you compare the outcome of this election, you compare it to previous election, you will see the difference. So the tension prior to this 2024 Edo governorship election was really visible. And that was what really impacted negatively on the turnout of the election.
Okay, before we move on, what are your expectations? This is an off-season election. There will be another one in Edo State. What should another one in Ondo State. What should Ondo State be taking from what happened in Edo State?
Well, first,
especially from the perspective of the election management body.
Yes. So, for example, one of the issues that we have also raised, which we will be releasing in our public statement by our chairperson tomorrow morning, is the issue of transparency and accountability of the electoral body, which is the INEC. Because, you know, if the INEC processes, particularly in area of election coalition of result, which people have raised questions around, then it reduces trust in the process. So I hope INEC will take lessons from that to ensure that there is confidence building in the process before the next off-cycle election. And then two, they also plan to mitigate if there will be rain, and what would they do? Particularly reference to beavers working very well on north. And then the other one is about also trying to encourage all the political party to have confidence in the process. And the only way you create confidence is also to encourage the police. The police need to also create confidence building among the political party. They also need to provide an enabling environment. Enabling environment also include access for even the opposition party and the ruling party. And the government should not take an advantage of the fact that what has happened, people cannot take redress. And the opportunity for people to also have access to opportunity to redress whatever any injustice they have perceived in the process need to be provided to every stakeholders in the election process.
All right, we'll take a pause here. We'll come back for your final comments, but let's take some issues. You know, your sister agencies, the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room and its accredited member organizations in the September 21, 2024 Edo State governorship election have commended INEC for the deployment of the bi-modal voter accreditation system BVAS, which enabled a relatively smooth accreditation and voting process. This was at the release of its final statement on the election.
The Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room and its accredited member organizations deployed observers across the local government areas in Edo State to observe the election. Situation Room submitted that the election experienced a slow start as a result of logistical challenges, which led to the late commencement of polls across several polling units. Although the voting process was concluded in a relatively peaceful atmosphere, the results collation process in some local government areas were not peaceful. Situation Room and its member organizations therefore call on INEC to investigate polling officials and collation officers involved in the violations of the guidelines on results collation.
The statement called on INEC to invoke its powers under Section 65 of the Electoral Act 2022 to review any declarations and returns where results were not declared voluntarily or violated provisions of the Electoral Act and INEC regulations and guidelines.
Situation Room also called on security agencies to keep up providing updates on the prosecution of those arrested during the elections and information on the disciplinary steps taken against its officers who enabled any form of election malpractice.
Moving on from the Edo election, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement for Northwest, Abdullahi Tanko Yakasai, is urging opposition leaders to team up with the Tinubu-led government in the quest towards taking Nigeria to its pride of place. He emphasized that nation building is a collective responsibility.
The opposition can come with their own ideas. I'm sure Mr. President is listening here. You have seen how he has reversed a lot of things if you feel either he's been misguided or it's not right. He has retracted steps several. You will say this is the policy, and then later on you will say, okay, relax this policy. So he's a liberal Democrat, and we call on the opposition to join hands with Mr. President so that we make this country better. It's not just about the opposition. Let them also help in addressing some of these challenges if they have solutions to proffer.
You're still watching Political Update, and we have Reverend David Ugolo, who is still with us. He is the convener of the Edo State Situation Room, which had its eye and its apparatus spread across the state in the course of the election, and especially over the weekend, where men materials were deployed to the different senatorial districts to feed the Situation Room on issues of the election and how it's unfolded. Let's go back a little bit to some of the things that we've been discussing, Reverend Ogulo, and you've seen, you are perhaps an organization that will be looking at it purely from the scientific perspective and looking at how the systems can be enhanced moving forward. Off-season elections perhaps may not be a good way of judging the bigger elections, but sometimes they give an indication as to what to expect at times as well. So in terms of our maturity politically, we're seeing some messaging from different political parties in terms of the way to go. Have we still been able to embrace a sportsmanlike approach to our elections, even if they are keenly contested? Are we still having what they've called this do or die phenomena, or are we maturing politically?
Thank you very much. I thank you for also bringing up this issue up. When you look the report coming out from independent observers and monitors, you will agree with me that all the political parties in the instance of Edo State elections are one way or the other are involved in these so-called malfunctions or malpractice of election processes. And when they go into election, one of the political party loses election, I've not seen it of recent. It's very easy to disown the process. And so, but I'm happy that in the instance of Edo State election, I'm very encouraged the step that the Edo State governor have taken. His Excellency Governor Godwin Obaseki, in his opening remark, in his remark to Edo people after the election, he encouraged them to be calm and that all the necessary legal process will be taken. That's the best way to go. And to a large extent, that has really sent a signal of peace across the country, across the state. And the political party, the way they normally respond when they lose election, particularly the political leaders of those who lose election, is sometimes it's not very encouraging, because it's, if not properly managed, it can create violence. And in the instance of that of Edo State, the steps that the Edo State governor have taken has really helped calm knife, because once there is violence, it will be difficult to manage the outcome of the election. And then you can see that across Edo State, there's relative peace after the Edo State governorship election.
Some will say it's the failure of systems when we need to keep money aside for post-election litigation. That still we do not trust the process, that every election seems to be ending up in court. How can we begin to break this cycle?
Well, you know, if you looked, it's also for us to see elections the way they are conducted, even local government elections that are conducted. When Edo State government, under the PDP government, conducted local government election in Edo State, and the outcome was 18/18. You will agree with me that the APC government, APC political party, disowned the outcome of that PDP election at the local government, because the issues they were raising then was that even in local government where there are people, you will naturally agree that it will be difficult for PDP to win election in those areas. And the PDP government party won those 18/18. And that was part of building this kind of negative culture. And so it is peculiar to political parties in Nigeria. If they lose election and if they conduct election, they win. The variables of winning election in Nigeria is quite complex. And one of the things that civil society have always raised is that let there be transparency and building collective action, because it is not what one stakeholders can achieve. PDP cannot achieve it alone. APC cannot achieve it alone. So the best way and the lesson from all this is that if you are a political party, you lose the election, and you feel that something went wrong, build an alliance with civil society, and let's form a common collective action to seek for a reform. If you look in this country, civil society have been calling for reform, transparency, and accountability in the way elections are managed in this country. But when the political party are in power, they don't feel comfortable when civil society are raising questions for transparency. But if they lose the election, they begin to use the word transparency, accountability. But as you know, those who seek equity must come with clean hands.
Reverend David Ogula, this is a nice place to round up this conversation. Yes. Many thanks for being a part of it.
Yes.
That's been Political Update for today. We'll be back again on Friday for a fresher package. Yes. Between now and then, please play your politics for the greater good and keep it locked on the Nigerian Television Authority for news, reviews, previews, and interviews. Bye-bye now.
Say animals don't laugh, or perhaps we don't give them a reason to. Our unique species of gorilla are only found in a small forest between Nigeria and Cameroon. With only 300 left in the wild, we cannot afford to lose even one. Traps and snares used in catching bushmeat often kills or injures gorillas too, driving them to extinction. And that, you agree, is no laughing matter. So say no to illegal bushmeat from endangered animals. Keep them wild and keep us safe.
It's going well, but here comes Okabari and Jet Okabari. Takes it, tucks it, buries it!
From the football prowess of Kano Uwakwo to the track dominance of Blessing Okagbari, Nigerian athletes continue to excel. Chioma Ajunwa the first Nigerian woman to win an Olympic gold medal.
Applying the pressure from the rest and trying to come back, and Amuzan taking it. Amuzan, well, getting consolation there.
Join us as we witness the determination, resilience and passion.
No, it goes in. Scoufet unlucky, but it's that old combination from last season.
This is the most outstanding, the best woman football player on the African continent, Asisat Oshuala.
Harmless and depends on its mother for food and protection. Well, me of course, but also a shy little creature called the pangolin. Hundreds of thousands of pangolins are hunted and killed every year just for their meat and scales. If we continue this way, the pangolins will soon disappear. We can't allow this to happen. Tell your families and friends to say no to illegal bushmeat from pangolins and other protected.
Hello, I'm Esther Githu. Welcome to Africa 54. Here's what's coming up. U.S. President Joe Biden is primed to make his final address before the United Nations General Assembly this week. He also is expected to meet separately with global leaders in New York. And the last U.S. service members leave Niger as part of America's military withdrawal. U.S. Africa Command's Major General Kenneth Ekman speaks to VOA about their departure. All this and much more coming up on today's Africa 54. The annual United Nations meeting of world leaders is underway on Monday with the Summit for the Future. VOA's UN correspondent Margaret Bashir has more.
The UN General Assembly kicked off a marathon week of diplomacy with a Summit for the Future.
I called for this summit because our world is heading off the rails and we need tough decisions to get back on track.
The signature event adopted by consensus a wide-ranging Pact for the Future, a blueprint aimed at ensuring that international institutions can deliver in a world that has changed dramatically since they were created in 1945. Russia, which raised numerous objections to elements of the pact as the months-long negotiations were wrapping up last week, sought to amend the document moments before its adoption, but failed. The pact has lofty goals for eradicating poverty, ending hunger, and building peaceful and inclusive societies. It also seeks to bridge the digital divide. Now the hard work of implementing it begins.
But our people know instinctively that this will only be talk unless there's a fundamental change in what we do and how we do it, and who is seen and heard in the corridors of decision-making.
The Secretary General met one-on-one with several world leaders Sunday, including Leslie Voltaire, a member of Haiti's Transitional Presidential Council. They discussed the need to ensure an elected government is in place by February 2026, as agreed by Haitian stakeholders, and to work together to boost international support for addressing gang violence and the dire humanitarian situation. The wars in Gaza, Ukraine, and Sudan will be center stage this week. Millions of people have been displaced or made refugees from just these three conflicts, and humanitarian efforts to assist them are under strain.
Humanitarians are not stretchable forever. We also have limitations, and I warn decision makers, politicians, that unless they redouble efforts to put a peaceful end or to negotiate ceasefires at least, we are going to be in trouble.
Grandi expressed concern about spillover from the Gaza war, most recently in Lebanon. He told VOA that an expansion of the conflict may have incalculable consequences.
For more on what's happening at the United Nations General Assembly, I'm joined live from New York by VOA UN correspondent Margaret Bashir. Margaret, what more can you tell us about the Pact for the Future and its impact on Africa?
Hello, Esther. So the Pact, one of the big things for Africa, I think, is Security Council reform. That is something the Africans have been asking for literally decades, and the pact includes it. The United States said last week that they would be open to 2 permanent seats for African countries. It would be up to Africa to decide which countries get those 2 permanent seats. They wouldn't have veto power under the U.S. Vision of Security Council reform, but it is really important that Security Council expansion is in this Pact for the Future. It's the international consensus that that's what countries want to see. And it even says in the pact that it will redress the historical injustice against Africa, because, as you know, many countries were not even independent. They were still under colonial rule at the time that the Security Council was created after World War II. So they didn't even get a chance, really, to have a permanent seat. So this is something that's very important to many African leaders. And also in the pact that's important for Africa, I think, is the area about reforming the international financial institutions and debt restructuring. A lot of countries in Africa drowning in debt, especially since the pandemic. So that is an important aspect, as is bridging the global digital divide. We see many countries in Africa not online in the numbers that they should be and benefiting from access to information. So also a lot about the pact is listening to the youth, to the next generation, and there's a huge young population on the continent. So these, I think, are some of the main points for Africa.
Margaret, thank you so much. VOA UN correspondent Margaret Bashir live for us from the UN headquarters in New York. Tanzania's Chadema party officials say police arrested top opposition figures on Monday as the authorities moved to block a mass protest in Dar es Salaam. Despite an official ban, the opposition Chadema party had vowed to rally over the alleged kidnapping and killing of its members by security forces. Chadema says its chairman, Freeman Mbowe, and his deputy, Tundu Lissu, were both arrested on Monday. This came as riot police was stationed in key areas across the city to prevent gatherings. VOA's Philip Alexiou spoke with Hassan Mhelela, a reporter with VOA affiliate Azam TV in Dar es Salaam.
Main opposition party has issued a statement saying that over 40 members were arrested in different parts of the country as the police were cracking down on the protest, which was organized by this the main opposition party over what they claim to be kidnapping and disappearance of members by the security forces. So basically, that's what happened. The center of attention or focus of attention was Dar es Salaam, the commercial capital, where the chairman of that party was also arrested, as well as his vice chairman. So we now know that some of those who were arrested have been released, but some of them are still in custody.
Was there much violence involved?
Apparently, the organizers said that they wanted to do a peaceful rally, but the police said that it should not go ahead, regardless of the reasons for organizing it. Now, despite the official ban, the opposition party went ahead and actually they vowed to go ahead. But we can say that the gatherings were scattered. It was not one single huge gathering of protesters. In different parts of the country, we have had reports of their supporters gathering to register their protest against the alleged violations of human rights. But it wasn't as big as expected, and the reason was that police had done their homework to prevent it instead of tackling the protesters. And we can see there is a strong presence of police or security across the city. It's unlikely these gatherings will continue, but we are still monitoring.
That was a reporter Hassan Helela of VOA affiliate Azam TV in Dar es Salaam speaking with VOA's Philip Alexiou. The last 2 U.S. service members have left Niger as part of America's military withdrawal following the country's July 2023 coup per an agreement reached by the U.S. and Niger in May. The only American service members now in the country are those securing the U.S. Embassy in Niamey. U.S. Africa Command's Major General Kenneth Ekman was one of those 2 service members. VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb sat down with General Ekman at the Pentagon just days after the final withdrawal to learn about how the new U.S. military footprint in West Africa is beginning to take shape.
We were down to the last 2, and that was the last 2 Title X DoD members not assigned to the embassy and had to leave by 15 September as was mutually agreed. Our goal in the withdrawal of U.S. forces from Niger was to make it safe, orderly, and responsible. And then our goal through all of this, all the way to the last day, was to preserve strategic options for both nations. We still have shared security objectives. How we will pursue them, either together or apart as a consequence of the withdrawal, remains to be seen, but we wanted to make sure we kept all options on the table. But it is a strategic setback with regards to how each of us pursues our security objectives in the region.
Retired Major General Marcus Hicks, who was the Special Operations Lead for AFRICOM, he said that losing Niger means that we've lost our ability to directly influence counterterrorism and counterinsurgency in the Sahel. Is that true?
So in a regional approach, if there was one country that was most important on our ability to address Sahelian VO problems, or the Sahelian VO challenge, it was Niger. So for one of Niger, I talked about it as a strategic setback. The degree to which that setback endures ties to how we reposition and then what our partners want to do with us. So I agree with him in principle, but that is a snapshot in time. All is not lost in where AFRICOM is focused, where the department is focused, and frankly where the interagency is focused, is what do we do next, because our security objectives haven't changed.
But now analysts are telling VOA that Niger could fall to the jihadists. Niger could be next. How likely is it that they could fall?
So their risks have definitely gone up. Their ability to confront violent extremist organizations, intel sharing, partnership with our and other allied forces, it's gotten worse. And so they are a capable force. The degree to which they can handle the problem themselves remains to be seen. It is a fact that in Niger, violent extremist attacks have become more lethal. That's a fact since the coup on 26 July 2023. They've got fewer resources and fewer partners.
So Ivory Coast, Benin, Ghana, these are all countries that General Langley, the head of U.S. Africa Command, has said that the U.S. is talking to as it recalibrates, was the term he used, recalibrates its West Africa presence. There have been reports of the U.S. refurbishing an airfield in Benin to accommodate U.S. aircraft. There's been reports of special forces, U.S. special forces in the Ivory Coast. Can you confirm this, and have you reached a deal with any of these countries?
So the most lethal violent extremist organization threat in the world resides in West Africa, and it resides in the Sahel. It's also spreading. The primary direction of travel is to the southwest. So well prior to the Niger coup, we were already working with partners on what they needed with regards to U.S. presence and capabilities to support their counter-VEO ops. In the Benin case, we started that a while ago. In the Cote d'Ivoire case, it's been really post-coup. So each of them is on their own timeline. If our presence in Niger allowed us to go inside out relative to the Sahelian-based VEO threat, we now have to revert to going outside in. Countries like Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Benin, Chad, our access to them and the degree to which they want to partner with us will influence how we go outside in. Where and if we establish significant presence of forces, probably on a partner base, serving alongside them, doing everything from command and control, personnel recovery, to sustaining them and to medically treating them. And that is something where we're not there yet, and no agreements have been made. There are some cases where, for now, we're definitely not. And so that's true in Nigeria, likewise in Ghana. The ones where things are still kind of under consideration, Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, what we want to do is, within the partners' needs, support their partner-led, U.S.-enabled counter-VEO ops. That's how we're focused.
For more on the U.S. troops' withdrawal from West Africa, I'm joined by VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb. Carla, General Ekman mentioned the importance of Chad, where the U.S. pulled out their forces earlier this year ahead of a presidential election. Is the U.S. bringing forces back into Chad?
Esther, it is sounding and looking a lot like that is the case. The U.S. and Chad have an understanding, according to Major General Ekman, that both sides want U.S. forces back in Chad. They are still ironing out the details at this point, but at this, as they move forward, both tend to want the U.S. to come in. I've been told by General Ekman that the U.S. does want a smaller presence than it had before. The U.S. pulled about 70 special forces out before the election earlier this year, and so they are looking at a smaller presence whenever the details are finalized.
Carla, he also mentioned U.S. troops would not be setting up a larger presence in Ghana, which is a strong military partner of the United States. Did he give a reason for this?
That's right. Ghana is a very strong partner, a military partner with the United States, and he stressed that. And so when I asked him, well, why aren't they interested in having U.S. forces on the ground, he said because they're such a capable force, they are interested in fighting their own fight. They want the United States to provide help, training them, equipping them in order to build their own capacity, but they don't want the U.S. fighting alongside them. This is their fight, they feel like, and they're going to fight this fight alone.
And Carla, who is replacing U.S. troops in Niger now that help outside of the U.S. is no longer there? Who might be helping out to counter extremists?
Well, we've talked about this before. There is a small number of Russian forces that are in Niger. Niger has signed an agreement with the Russians 2 governments ago, so their cooperation is nothing new, but they are having to rely more and more on the Russians, and General Ekman is telling me that the Russians have such a limited presence there, and on the flip side, the United States has pulled out of 2 military bases, the French have pulled out, the Germans have pulled out, so there's a real void in a partnership for Niger, and we will just have to see how this plays out as those violent extremist organizations continue to grow.
And Carla, is the Pentagon concerned about what happens next to the region? Because it's been chaotic, coups, counter-coups, and now extremism in the Sahel, in that area. So what are they saying might be probably coming up in the next couple of months or years?
Absolutely. Major General Michael Langley, the head of U.S. Africa Command, says that AFRICOM needs to recalibrate and is in the process of recalibrating to see where their forces need to be to try to fight this fight, because they have a void now. The intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance that was based in Niger, that has been pulled out, and so it's much harder to keep an eye on these terrorists. And as you mentioned, with all of these coups going on, the State Department has restrictions that the U.S. military serves to uphold democracy. So if there's not a democratic partner to work with, they are very limited on what they can do to help support these nations.
Carla, many thanks for your reporting. VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb reporting live for us from the U.S. military headquarters in Arlington, Virginia. We're excited to hear what you think about Africa 54 and all our VOA Africa programs on our website at voaafrica.com. Still to come, President William Ruto visits Haiti to support Kenya's anti-gang fighting mission. We'll be right back. In other news, severe flooding in Chad since July has claimed at least 503 lives and affected around 1.7 million people, according to the United Nations. The UN's Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs in Chad says floods have destroyed over 212,000 houses, flooded nearly 358,000 hectares of land, and drowned over 69,000 heads of cattle. The son of Uganda's long-serving leader, Yoweri Museveni, says he has abandoned plans to run for presidency in the next election in 2026. Muhoozi Kainerugaba instead is urging his supporters to endorse his father. President Museveni, who has led the country for 38 years, is widely expected to run for a seventh term, even though he has not yet confirmed his candidacy. And a new report by the International Rhino Foundation reveals that the worldwide rhino population has increased slightly, but so have the killings, mostly in South Africa, as poaching fueled by a huge demand for rhino horns remains a top threat. A total of 586 rhinos were killed in Africa in 2023, rising from 551 reported in 2022, according to the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Kenyan President William Ruto says he is open to Kenya's anti-gang fighting mission in the country being converted to a UN peacekeeping operation. Ruto visited violence-plagued Haiti to assess the progress of the multinational security support mission, where Kenya is playing a leading role to curb rampant gang violence that has ushered years of political chaos and mass displacement.
On the suggestion to transit this into a fully UN peacekeeping mission, we have absolutely no problem if that is the direction the UN Security Council wants to take it.
The mandate of the multinational security support mission, first approved by the UN Security Council for 12 months, is set to expire at the start of October. Kenya was the first nation to send forces as part of a more significant effort by the UN to offer international support to Haiti, which has spiraled into conflict and political turmoil since the assassination of President Jovenel Moise in 2021. For more perspective, VOA's Paul Ndiho spoke with Edgar Githua, an international security and diplomatic expert at Strathmore University in Nairobi, Kenya.
At least the Kenyan contingent currently of 400 soldiers, 400 policemen. So far, so good. They've done a commendable job, of course, with a bit of challenges. Reports indicate they have settled in well. Reports indicate they have been able to work hand in hand with the Haitian police force in reclaiming some of the areas from the gangs. We're talking about the airport. We're talking about one of the big hospitals within Port-au-Prince and some of the residential neighborhoods. And creating a humanitarian corridor that has allowed some Haitians who had run away to come back. So we can say gradually they have gone there. It's been a mixed bag. There have been some few complaints from Haitians who probably want them to move a bit faster. But I think the Kenyans and the Haitian police force are still not at the place where they feel they can move as fast as they want because of the logistics, the lack of resources, and they need, of course, better equipment. But so far, so good.
How significant is this trip for President William Ruto, considering the fact that he's faced a lot of challenges back home?
Yeah.
You have an uprising of young people taking onto the streets, but here we see Kenyans also trying to bring what a lot of people said was not possible, a semblance of peace in Haiti.
The diplomatic optics, number one, for Kenya are very good, and the dividend, Kenya will reap a very huge dividend when this mission eventually concludes in a successful manner. For President William Ruto, there are two things. Number one, he silences all the naysayers who told him, you are sending our boys to go and die. You're sending us into a bloodbath. So that in itself gives him that moral authority to tell them, I know what I was talking about. I told you our boys were ready for this. On the flip side, when the Kenyans, when we watch documentaries and we see Kenyans succeeding, it also gives us confidence and trust that we have a police force that is able to do a lot. And then, of course, on the flip side, the bigger question now for us becomes, then why can't they quell the banditry in our own country? Why can't they deal with our own internal security issues that have become a problem here and there. But having said that, Kenya gains diplomatically. It raises our stature. We are able to attract military aid. We are able to attract security aid. We are able to be a country that can be relied on, not only in the region, but in Africa. Post-conflict reconstruction, Paul, is usually a very long process. It is not a walk in the park. Today, things could be working out because of, we have the goodwill and the support of the Haitians. If after 4 or 5 months, the Haitians begin to become impatient, feeling like the Kenyans are really not bringing the change, the radical change we thought they would bring, when the ground starts shifting, the gangs start becoming stronger. We have to train the police force. At some point, we have to disarm those gangs. At some point, we have to convince Barbecue, Jimmy Cherizier and his gangs to lay down their weapons. That is a long, drawn process. And so you want to make hay while the sun is shining. You want to make as many gains as possible.
Edgar Githua is an international security and diplomatic expert at Strathmore University in Nairobi, Kenya. And that's our show for today. Be sure to watch Africa 54 on our website at voaafrica.com. From all of us here in Washington, thanks for watching.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
literature is important to us Africans so we can hear the voices of the people of Africa and not just read in a second-hand voice about the continent and its people. What do Africans think, want, feel, and believe? How do they worship and raise their children? What do they value and cherish from their ancient culture? This is African Literature on the NTA, the largest television network in Africa. I am Nina Bassi. Stay with us. This edition will take a look at the need for literary works to be made available to the readers.
With liberation and increased literacy since most African nations gained their independence in the 1950s and 1960s, African literature has grown dramatically in quantity and in recognition, with numerous African works appearing in Western academic curricula and on best of list compiled since the end of the 20th century. African writers in this period wrote both in Western languages and in traditional African languages. There has been a lot of literary productions in Africa since the beginning of the current decade, even though readers do not always follow in large numbers. One can also notice the appearance of certain writings that break with the academic style. In addition, the shortage of literary critics can be explored on the continent. Literary events seem to be very fashionable, including literary awards, some of which can be distinguished by their original concepts. The increasing use of the internet has changed how readers of African literature assess content. This has led to the rise of digital reading and publishing platforms. In general, the writer's audience has an important role to play in the shaping of his art. In fact, the existence of a work of art is fundamentally linked with the audience who is to enjoy, criticize, or hate it. And this point has not been ignored by any of the modern writers, including the most liberal-minded amongst them. Although the decision to become a writer is the prerogative of an individual, the fact that it takes a subject matter from a society to which his message is addressed shows that he cannot entirely liberate himself from the society's dictates. The revelation of the truth of a writer's real moral work is assessed by the society. The happenings resulting in part from the audience reception of the work is undoubtedly the writer's goal.
Until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter.
The African Writers Series, launched in 1962, enabled the dissemination of African literature worldwide and contributed to the creation of a critical sensitivity among readers and critics alike to its distinct qualities and values. What is more, Henneman educational books made it possible for African authors writing in Arabic and French to be part of a larger literary phenomenon. Gabriel Okara, Wole Soyinka, Dennis Brutus, Ama Ata Ado, Alex Laguma, and John Pepe Clark, for instance, owed their first publications and early recognition to Black Orpheus. Some Africans and expatriates set up the Mbari Club to give young artists the opportunity with its own publishing house, which encouraged and published young African writers and made their works available to the audience in and beyond Africa. How was Sidi Aliyu, driven by passion for reading books and making it available to the public, established a bookstore which houses African literary works and a conducive atmosphere for children to read and a space for literary authors to host most of their literary discourse in Abuja.
My passion for books, I've always loved reading books. Since I was a little child, I've always had that passion to read. I can remember growing up, I always imagined myself locked up in a bookstore, stay there the whole day and have all the books to read. Because then when you go out shopping for books with your parents, you're only allowed to take like 2 or 3 copies of books when you have your eyes on 100 of others. So it's always been that passion to run a bookstore, to have a place, that happy place where people also who have the passion for reading will come and find the kind of books they like to read. So more like, I'll call it a dream come true. We're not just a bookstore, we also have like a reading room and a space where we host literary events, book clubs and all that.
She receives patronage from students, young, old, middle-aged, working class and Nigerians in the diaspora.
We have the young, we have the old. For the young ones, like students, they love reading. Those that love reading, they come in here, but they are always constrained with affordability and all that, so they don't pick as much as they want to. But lots of interest from the younger ones and parents who all want to build the reading culture for their children. Tend to buy lots of books for their kids. And then we have the middle-aged people, working class people. Like I said, those that want to, or I've always said it, those that want to read will always find you and come and buy books. So the middle class, we've got quite a number of people that come in here to buy.
Her supplies comes from indigenous and foreign publishers and independent authors as well.
The Nigerian books, we've got quite a number of publishers here in Nigeria, Printing Press and all that. So the publishers, sometimes we reach out to them, when we get requests from customers, we reach out to them and other books. Other times they'll reach out to us, especially when they are publishing new books, and they send in their books. For the foreign books, we also reach out to publishers abroad, other books, and have it sent to us. And then authors too, independent publishers and all that, authors tend to visit and bring in their books.
What does her 3 years in the business look like?
Yeah, we're running to that third year. How lucrative is the business? When I started this business, actually, it was more, like I said, out of passion and hobby, to have that place. I didn't look at the business angle at the beginning. But of course, when you go into this buying and selling, looking for capital and all that, you start looking at that business angle. When you look at the times we're in now, we are trying to keep our head above water, right? It's not as safe, it's not some money spinning machine and all that. But I think the satisfaction is having those that love reading, reaching out to you and getting the right books, But when you lucrative, well, we're hoping it will get lucrative in the future.
She also thinks differently about Africa's reading culture.
Nigerians, well, when you look at the population, I remember when I wanted to start the business, I got a lot of people trying to discourage me, telling me that we don't have this reading culture, Nigerians don't read and all that. But surprisingly, when you look at the population of Nigeria, the little percentage that read, they're quite a lot. And those that really do have this passion for reading, they find you from everywhere. I've got people from Maiduguri, Calabar, they try to reach you. So yes, they do read, but then you look at it now, the Nigerian, the typical buying power of the average Nigerian, how much do they earn? How much are they going to spend, So they buy, yes, the book goes, we sell, but not to the level where we'll say, oh, it's mega lucrative. But Nigerians are reading. Those that love reading, we hope to build more of the reading culture.
Are there any challenges?
Challenges? We've had the typical Nigerian challenges, especially for books you import, shipping costs, getting the books here on time, and then trying to cost the books. By the time you put in shipping and the money you use in sourcing them and all that, sometimes the books the prices tend to go a bit above what the average Nigerian. So we're always trying to find that balance. Is quite challenging, trying to find that balance and to get these books to those who will read them. It's a copyright issue. Books come out, and while you're even discussing the book, or before you finish discussing the book, you get someone saying, oh, I have the PDF version, or someone is asking about a particular book, and they say, oh, don't worry, I'll send you the PDF version of that book. First and foremost, for the authors and the publishers, right? That's very, it totally kills their work. It does not encourage our publishers, does not encourage our authors to to bring out more books, and it also kills the business for us.
She speaks on African storyline and how to get the younger generation to read indigenous literature.
I guess when it comes to reconnecting to a large extent, more like the classics, more books from the classics, like the Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, the Cyprian Equacies, but I think they connect. If you're looking at connecting children, the younger generation, to the past, to our culture, I think those books come in more than the new generation books, the books that are being published today. Although, yes, there's still quite a few that connect. But then when we even look at the young generation now, I said students do come in looking for books to read and all that. Unfortunately, they come in, they're not, it's like we have a lot of work to do in encouraging them to connect, to even pick interest in our books. That's the African books by African authors, both the old authors and the new ones, because they tend to move towards the foreign books. Most times, 90% of the youths that come in are looking at self-help books, how to quickly make it, the motivational books, business books, and then fiction, all foreign. They don't look at the African and the Nigerian books. So I guess the first step is to encourage them to connect with the past, our culture, and our roots. I guess that's the most important thing for now. We have to find ways to make them more interested, in the storyline. I remember when we were growing up, I remember Gods Are Not to Blame. Not only do you read this book, you discuss it, you go for plays and all that, people act them out, so it takes them back, appreciating that time of, and it's this culture that defines who we are today. So it's not just, it's to get these kids to, okay, you people are reading this book, you're not just reading it with the sole aim of passing, there's a bigger purpose towards it, and it's connecting to the culture. To have more plays. There was a time we used to have lots of Varamweno Baisi. I remember we acted it in school, and different schools, there were competitions between schools, African plays and all that. If we can bring all that back together, it will really go a long way.
Arts Composition takes a look at an African woman driven by passion to ensure African literary works are made available to the readers.
Hawa Sidi Aliyu, a graduate of law from the University of Lagos, is a Niger State-born entrepreneur. She ran a pharmaceutical company, New City Gate Pharmacy, for 8 years. Has practiced as a legal consultant to Yokoko Nigeria Limited, a multi-conglomerate, for 4 years. In 2017, a passion for reading and promoting the culture of reading led her to establishing a bookstore and library, Adams Pages, where she has, over a period of 3 years, hosted book readings, literary events, and has collaborated with non-governmental organizations to organize book drives for donation of books to the less privileged. ensuring that as many children as possible get access to good books.
Conflict provides crucial tension in any story and drives the narrative forward. Our literary device this week is conflict.
Conflict is usually the heart of the story and revolves around the main character. Conflict plays out between the protagonist, that is, the main character, and the antagonist, the opposing force, but can occur in many different forms. In literature, conflict refers to the different drives of the characters or forces involved. Traditionally, conflict is a major literary element of narrative or dramatic structure that creates challenges in a story by adding uncertainty as to whether the goal will be achieved. The plot of any story requires conflict to drive it forward. Whenever a protagonist struggles against a force beyond his or her control, conflict arises, adding complexity and interest to the story. According to Aristotle, in order to hold the interest, the hero must have a single conflict. Conflict occurs when the main character struggles with either an external conflict or an internal conflict. Conflict was first described in ancient Greek literature as argon, or central contest in tragedy. The argon, or act of conflict, involves the protagonist, that is, the fighter, and the antagonist, a more recent term corresponding to the hero and villain. The easier it is for the protagonist to triumph, the less value there is in drama. In internal and external conflict alike, the antagonist must act upon the protagonist and must seem at first to overmatch him or her. Most enduring stories contain more than one of these types of conflict, and conflict can develop into another during a character's journey. It is important to understand your character's traits, as well as what type of literary character he or she is, to comprehend more about any particular conflict. Classification of conflict. The basic types of conflict in fiction have been commonly codified into three. Whether you are reading a drama or comedy, these types of conflict are easy to spot in both classic and modern literature. They include man versus man. The main character fights against another person, the antagonist, to achieve victory. The adversary relationship can be expressed physically, emotionally, intellectually, or in other ways. For example, A Woman in Her Prime by Asare Konadu. This involves conflicts between God Almighty and God Tano, as Tano, whom Pokua has been offering sacrifices to, have been relegated and seen as powerless, and all fates are being entrusted in God Almighty. Man versus nature. The natural world turns against the main character, the protagonist, forcing him or her to fight against the elements and overcome adversity. For example, Amadarko's Faceless. Baby T, the main character, faced with many forces such as streetism, irresponsible parenting, rape, and government indifference. Man versus self. This is also known as internal conflicts. Self-conflict involves the protagonist facing his or her own fears, flaws, and emotions. The story may surround a difficult decision the central character has to make. For example, The Gods Are Not to Be Blamed by Olarotimi. Adewale, a fugitive boy, made so many difficult decisions by facing his own fears, flaws, and emotion. Importance of conflict. The literary purpose of conflict is to create tension in the story. make readers interested by leaving them uncertain which of the characters or forces will prevail. Conflict drives the story forward and creates suspense. If a story has no conflict, it will be very boring. Conflict creates challenges in a story by adding uncertainty as to whether the goal will be achieved. It is often used to reveal a deeper meaning in a narrative, while highlighting characters, motivations, values, and weakness.
Africa's first Nobel laureate in literature, playwright, poet, essayist, and novelist, Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka, born 13th July 1934 in Abeokuta. He is an icon and a living legend in the world of African literature. We celebrate him on this edition as we wrap up with some of his notable quotes.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Hello, I'm Esther Githu. Welcome to Africa 54. Here's what's coming up.
which distinguishes masters of art from other forms of art.
These are works that have been with these masters and have recognized that in dealing with art particularly, when you're buying any stock of art, let me just say this, you're not buying the regular car, you're not buying the regular jet there, then you put it. This is something that has never fallen. There is no stock market that you find art has fallen. So it's always on the rise, and Nigeria is on the rise.
The demand for Nigerian art, both locally and globally, has equipped the artists with necessary skills to create various forms of art. And for the masters, it also provided a significant cultural component to help them in communicating ideas, entertain and awaken our curiosity and emotions.
It has to do with the Nigerian situation where we have the three major ethnic groups in the country, Hausa, Igbo and Yoruba. And the work here represents three figures with three different colors. So as the artist, I chose blue color to suggest that the man in blue is the good and the man in red is the bad, while the man with black dress is the ugly. Will you say the Igbo man is the one wearing the blue color, or the red or black, or vice versa the Hausa man, or even the Yoruba man? So the major idea is that we are very rich, but unfortunately we are not making good progress because we have the good, the bad, and the ugly within our society.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connect great minds while extraying everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
Get ready to indulge in the latest fashion trends and styles on Fashion Vibes.
In Africa, our weddings are very much fashion inspired.
United General Assembly begins. Nigeria seeks deeper relations among member states.
Why the UN exists. But the task of prevention becomes all the more difficult when conflict becomes normalized.
And Senate receives request for confirmation of Kudirat Kekereekun as Chief Justice of Nigeria.
Presidency approves revision of the consolidated salary structure and 11 others with effect from 29th July 2024.
And on Good Morning Nigeria today, we shall focus resolutions of the CBN Monetary Policy Committee meeting.
Well, Claire, is CBN NPC
we are back on the same route again.
Yeah, it's good to. Let's just look at it. Nigeria's Apex Bank has increased its benchmark interest rate, known as Monetary Policy Rate (MPR), by 50% basis point to 27.25%.
Absolutely. And now this increase is from 26.75% and represents 50% increase of the MPR by the Central Bank of Nigeria this year.
Yeah, the CBN also raised the cash reserve ratio by 50 basis points to 50% from 45% for deposit money banks and 16% for merchant banks.
The committee said it adjusted the asymmetric corridor to plus 500 and minus 100 basis points.
The rates were tightened to safeguard gains achieved recently, as explained by the CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso. These increases are a battle to keep the economy stable, a fight that has been on since the year began.
Indeed, and that fight is still on, but the CBN governor is assuring Nigerians that the banking sector remains safe and on a sound footing. Now, he also explained that after deliberating for 2 days, the 297th meeting of the MPC agreed to leave other parameters unchanged. Now, what this implies, according to the CBN governor, is that the liquidity ratio was retained at 30%. Demola.
Well, these are all technicalities. we
will get to break them down later on.
For Cardoso, the latest inflation rates indicates that the CBN is on the right track and has done a great deal to restore trust in his work.
All right, so let's again backtrack a bit, and the economy, country's economy, of course, as we all know, has been a source of concern for a while with inflation, going up and down. We saw figures going from 28.9% in December 2023 to as much as 29.9% in January 2024.
Yes, Claire, but I must mention recent improvements in the inflation rates, though industry watchers insist this may not have serious impact on the man on the street because of other factors such as depreciation of the naira, which has made some serious impact on prices of goods and services in the country. We have guests joining us shortly to speak on the latest Monetary Policy Committee meeting of the CBN and its resolutions. Welcome to Good Morning Nigeria today. Thanks for joining us. I am Ademola Adeoye.
I was hoping you don't say Claire. I didn't know why you don't say this.
I am a lot.
All right. And I'm Claire. Abdul Razak. Don't mind us this morning. It's because of the technicalities of all the CBN, figures and all that. And Demola, I'm sure. I mean, I had a P7. In my time, in my WAEC. So that was a pass.
In economics, right?
In economics. In mathematics.
In mathematics.
Yes, and okay. It was a big deal for me.
I had A3 in economics.
No, we are talking about mathematics.
Mathematics, well, I had C6.
Yes. C6. So you don't have anything to worry.
This is technicalities.
Anyway, welcome to the program. It's Wednesday's edition, and we are live on the network service of the NTA. Chukwudi Okoli Ugbaja will be here. I don't know what he's called, but trust Chukwudi. Anyway, he will be here to give us the newspaper review. Of course, that will be after the news with Olajide Bello, whom I also believe. Let me just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Claire. Good morning, and I'm Olajide. Anyways, I won't forget my name. Sure, for sure. Good morning, Nigeria, and here is the morning news. President Bola Tinubu is asking world leaders to deepen relations among member states of the United Nations in line with the principles of inclusivity, equality and cooperation. Represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, the President made the call while addressing world leaders during the general debate of the ongoing 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly at the UN headquarters in New York, United States.
Addressing the root causes of conflict is often the first step towards providing long-term solutions. Clearly, some of the root causes of conflict are social in nature, including poverty, hunger, ignorance, inequality and exclusion, as well as other forms of injustice.
Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu has called on stakeholders across the globe to develop innovative approaches to fight both tuberculosis and antimicrobial resistance (AMR) in a strategic and integrated manner that targets prevention of new infections. She was speaking in New York at an event organized by Stop TB Partnership on the margins of the 79th United Nations General Assembly. Nigeria has solicited the support of Finland in its pursuit of a permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila reports that Vice President Kashim Shettima, at a meeting with President of the Republic of Finland Alexander Stubb on the sidelines of the ongoing 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly in New York, said the support has become necessary given Finland's role as a European and NATO member and considering the role of Nigeria has played over the years in entrenching democratic values and peaceful cohesion. Nigeria has already indicated interest in the UN Security Council seat following calls for reforms and expansion of the Council by some UN member countries. President Stubb of Finland expressed total support for the expansion and reconstruction of the UN Security Council, saying the dynamics of the modern world demand such change. In a related development at the meeting between Vice President Shettima and the African Union Chairperson Musa Faki Mahamat, Vice President Kashim Shettima stressed the need for consolidation of democracy as well as peaceful collaborations. The Vice President indicated Nigerians' interest in hosting the African Central Bank, maintaining that Africa has come of age to host one. The AU chairperson thanked Nigeria for its role in stabilizing Africa, adding that the AU will continue to ensure that African stability and peace remain a priority. The Senate resumes plenary after 2 months of recess to attend to legislative business. Among the requests from the President is the confirmation of the appointees, including the Acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun.
These glimmers of hope paved the way for a brighter future. The hard-won gains must not overshadow the pressing issues that still loom large before us. We must, as senators, prioritize the issues of security of our great nation.
President Bola Tinubu has approved a revision of the Consolidated Public Service Salary Structure Campus and 11 other structures with effect from 29 July 2024 in line with the National Minimum Wage Act 2024. Chairman National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission Ekwonta disclosed this to newsmen in Abuja.
Whether it's self-funded or treasury-funded, that has not received any circular on this matter, specifically from this commission, should contact the commission for further directives. It is not of general application. That table you saw, which was in the social media, was specific for a particular salary table. So if you use it across board, you'll miss the entire point.
The federal government commends the National Media Complaints Commission, NMCC, the Nigerian Media Ombudsman, for its impartial and thorough investigation, which found Daily Trust reports on the Samoa agreements to be inaccurate, misleading and not in line with the Code of Ethics for Nigerian journalists. A statement by the Special Assistant to the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Rabi Ibrahim, says that the ruling serves as a testament to the importance of journalistic integrity and accountability, and also a reminder of the crucial role the media plays in shaping public perception through truthful and accurate reporting. And that's it on the morning news. Good morning, Nigeria continues with Demola and Claire after this break. Don't go away.
Romantic across the savannah to the Sahara. We rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree. We sway in colors, we turn down in demand. We make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Education is unique, we are more than the solution.
We are Nigeria, we are Nigeria, strength in unity. We know they carry love. We are Nigeria, we are Nigeria. Together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
A new edition of TV Guide is out.
This time, we got up close and personal with the transformational legislator, the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Barrow Jibrin.
It created a difference in terms of representation through interventions that have brought an unprecedented infrastructural development to my area.
This edition is a compendium of mind-blowing stories for your reading pleasure, ranging from technology, entertainment, economy, media, politics, family, and lots more.
It is indeed a park of excitement as we take you through every aspect of life. Pick up your copy and get abreast with issues and trending features within our space.
TV Guide, very incisive, very educative and compelling. Grab a copy at the vendor near you or any NTA station nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
We all get that party where they get your back anytime or day. E go carry a matter for head like say na your own. Now so Go TV tanda for your side as your party for correct enjoyment. We know the tear pocket. For this Go TV Super Plus Golden Window, you fit touchlight all the 380 Premier League games, correct local shows, and better film. We day for you. Make your sharply upgrade or recharge your Go TV on top Super Plus to enjoy every today. The Super Plus Golden Window don't come out money now. No do yourself, oh. Go TV. Love it.
We must all join hands to work hard so that we build a country for our grandchildren.
My hope is that we develop as a nation where every citizen is given his due right. There is transparency, honesty, and integrity.
Put the interests of this country first and foremost. Interest of Nigeria is being one nation, one people.
The need, if I mean, to put things right, things that have gone wrong before, to try and put right, for this, for the love of country.
The race to qualify for the biggest football competition in Africa is on, the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. 48 teams in 12 groups, with only the top 2 teams in each group qualifying for the African Cup of Nations in 2025 in Morocco. Don't miss the action, suspense and unrivaled coverage on Afro Sport TV and its affiliates partners across Nigeria, starting from September 2024 to November 2024. Afro Sport, your freedom of sport.
This Sunday, live on Sporty TV, Real Betis, Espanyol. Real Betis versus Espanyol. Watch live on Sporty TV. Brought to you by SportyBet. Play with champions.
All right, it's a very, very cold morning here in the studio, and we welcome you once again if you've just tuned in. It's Good Morning Nigeria, and newspaper review will be coming up next.
Demo, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
It's still fairly cold.
It is in here.
It is, yeah, it's the air conditioning. But out there, I think it's still fairly cold.
Mm.
Although I'm suppressing fever. I'm taking the drugs yesterday. Yeah, hello, Claire. How are you?
Hello, Chooks.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You look resplendent, as usual.
Okay, let me quickly tee off, as they say in golf. I hope that's correct. Let's start off with the leadership. Now, leadership has its strong stories on the front page. Matawale denies links with bandits, demands proof. That story is on page 4. Blame Buhari for current economic hardship. This is attributed to CBN. Details of that on page 4. And the writers are, says Tinubu inherited battered economy. We are battling with repercussions of 35 trillion naira ways and means. And stakeholders raise concern over 27.25% interest rate. And of course, we see it's time to act for early years. And this picture story is showcasing First Lady, Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, with other African First Ladies and participants to the high-level dinner hosted by Organization of African First Ladies for Development of LAD and their world on the sidelines of the ongoing 79th UNGA in New York on Sunday. It's time to act for early years. That's the words coming from our First Ladies. And just inside there, below the nameplate, Tinubu seeks permanent UN Security Council seat for Nigeria and Africa. That's at UNGA 79. And there are other stories trending on this front page. But let me quickly look at the story above the nameplate. FG to launch new school curriculum next month. FG to launch new school curriculum next month. Details of that on page 8. APC tackles Yaga Africa over Edo poll report. It's on page 18. And 86 million Nigerians living in multidimensional poverty. Another multidimensional poverty report is coming up again. But this time, this is ActionAid. 86 million Nigerians. The last time, I think it was over 100 and something million Nigerians. So if this is 86, and we're seeing a reduction, but Chukwudi will probably speak to that much later. Blueprint is next, and experts differ as CBN raises lending rate to 27.25%. The blueprint, experts differ as CBN raises lending rate to 27.25%. Decision will address major forex inflation threats. That's coming from Professor Uche Waleke. And no, it has tendency to slow down investment. That's again coming from Muda Yusuf. These are two financial experts, of course, having different opinion as expected. Drama as Justice Nyako withdraws from Nnamdi Kalu's trial. It's also there trending on page 6. And there are other stories now. Oh, okay. I think I just stop at this and hand over to Ademola Adeoye.
Thank you, Claire. I have the Daily Trust newspaper with me, and below the nameplate we have Zamfara. Lawal Matawale's feud gets messier. Details on page 10. Against expectation, CBN raises interest rate to 27.25%. Details of that story can be found on page 7 or on page 19. Tinubu seeks UN permanent seat. Debt forgiveness for Nigeria orders. Details of that story can be found on page 6. And the major headline reads, Army discharges female soldier who accused officer of sexual advances, cites mental challenge, exonerates colonel of allegation, Women Affairs Ministry silent on the issue. And the details of that story can be found on page 4. Nigerians grappling with hardship, Akpabio. That is, that story also can be found on page 4. Then we have Akures goes to sleep as monarch begins leave. And the EFCC probes own staff over 15 million bribery allegation. Chooks.
Hello. The question I ask is, what are the indications that Matawale actually did things to suggest that he had links with bandits? Could it be just, fisticuffs between him and Lawal? Is there any fire in the smoke some people tend to see? The allegations that somebody is affiliated to insurgents or bandits, are weighty allegations. And it is only proper that since the matter would not go away, a proper investigation should be carried out to know the veracity or otherwise of the allegation. I think that's what we can say at this point. But not necessarily linking this to Matawale. I am one of those who feel that insurgency in this country continues because some persons in high places know something but are not saying something. Maybe they're even doing something that might not be in the national interest. But then, speculation does have its limits. You don't even want to engage in it at all.
It's better.
But if we remember that Danjuma told the CDS just a few days ago, no more excuses. End banditry now.
Do something about it.
The impression you have is that Danjuma knows something we do not know. And of course, being a military man himself, he's only retired, he's still a military man by mentality.
A general.
He knows that there are ways we can handle this matter and it dies a natural death.
Chukwu, the issue is that the burden of proof is always on the accuser.
Oh, sure.
So, with regards to the issue between Matawale and Lawal, I think the Enos.
You remember that man? Instead of owners, the man, we are not divulging, told us it was the anus rest on you. Claire, your mischief will never beat a retreat.
Anyway, and just as before we move away from the issue of insurgency and terrorism, there's a breaking news coming in, from our news report now from Gusau, and we hear that troops have eliminated another notorious terrorist kingpin, Kachala Makore, in Zamfara State. Again, breaking news from Zamfara. From Gusau, troops eliminate another notorious terrorist kingpin, Kachala Makore, in Zamfara State.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah, actually, it was in the papers yesterday, but maybe NTA would not rush into such without verification. So to us, it's new information. You don't speculate again. That's a good one.
Yes, this army discharges female soldier who accused officer of sexual advances. Chooks, you heard about the story?
Yeah, I read up the bit, but remember there are riders to that. They are saying that the lady's mental health is in doubt, and that actually it exonerated the colonel who's been alleged to have done something to the lady. But then his advances they talked about, I am a bit excited and interested, because if it's only advances, there's not a case of, somebody going further. I want to say that this is interesting, because in Africa here, the woman is taken so much for granted that even advances are not considered to be anything untoward. It is here in Nigeria you meet somebody just cuddle a lady in public around the waistline, and she's smiling instead of slapping him right there in public. An American woman would say, "Don't paw me, don't touch me."
No, we don't do that in this climb. We don't.
We don't do what?
We don't slap people. We're not aggressive that way.
Yet
it's our culture.
You'd allow them to touch you anyhow in public?
No, we don't touch anyhow.
Really?
I don't think it's right. No, I don't think you're correct.
You're seeing something different from what I
Maybe what you are seeing is different from what I see, but we don't just.
Claire is.
Claire, do they call you?
Is so
silent.
silent.
I just call you anyhow?
Please, gentlemen, can we move
This is an important issue.
Yes, it is an
Your
important
editorial
issue.
judgment is different from ours.
No. It is an important issue, but
Yes.
both of you are actualizing it. And because the Ministry of Women Affairs,
Yes.
according to one of the papers,
They are
says
silent
they are
about it.
silent about it.
But why are they
Yes,
silent?
So,
Because
but
the silence is news to us.
We do not know the context of the sexual
Allegation.
harassment. Yes, allegation. We do not know the context. So if we know the context, and indeed, who is to prove the mental alertness or mental fitness of the lady?
More and more issues you're raising now. Can you see the
Actually,
big
it was
issue?
stated, it was stated
Yes.
that she was in the hospital, the psychiatric hospital, actually. She's been there. And what the statement said is that the investigation was conducted in line with established protocol,
Yes.
with every effort made to ensure a fair and impartial process. Then he concluded that the findings were definitive and based on objective evaluation, available information.
No, but the fact that
the
they
lady
had
has been in the hospital.
Wait, the fact that
for
lady,
treatment.
the fact that the lady is receiving treatment for a condition, does it negate, the action that action did not take place?
They've carried out investigation.
Is there a correlation?
That's what needs to. You said
Exactly.
we should know the context
a
little better.
Exactly.
So we do not speculate on the matter.
Exactly.
But I'm interested that in Africa, ladies are speaking up about advances,
Of
and I
course.
like it.
Of course.
I like it.
Of course.
We take women for granted
Yes.
a lot on the
Yes.
continent.
And our First Lady, frowns at anything that has to do with sexual, harassment. In
That's a
fact,
good one.
not just sexual harassment, gender-based
Discrimination,
violence. Yes, generally. So I think let's leave that matter. And then the issue again I would like us to look at is I'm almost forgetting that. It's of course the issue of the CBN's allegation or the CBN's remarks about the economic hardship and why it's been difficult to address the issue. And I was trying to go through the to find out. And the CBN is raising some issues. The CBN said that the current administration came into a very loose money supply situation. And it gives instances. In 2015, Chukwudi,
Yes.
it says money supply was about 19 trillion.
Yes.
And in 2023, it was 54 trillion.
Yes.
And then according to, this same Mr. Cardoso, the printing of 35 trillion naira resulted in a huge amount of money in circulation, which translated to too much money chasing same amount of goods. So that's why, we're having...
You actually said they are battling with the repercussions of 35 trillion naira
Yes.
ways and means.
Ways and means.
That's on the high side. But you see, something I need to say to government is that there are certain things we don't want to hear. APC took over from APC. So, it is their matter.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And that's
That's
the
it.
reason.
It's as simple as that.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Let them handle their baggage.
Thank you for that. So on that note, we draw the curtain.
We've been asked to...
We need to...
We've been asked
The
to...
director is signaling that we should take a break now. Thanks, Chooks, for
Thank
coming
you. Thanks a
on
lot.
Good Morning Nigeria today. We'll see you tomorrow, I hope. All right, we'll take a break now. Good Morning Nigeria continues. Stay with us.
Diadem family! Hey, we go here after today.
Back then I used to be Rasaki, but now I'm rebranded. Call me Shegun, you can call me no guest.
How did you meet your lovely wife?
It was an amazing journey.
Adewale, mention a characteristic of a deceitful person.
Cheating. Yakoni. Pretense.
You're selfish.
NTA Television College Jos with a pedigree of producing indelible professionals in the media space and an affiliate of the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, for the award of degree in mass communication, calls on prospective candidates to leverage on the following courses it offers for 2024-2025 academic session. BSc Mass Communication, those with minimum admissible score of 180 and above who sat for the 2024 JAMB/UTME and direct entry, while 100 to 179 minimum admissible score can apply for the National Innovation Diploma NID in Film and Television Production, Broadcast Journalism and Television Engineering. For more inquiries, visit our website or call 0803-383-4343. Announcer, Registrar.
We all get that party where they get your back anytime or day. E go carry a matter for head like say na your own. Na so Go TV tanda for your side as your party for correct enjoyment. We not a tear pocket. For this Go TV Super Plus Golden Window, you fit touchlight all the 380 Premier League games, correct local shows, and better film. We day for you. Make your sharply upgrade or recharge your Go TV on top Super Plus to enjoy every today. The Super Plus Golden Window don't come out money now. No do yourself, oh. Go TV. Love it.
The counsel of our fathers.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days. You probably do not know what it is.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
Nigeria means a lot to me.
And Nigeria means peaceful cohesion.
My country.
We continue to pray, and then hopefully we will come to understand that unity of purpose, unity of living together.
Our ethnic beliefs and background and culture is our strength.
Ever since the amalgamation period of 1914 to date, about 109 years ago, the people of Nigeria live very peacefully with one another.
I think diversity helps a lot to enhance robust development in Nigeria.
All over the country, you have so many ethnic groups, over 250. That is enough to tell you that this is a blessed country, that, God has kept, together as one indivisible entity.
This Saturday, Chelsea,
Jackson, 1-0. This is Matoma.
Brighton,
And well there. Madueke, Chelsea looking for another early goal in this half. And they've got it. Big chance, big goal. João Pedro.
Chelsea versus Brighton. Live on Sporty TV.
Sportybet sponsors coverage of the English Premier League.
Thanks for staying with us. You're still on to Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the NTA. As a prompt for our conversation this morning on resolution of the 29th Monetary Policy Committee meeting, 79th, I beg your pardon, we have the background report.
The Central Bank of Nigeria yesterday held yet another Monetary Policy Committee MPC meeting. This is its 297th Monetary Policy Committee meeting. The MPC is the highest decision-making body of the Central Bank, responsible for formulating policies to maintain price stability, support economic growth, and manage inflation. The meeting raised monetary policy rate to 27.25% to determine the monetary policy direction for the short to medium term. Governor of the Apex Bank, Olayemi Gadoso, says the decision to increase the interest rate is to safeguard price stability gains achieved.
The MPC noted the continued growth in money supply, recognizing the need to curtail excess liquidity in the system as well as address foreign exchange demand pressures.
Recall that at previous meetings, the MPC had maintained a tight monetary stand, focusing on raising the monetary policy rate to combat inflation, which has remained a pressing issue in the country. Reports has it that domestic economy in Nigeria witnessed a surge in inflation to 29.9% in January 2024, from 28.9% in December 2023. Despite weak economic growth, the depreciation of the naira against major currencies, driven by the persistent shortage of foreign currency liquidity, led to increase in price of commodity in the market. Guests on Good Morning Nigeria will be discussing the outcome of the CBN Monetary Committee meeting shortly.
All right. Thank you very much, Joseph, for the background report. And we have a full house, very powerful guests this morning. And Demola and I can only just relax that we're in safe hands.
And listen to them
and
speak.
listen, to these technical issues from the experts. And let me begin with the introductions. And we have here in the studio Dr. Ladibala Kefi, Acting Director, Monetary Policy Department, who is also of the Central Bank, who is also a member of the National Institute, MNI. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us.
Thank you.
And also here with us, we have Professor Ken Ife, economic policy expert. And it's a good thing to have you with us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right.
Also, we have in the studio a financial analyst, expert, Yushau Aliyu. You're welcome to Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right. And as usual, also, we have Ni Kinshiju, Chairman, Independent Media Initiative, and Financial and Investment Analyst. You're welcome.
My pleasure, as always. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's kickstart the discussion with the Acting Director, Monetary Policy Department, to give us, a detailed explanation of what happened, what the CBN governor rolled out yesterday.
Okay. Good morning, and thank you for the question, and also thank you for having the Central Bank here in your show. So, the decisions that were taken yesterday by the Monetary Policy Committee was a milestone decision. It was a hard decision because, of course, we know the current situation in the country, but the message we want to send out is that the decisions that were taken absolutely for the benefit of the economy. I think the last time we were here, you said we should talk in layman's language. So I don't want to start telling you about equilibrium.
In fact, that's exactly what I want.
However, so let me just give you a quick rollout of from last MPC to date. I believe that you all know that the inflation rate decelerated from the last MPC from 34.19%. It decelerated to 32.15%. And also, even the real sector, which is where you measure the GDP in the economy. Okay, so that went up, the real GDP went up from 2.98% to 3.19%. So that means there's something good happening in the economy, despite the tightening stance of the central bank. And also, okay, this is maybe not our doing. We will say kudos to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Production, crude oil production has gone up from 1.28 million barrels per day to 1.35 million barrels per day. Mm-hmm. However, the price of crude oil in the international market has come down.
Yeah.
So despite the fact that we're producing more, it's declining. So I'm taking you to our revenue, the country's revenue. It's from crude oil that we get a chunk of our revenue. The largest proportion of our revenue comes from the crude oil.
Yeah.
And also our foreign exchange component. So that foreign exchange component, which is in our reserves, it is very essential for us to have at least 18 months cover of import, because we import raw materials, we import food. We are largely an import-dependent economy. So we need that foreign exchange to safeguard the economy. So our decisions are tied towards bringing stability in the foreign exchange market. One, reducing excess liquidity in the system so that too much money will not be chasing too few goods. And also, I know your next question will be, how will it impact on the market, on the common people in the market?
Yes.
So, of course, food inflation came down. Food inflation has decelerated. The deceleration in the inflation to 32.15% was largely due to the decline in food prices.
When you say food inflation came down,
yes,
what do you mean? Because to the ordinary man on the street there, the food prices are still on the increase.
No.
I mean, that is, from our own investigation.
Okay.
But the power to purchase is not there for them. So can you just explain it further?
No, food prices have gone down. I'm sure that if you do a wide market survey.
Marginally. Yes, marginally.
I go to the market also, madam. I also go to the market.
Maybe the market where you go.
Who say market? Utako market. I go to Utako market.
I still bought a basket of tomatoes. You know, some are still selling at 7,000 naira, unlike before, when you could get a basket of tomato, the small basket of tomato, for 2,500. So yes, it's coming down from before. It's definitely coming down. I quite agree with you.
Thank you for acknowledging that it is coming down.
Of course, it's coming down. We are getting some breather.
Yes.
At least some of us now can purchase half basket of tomato.
Okay, so madam, quickly, let me interrupt you there. I think tomato is seasonal. Tomato doesn't grow well in raining season. So when we are in the raining season. So don't expect the price of tomatoes to be picked.
Not just only tomato.
No, but she used tomato as an example. So I'm telling you, the tomato, this is not the season for it, because tomato doesn't grow well in raining season. It is in the dry season that it grows well. And even despite that, the price still came down. So what we're looking for, I want you to look at where we're coming from. Well, we were coming from when the economy was flooded with too much liquidity, the ways and means. I think all Nigerians now know what ways and means is, that we had too much. Up to 33 trillion was out there. And with nothing to back it. Central bank policy, the theory of central banking, you don't print money in the economy. So what this new management met was a lot of liquidity in the system, and with the exchange rate, the reserve was not commensurate also. Low reserves, excess liquidity in the system, they met a big challenge. However, within 1 year, they've been able to increase the accretion to external reserves from 28 or 26 billion dollars to $39 billion as at September 19th. And currently, there is relative stability in the foreign exchange market. It's hovering between 1,500 to 1,600. What manufacturers want in order to price their goods well is stability. And we have provided that stability.
So what exactly is driving, this progress?
The accretion.
Is it the monetary policy?
Yes, it's the monetary policy. Absolutely, the monetary policy. Because when you increase rates, so let me explain what we did yesterday. Okay. So what the committee did yesterday was to increase the CRR and to increase the MPR. So once you do that, we're competing for capital inflows into the economy with other countries. We have Ghana, we have Egypt, we have South Africa. They are all emerging market economies. And then we have some also in Southeast Asia, like Malaysia, Indonesia, We're all in the same bracket, emerging market and developing economies. We're all competing for inflows from the developed economies, such as the US, the Bangkok, and Europe. So now in the US, they've cut interest rates for the first time. Mind you, or even developed countries hiked their interest rates for years because there was global recession arising from COVID. So after COVID subsided, central banks, in order to normalize their economies, started hiking rates to create employment. During COVID, there was supply chain disruptions and so on. So they started hiking. Initially, they cut interest rates until they felt they had reached a position when they should hike because of what was happening in their economy due to inflation.
That's why I'm going to ask you, before we even, escalate the conversation, I was just going through, because from the last, committee meeting to now, the basis points of increase, it's gradually declining, and I'm wondering from maybe 150, 100 basis points. This last one was just 50 basis points. Are we getting to a place of stability, maybe a place where the basis points will now?
Well, you see, two last MPCs. Yeah. We've been hiking from February to date. So we've had 4 MPCs, and we hiked. And now we are seeing the results. Yeah. So that's why we did not. That's why we kept it at
50.
At 50. But at the same time, we want to attract inflows, which was what I was explaining to you. And we are competing with other countries. So that was why we also had to hike, so that our interest rate, mind you, we're operating negative real interest rate now. So, but despite that, we're still able to attract FPIs. And the reason why we're able to attract FPIs is because international investors now have confidence in the Central Bank of Nigeria. They have confidence in the team, that this team are trustworthy and they are principled, and we have institutional reforms also ongoing in the bank to strengthen the governance structure, to strengthen the way we do our conduct our policies, and we are being rated by sovereign agencies, we're being rated by international investors, so they have confidence in the bank now. Now that they have confidence in the bank, this will attract FPIs.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's just
escalate the conversation.
Yes. Professor Kem, this is the 5th in 1 year that the basis points will be increased. What does it tell you about the nation's economy?
Well, my view, not necessarily represent the view of everybody. I mean, last week when I looked into this matter, I just couldn't find the basis for the optimism that the rate should go down, not even to stay stable. I couldn't see the reason, because the fundamentals that would drive CBN to begin to bring this down, I couldn't see that they were all met. But CBN has actually done something remarkable. Because if I'm a foreign investor in Nigeria, especially portfolio investment, not direct investment, because direct investment is more hostage to structural factors, I would be more interested in investing in Nigeria, because it doesn't matter where the forex rate is. What the investor is looking for is a stable forex regime and closure of the competing rates. That is the official and that's what they want, removing the arbitrage opportunity. Okay. Then they can plan. They will stay at 1,500 naira per dollar, but they can plan to invest for the next 6 months. And if it stays steady, they will, instead of cashing their money after 6 months, they will allow it to continue. That is what plays in their mind. Okay. Second thing that plays in their mind is that there's a conscious effort by central bank to narrow the gap of between inflation and monetary policy rate, because that is what they call the real interest rate. According to ECOWAS, one of the 10 macroeconomic convergence criteria is you shouldn't have negative real interest rate. We are at -11. what inflation is and where it is. So there should be a tendency for central bank to continue to move it up, while fighting to bring down inflation, so that you move into a real positive interest rate environment.
To move up the monetary?
No, that's the tendency, for them to be moving up the monetary policy rate while fighting to bring down the inflation rate, so that you can close that gap of 11%. The more you do that, the more you signal foreign portfolio investors to come and put their money. So you are satisfying the second condition for them to bring their money. You have zeroed the spread between official rate and back market rate. Let that money stay steady, and at the same time you are building the reserves to give more confidence that this economy will not collapse if there is a problem on the foreign imports. So all these things will work together to encourage that inflow. But on the other hand, domestically, you are going to be saying, but that's affecting our industry. Remember that COVID, insecurity, all of these things made government borrow so much money, and they had to turn to CBN to print money for them. That is what you call the ways and means. So every central bank prints money, but there are conditions under which they will print money. One of those conditions is that, there's huge increase in productivity. We are producing a lot more. Print a bit more money to match the increase in productivity. Some people are bringing in $30 billion into our economy. Central bank grabs that $30 billion, but you have to give them some naira to enable them to do what they want to do with that investment. They print a bit more money. So, but none of these conditions were the real reason for pouring in over 30-something trillion into our economy. So you have to suck this away, because what you have done is that you've created far more money, even when the goods being produced are even declining. So you have that terrible problem that they have to deal with. And the instrument that they use, they're only using 3 of the instruments, which is a NPR rate, a cash reserve ratio, and the liquidity ratio. They also have more instruments in the armory. They have open market operation, they have treasury, they have all that is loan to deposit ratio, they have other instruments, but these are the ones that they decide on every meeting. So
why?
The reason is because they have to suck out that liquidity.
Okay.
As long as it is still there, the people and there are other more complex things. Let me tell you, why would you expect, it's unreasonable to expect central bank at this very moment to just drop rate because American Fed. Do you know how many years American Fed has kept up high rates? All these economies have kept it up for years and now deciding to. And they have good reasons to want to do that. But none of these countries you are mentioning, none of these peer nations of Nigeria have half of the structural problem that we have in Nigeria. We have insecurity. We have power issue. We are raising 100% or more. We have you have excess liquidity in the system. You have, name it. We have more than 7 different structural factors holding us to the ground. And then you're expecting them to do what? They have a job to do. They are doing what they can with the monetary policies that are at their disposal. But fiscal policy is where everybody will say, do this, and they have actually come in. But the thing is, these fantastic policies, if we have time, we'll talk about that. But are they going to implement them? But they've got big response. And if we find time, we'll explore those responses. That will now help and give breathing space to central bank in all of this. But I tell you one thing that really struck me yesterday. Finally, the central bank governor put his finger on what the real problem is in Nigeria. And there are 3 of them that he put his finger on. One, the correlation between FARC release and the turbulence in the forex market. We've been saying this, he's put his finger on it. Secondly, he said that the fundamentals must be right, otherwise we just play into the gallery. And that is correct, because Nigeria has an import-dependent economy. It was by design that you have to, we have a brutal and repressive economic relations with the global north, especially Europe. And that has not changed. Every decade, all technology, everything about all countries change. Everything changes, but that brutal economic relationship and repressive has refused to change for 800 years. He has put his finger on that. If you have an import-dependent economy, it is going to mean it is going to constrain your monetary policy. It means that price stability is hostage to the political economy of that import dependence.
Okay.
That is the thing we need to find another way to explore.
Professor Kenife, thank you. You know, each time we discuss these issues, I'm like, okay, last time, you know, Dr. Ladibala was here, you know, we were on the same routes, explaining the same, you know, you were also here, I want to believe, you know, and all that. So we keep explaining until, you know, the viewer, Nigerians, get to understand the correlation between this, you know, I mean,
and until we also begin to see the reality.
The reality. That's what
fruition
I'm, that's
of
what,
all
that's
these
what really I'm saying. You know. So you shall. I've been going through, you know, since last night when the CBN came up. I've been, you know, trying to read the views of financial experts, and I observe that really, not all of you are agreed. You know, some have different opinion. Others think that, okay, since we have gotten, you know, for the 2 consecutive months, core inflation, you know, has come down. So CBN should also, you know, either hold or reduce, you know, the rate and all that. But there are also those.
It's not the core inflation that came.
Sorry, the headline inflation.
In fact, all the core inflation
the headline
went
inflation,
down,
not the core inflation.
Core
Thank
went
you.
up.
No, the headline inflation and all that. And, you know, people like Professor Uchiwaleke, you know, seems to be aligning with the CBN. But what are your thoughts? Why is it that financial experts and the CBN are not in agreement as to what to do to, you know, address the issues of inflation and, of course, excess, you know, liquidity?
The central bank is an authority to guide the monetary functions of an economy. But the central bank is not an operator in that economy. Where we are getting it wrong is when we assume that the central bank, if it is consistent in hiking MPR, that is a solution to the economy. You may be right, but let me tell you, in a football match, you have 11 players that form a team. The MPC are 11 players. So disagreeing with hiking it or not is the function of MPC professionally. You have to decide, and that is why they are voting to arrive at. So 2 options are there, either to debate and vote or to take unanimous. Whatever you take, you have a reason for doing that, and you cannot be whole as an antagonist to the system. That has to be clear. For inflation, quite okay factors responsible for inflation can be directly associated with monetary policy, fiscal policy, or other decisions, either by consumers or policymakers. Emerging economies, as rightly pointed out by Dr. Ladi, emerging economies, Ghana, Nigeria, Singapore, all these economies, they have more stable economic system without backlog of intrusions. I'm happy. Quite okay, inflation, if you want to understand whether inflation is down or not, you don't take bundles of goods. The survey conducted by the Bureau of Statistics is over 740 items, goods and services. If you come to services, transport is one. What is the air fare, Abuja, Lagos, last month? What is it today? If you take that one, you will say it has not come down. If you mention tomatoes, the price of tomatoes has come down. I bought yesterday. It's not the same quantity. It's not the same price. So definitely that -2 will not reflect what we are expecting to see reduction probably of thousands of naira from a basket so that your purchasing power can be improved. But hypothetically, Dr. Ken has pointed out where the problem in this, and that has been my stand. Not monetary, there are structural problems. And the CBN governor pointed out the three mentioned by Professor. And until this critical is being attended by other authorities in charge, you cannot have the prosperity you are looking for. Inflation, headline or core, is guided by the survey of its professional statisticians who are trained to conduct survey. A bag of rice last July was 90,000 naira on average. Today is 95. If you take that one also, you are wrong, because this is a statistical inference that you take, and then you take the average and you now forecast so that you make amendment in whatever policy measure you are putting on. But yeah,
you said something that is quite striking.
Yeah.
You said the issues are not monetary; they're quite structural. Structural.
Yeah.
And Professor Ike also, Ken Ife also referenced that earlier on, and the CBN, governor referenced that. So
yeah.
why are we heavy on the monetary?
That is my concern. Yes. And let me tell you. Quite okay is a compositional professional Dr. Lady is here. But sometimes, all of us, we want to be more statisticians, you understand, to dwell on figures and avoid reality. But the striking balance is here. There is CBN, who is an authority on monetary. There is Dangote, who is an enterprise. And if anybody from any angle of the world will complain about the NPR, it's the operators. Mm-hmm. And if they are comfortable, definitely the system is more comfortable. Mm-hmm. And if they are not comfortable, definitely consumers will pay the burden.
So are the operators comfortable with
they are not comfortable.
They are
because
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's bring in Nigi now. Because from what he said we dwell more on the figures and we seem to abandon the reality. And that is exactly what the common man on the street is saying. He said, we are just talking about figures, inflation rate and all that. Would that bring more money into my pocket? Would that put more food on my table? That is the question. And how does it affect the small and medium scale, enterprises with this latest development?
Well, I think the fact of having economic managers, it's the reality that there should be specialized, professional, trained people who understand the interactions of factors, economic factors in the space. So that we don't also confuse issues. We know that the economic universe is made up of two fundamental pivots, the monetary and the fiscal.
Okay.
And they are supposed to work together. You cannot take one and leave the other. So if our border is structural deficiencies in the economy, and we think we need to address just that, without addressing the issues and the challenges in the monetary, will still come flat, So the idea is to create a balance and a convergence between the fiscal and the monetary. And in the case of the CBN is by law and statute responsible for monetary policy, and that's why it is policy. But the ideal is to find a situation where the monetary policy authority are working in tandem with the fiscal authority so that there is a convergence at a point in time. I think sincerely that what the CBN is doing, and that had been my own position, the CBN is relating to the task and challenges it has discovered in the economic space. We cannot now say because that there's a structural issue that mainly the fiscal authorities, would have to attend to. The CBN should not attend to this. I was one of those, when I first saw the inflation rates, the figures, I was one of those that said, okay, at 32.15 relative to 34.19, we should be hopeful that at least at the worst case, the rate will be held. At the worst case, it will not reduce, it will not increase, or it will be held. But that was before we saw the details. The immediate details we saw was that it was the food inflation that reduced. And it was the principal driver of that reduction in the headline inflation. But when the food inflation reduces, is it enough, to also reduce or hold? Okay. The bigger headache actually is the core inflation. That's the bigger headache. Because that is the day-to-day, factors in the economy that we relate with: transportation, services, medical, education, and all that, cost of all those ones. So, and we have seen how that had persistently increased, even when the headline inflation, through food inflation rates, were reducing. So in June, core inflation month-to-month was 2.06, month-to-month. By July, it went up to 2.16. Food inflation reduced that same July, but it went to 2.16. August, food inflation reduced to 37, but core went to 2.27. So, of course, when you see this, when the CBN sees this kind of reality, the idea would still be that so much money, basic economy here, is still pursuing lesser factors, goods and services. So the idea would still be that, can we start taming, or can we continue to tame or sterilize the liquidity in the system? And that liquidity is actually obvious, because CBN data also shows that historically, currency in circulation is at historical high, at 4.05 trillion in July. It had never been like that. It's that high. And money outside the banking system, it's more than 3.7 trillion. These are huge headaches that any central banker will know that there's a near crisis situation, because there's no way you can control the essence and functionality of liquidity when you have this surge in the system. So the idea will still be, can we reduce, how do we suck this out? And that reflects, I'm more impressed with the increase in the CRR, the credit reserve ratio, from 45 to 50%. The whole idea is that there's money somewhere. One, they are not being economically applied. Some people are virtually trading in currency.
So, sorry, but do you also feel what Mr. Aisha Aliyu is saying? The people for whom you're trying to, apply the interest rate to, are not, they're not feeling it. They're saying, look,
the impact.
Yes.
There's also...
Hold on. He's also saying, look, the issue is not with applying monetary tool. The issue is structural. And then we are still using monetary tool to address an issue that is structural. It wouldn't work. But it and that is why inflation has not still come down.
No, but it is, the other issue is this. The CBN and the federal government, as it were, can decide to embrace what is known as populism. That is also an economic position, and say, because everybody is crying, everybody is shouting, can we now, of course, come to that level and let us start easing what we call the structural issue? For instance, importing food into the country, the current, the policy that is there to take off without free levy, free of levy, free of whatever.
Yes.
That's a classical populism policy. But it has, going forward, it has its own ricochet effect. It has its own multiplier effect.
I guess that is what happened in the past administration.
Yes.
And that is why we are feeling
so
the
you
effect
see,
now.
where you do not, because of the need to quickly appeal and assuage, some of the constraints of the people, as it were, and then forget what you are supposed to do. I have talked about the fact that this data that is in the CBN has access to is indicating the fact that if the appropriate thing is not done now, we go into a bigger crisis. The average entrepreneur, and I'm an entrepreneur, will tell you that this is not fair, that the increasing the monetary policy rate is not fair. At least the normal argument is that when headline inflation rates reduces, there should be a reduction in NPR.
That's common sense.
No, but again, you now also look at the different elements that make up those rates. Okay. If those elements are not properly aligned, and you now go on, for instance, to reduce the NPR rate, it means that you are also now going to increase the surge in that liquidity, because it makes the cost of credit lesser, and more people, more entrepreneurs have what you call a race to the top. Everybody is approaching the banks to collect more money. You collect more money, you still have the same bigger problem of more money now, of course, if I'm pursuing lesser goods and services, and we come back, it becomes a round-robin thing. We'll come back to that same point.
So which are the elements now that you think that needs to be properly aligned before we come back to this here?
The monetary policy, the monetary policy authority, I believe with what is going on now, there's a relationship between the two, the monetary policy authority and the fiscal authority. I believe there's a relationship between the two. But as much as possible, I canvass that, yes, there's a need to assuage the needs of everybody, every Nigeria. We should not go the populist way. We are where we are today now because of populism. So if we need to address the deficit, more or less, in the system, we need to be practical about it. There is no way, we don't have an economically productive, environment, as it were. And if you don't have that, and you want to drive the populist route, you get into bigger crisis. So I think the need is for Nigerians to understand where we are coming from, where we are now, and where we want to go to. Structurally, we have people, strong people, educated people. Those who are not even educated are well-driven. We have well-driven people. That's a major place for Nigerians to be. But how do we now, of course, initiate policies that would have to be clear-headed and, of course, strong on economic fundamentals?
Okay, thank you very much, Ni Ageshiju there. We shouldn't go the populist way, so which means that we still have to tighten our belts.
They shouldn't go our way.
We have to still tighten our belts now.
They shouldn't go our way.
Like somebody said, it said the hardship that you postponed today, you will meet tomorrow. So why not just face the hardship now? Then you are sure that tomorrow...
Why not cuckoo? Just
the way the man was saying it, So we hope that tomorrow we will reap the fruit of all this hardship. But let bring in Dr. Bala into the conversation again. The CBN governor said something yesterday. He said that the CBN governor said the banking sector in Nigeria is safe now and on a sound footing. So what they're saying now is that banks should relax. There is so much recapitalization going on now. Is that a hope that people should, key into all this? Because they are calling on people to come and, you know, buy shares, buy these. So what is the implication of that?
Okay, so this new management, they are big on compliance and good governance. So, and since they came, they have revisited the governance structure, and there's even plans to set up a compliance department. We currently have a compliance expert.
Okay.
Because, you know, things derailed a bit in the last few years. So, and then the recapitalization. The president said he wants to build an economy of up to $1 trillion.
Yes.
So in order to do that, you need big, strong banks to be able to do that, well capitalized. And also the economy would have to grow by like 9%, right? I think. So for us, the banking sector is a critical sector. Their job is intermediation. You give loans, you make money from giving out loans. Some countries are market-based economies, some are bank-based. Nigeria is largely a bank-based economy. Bank-based means entrepreneurs like him depend more on banks to get capital for their firms rather than going to the capital market. Bank-based is good because even small people can just go to the bank. The banks, they have branches in all nooks and corners of villages. You know, there's the CBN policy that says banks must have branches everywhere. So there's accessibility. So we have that now on ground. Now the governance structure also is being instilled that you must comply to the rules and regulations. And then currently our ratios, the banking sector ratios, the capital adequacy ratio, the liquidity ratios, the returns on equity ratios, they are all good. Okay. They are all looking good. There's the Basel computation, which your ratios must align with. And ours, we are doing well. We're not below any one of the ratios, as in, so we're doing well. And with the capitalization, they will have more liquidity to supply credit to businesses. And if they do that, so we need you to look at the central bank as whatever policy we make is holistic.
Okay.
It's a holistic process. If we make the banks strong, they recapitalize, they will have more funds to take care of businesses, rather than going after federal government allocations, which is FAC. Rather than waiting for federal government deposits or state government deposits or local government deposits, they will have enough liquidity in their system. Remember, Soludo did that in 2005. And when he did that, that was when our banks became global. They were able, we now have branches all over Africa and even beyond.
Yeah.
And our banks are even able to go and take over banks in other countries. There is hardly a country in Africa that you go now that you will not see a Nigerian bank. So we want that continuance. We don't want a break in that structure.
Okay.
So if the banks are big, strong, with sound and reliable, with sound indicators, they will be able to address credit to small businesses, big businesses, medium businesses, rather than going after government deposits.
At higher interest rates.
At high interest rates, which will now distort the economy, and also it will make them remove their eyes from going to buy dollars. That is scarce. So if you're talking about, you know, I like what he said about if we want to go the populist route. If you go the populist route, you will lose out on your core focus. And now, this new management, they made a pronouncement when they took over that they are going to be focused on price stability, which is the primary mandate of every central bank globally.
Fine. Dr. Ladebola, thank you. Now that you have, you know, I mean, led us into what the core focus of the CBN is, and I'm sure that you will be concerned about how to also tackle the core inflation, driven by the high costs from energy and all that. And I'm wondering, if you increase the CRR and then you maintained the liquidity ratio, what are you thinking? How do you hope to drive, the core inflation and address inflation from that end?
Okay,
and
so
stabilize the prices.
So as we said earlier, some things are beyond the central bank. And when we talk about the fiscal authorities, by the way, this includes trade and investment, it includes budget and planning, it includes the Ministry of Finance. So we shouldn't put all when we say fiscal authorities, let us not look at finance only. So we have these issues on ground. Some things are beyond the Central Bank of Nigeria. We're not responsible for security, and there's insecurity in the country. There are some structural issues which Professor had mentioned earlier that must be addressed. So this transportation, the PMS, that subsidy removal and also the pump price has increased. It will have a pass-through effect on inflation. Transportation, the market woman will tell you, before PMS, it used to cost me 10 naira to take my goods from the village to Utako market. But now, with the increase in pump price, the taxi drivers will increase because it's a circle.
Yes, it's a chain reaction.
It's a reaction. So what we can do, we work based on data that is available to us. And the data that's available to us says that there's a lot of money out there in circulation. Currency in circulation currently is over 4 trillion. How do you get this money back? That's where CRR is responsible. We want to put this money in the central bank. If we put this money back in the central bank, Madam, what you're wearing is imported. What I'm wearing is imported.
No, this is not imported. No, please. This is Ankara.
Ankara.
This is Nigerian Ankara.
No.
So, no, please.
Nigeria.
No,
we wear Ankara, but the Ankara is imported.
No,
it's our traditional wear, but it is imported. When we finish this program, I will look at the base of your wrapper, and you will see.
Yes, I will tell you. I can show you.
So let's go back to what we were talking about. Yes. We wear imported goods. We are an import-dependent economy. So we need that foreign exchange to support, to boost in investors' confidence. So we need that in our reserves. But we don't need our banks that should be giving money to small businesses, big businesses, using that money to buy dollars, going after government, and again, there's a disconnect. If banks collect deposits from state government and also from federal government, that money is for welfare. It's for welfare of the state, not to sit in the bank's coffer while they are getting interest on it. It is for government to use to provide social welfare amenities too. So in fact, we're helping the government to ensure that these banks are not in a position to collect this money to keep for interest. We want them to come up with, if you go to the UK, you will see banks coming up with so many products for interest for them. So many products. They don't go after federal allocation. So this core inflation, it has to come down. And the message that I want to state here is that the central bank will do whatever it takes to bring down inflation. Headline and core inflation. Sorry, Madam, let me land.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, when this inflation comes down, you will see the benefit overall in the economy. And indeed, I want to align with him. We are collaborating with the fiscal authorities. That's why you see they are importing food. One portion has come, another portion will come, batch will come to address the supply side. However, we don't even want that importation to be too much. We want for us in Nigeria to be able to produce what we eat. How will we do that? These banks, the money you have, give it to farmers. They will say it's high risk. Find a way. You have analysts. You have a department in your bank where you will have researchers that will conduct studies for you on how you can navigate it.
Okay,
You know?
Dr.
So
Bala,
we
thank
need to
you.
have all this together. The handshake, trade and investment, also ministry, they have national export. They have the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. They have the NIPC, Nigerian Investment Promotion. All of these, we have to all come together and say, okay, which market are we going to target abroad? We need to earn foreign exchange from exports.
But how do we come together? Because
we do come together. We do come together. Like the Ministry of Finance is the agency that we work critically with. However, now we've always worked with other agencies, but we're increasing it now. We attend the meetings of investment promotion and protection agreements. We attend bilateral cooperation meetings. And we are now writing, as advisors to the government, we write position papers. We even conduct the research for them because Central Bank of Nigeria is filled with capacity of well-grounded economists in the Economic Policy Directorate. And we're sending out studies to them. We're drawing their attention to what could go wrong if they don't go this way and that way. So there is actually a handshake, and we are going to strengthen it. But please, everything is not dependent on the Central Bank of Nigeria. There are structural issues which other agencies must handle, which other ministries must handle. But the key word here is collaboration.
We do understand that. We do understand that. And I just wanted to say before you come in, that one thing that gladdens me is the fact that you said that foreign reserve is growing.
It is growing.
And that's a big one, because the last time we came, our foreign reserve was depleted. And everybody was...
Anyway, that's good news.
Yes.
But I would want to bring in Professor Kenife, but that will be after the break, because the director is calling for a break now. So stay with us. We'll be back after the break.
The federal government of Nigeria wants vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
I think Amaka should just move out of the house. Yes.
No. Standing out of the house is not the right thing to do.
Oh, there you go again with your sentimental family stuff.
Baby, if our aim is to stop this affair, it is best achieved under our roof.
You do something terrible and you'll be acting innocent.
What are you going on about?
Don't ask me that question again. You couldn't even control yourself in the presence of our visitors.
What are you accusing me of, woman?
My son, I don't know how serious you are with my daughter, but there's something that needs to be done urgently before you move any further.
Anything, just anything, just say it. I'm ready to do anything.
There is a spell that needs to be removed.
A spell?
Family forever, the story of our lives.
The counsel of our fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
You have to move from the point where
you protect and defend your religion to a point where you also recognize the rights of the other person, of the other religion, and protect it. So if I am protecting my own territory and my own people and trying to emphasize their rights and protect their rights, I should also be thinking about how to protect the rights of the others.
Both Islam and Christianity recognize and defer to God, and both recognize the temporariness of the life of this world, and that ultimately we all go back to God for the day of reckoning, when everybody will render an account of his life on this temporary abode.
The race to qualify for the biggest football competition in Africa is on, the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. 48 teams in 12 groups, with only the top 2 teams in each group qualifying for the African Cup of Nations in 2025 in Morocco. Don't miss the action, suspense and unrivaled coverage on AfroSport TV and its affiliates partners across Nigeria, starting from September 2024 to November 2024. AfroSport, your freedom of sport.
This Sunday, Roma, Venezia, Roma versus Venezia.
Live on Sporty TV. SportyBet sponsors coverage of the Italian Serie A.
All right, welcome back to the program. It's Good Morning Nigeria. We thank you for joining us. And before we went on that break, Professor Ken, if Demola, you wanted to...
Yes, I was going to ask because, I mean, from all that, we're talking about the CBN MPC resolution. And I was going to ask the fact that, like the CBN said, that they are tightening up all these rates in order to safeguard the gains that have been achieved so far. From your own perspective, should it be the case right now?
It has to be. I mean, Claire said, why do we talk about inflation if the whole thing is hostage to structural factors? And my response to that is, we have to talk about inflation, because inflation is one macroeconomic objective that destroys the lives of people, that sends tens of millions of people instantly into abject poverty.
No, I said why
no, wait a minute, I'm coming to that.
Sorry, please. I said, why do we use monetary tools to address inflation if the problem is structural?
I'm coming to that. The ramification of inflation is tens of millions of people overnight are dispossessed, poor, deprived, multidimensional poverty. They can't fence for them. Even those who earn money can't buy anything with the money. And that same inflation is a core mandate to somebody, and that's central bank. Because it is their core mandate, they have to continue to be on the witness stand in the court of public opinion. So they can't escape that. But just bear in mind that there are other things that are at play. We have mentioned a lot of those. But let me analyze those two. Actually, see, when you come to inflation, inflation is price. But so is monetary policy rate price. So is forex is price. There are many price things. So in every issue of price, there must be demand and supply. So we have to take both perspectives. And that's why the governor keeps saying, let's not talk about the supply of this forex. Let's talk about the supply of this forex. But if you look at the other side of it, there are two people that are hostage to the impact of inflation. The common man you keep pushing about, and the corporate community. Now, the common man, fiscal policy has come to the rescue because there's very little the CBN can do. Simple policy has come to say, okay, what are the things that they are buying? Okay, they are buying health, education, food, utility bills, remove VAT on those. They've done that. Are they going to implement it? So they've actually come to say, they now come to businesses. What is it? Multiple taxation is killing all the businesses. Government has 60 taxes, only 6 of them gives them 96% of their income. Why are you killing all these businesses with this tax? They've actually come to this now, and they're going to implement it. And there are many, many new measures being rolled out by the fiscal authorities. They've even come to these incentives that they give, what do you call it, tax holidays.
Yes.
Almost the amount that government gets as revenue is given away as tax holidays. They say, no, don't do it that way. Choose selected sectors. Agriculture, they've now selected sectors that are eligible for the...
Absolutely.
They have done... I've looked at the report. I've debated it here.
Yes.
You know, so there are things coming in. Are they going to implement those? When you implement them, if the monetary authorities will have more support. And that is being the pressure. That's where it should go. And in all other ramifications, we will have to do as much as we can on arresting some of this sector. But it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy because all these countries that we are looking at, they've done that. Ghana, you can't be compared to those people. They don't have half of this. Insecurity in Nigeria is pervasive. It's in all geopolitical zones, and they have different characters. For some, it's separatism. For some, it's Boko Haram. For some, it's banditry. It's all the different kinds. And they all are hydra-headed. And they are not going down as fast as we would require to help us arrest the other thing. Dollarization of our economy. I live in the UK for 3 years. And I go there with dollars, and then I can trade with it. But here, as soon as you disburse FAC, it enters into dollar. What the hell is going on? There are tea shops that are selling in dollars. Some hotels that you go, they're quoting dollars. We allowed our economy to be hostage to dollarization. And what do? Central bank has taken the oxygen away from dollarization. Yeah, take the dollar, but you're not going to make money from it because you have to move the arbitrage. And central bank has even attacked the commercial banks and said, look, on your dollar reserves, close the net open position to 20%. So get rid of all the dollars that you have in excess of 20%. But they didn't say bring it to central bank. So the guys have to give it to their, whatever they are working with, all their agencies. So you can tell how far central bank is going to make sure that they can plug some of these holes. Diaspora remittance, you've seen that is inching up, is going up, is going up. Fiscal authorities should come in and say, okay, why are we doing this $500 million? No, go for $50 billion diaspora remittance bond. But consult them to know where they are interested in. So,
131.
Foreign debt.
It's 100 and it has grown by 131.92%.
Yeah. So the thing is that those debt are still coming in because you are borrowing.
Our foreign debt has grown. I'll give you the figure before we
go. So we're still borrowing. I'm still borrowing. And the fact of the matter is that debt-based financing, which is borrow them, has to shift to asset-based financing, and which is where you are now borrowing based on your own assets. And then those who buy it, go and deal with it. Give me the money. You know, you are seeing those in terms of securitization of future crude revenue. You've seen Saudi Arabia do their own. They didn't borrow 25 billion. They said, okay, tell me the value of Saudi Aramco. It was valued in 2019 at 1.5 trillion. Give me 5%. They went to the capital market. And then after 2 years, corporate governance, all of that came, they increased to 2.3 trillion. And they said, do that to NNPC. I've argued on this. Do that to NNPC. Just go and get 5-10%. You will find out that if you stake out, you could get $50 billion from the 10-15% of their assets. Then people will come in. You have all this lack of transparency you are talking about. It will vanish. LNG, the way the LNG is operated, will now see the light in the end of the tunnel. The same militants will buy share. Oil companies will buy share. They will all be, but it's a small share though. But that will transform the economy. And then the CBN can rest a little bit. Look at what happened. Over 3 years, NNPC was sending all the crude to foreign refiners. $3 billion that the CBN was supposed to be getting was not getting for 3 years. But now, CBN is come back into that. But let's do the other one. Get that octopus, get it out there. Only 10%. You will see how much. Okay, Dangote has brought oil, his PMS, and hopeful that it could get us up to 40% reprieve on Forex. CBN governor says it might actually be up to 15%. But that is big news because that will bring more Forex into the arena to be able to stabilize and then begin to bring down the actual rate from 156 whatever, bring it down. So one is to normalize it, which we have done, align it, which we have done, remove arbitrage. The second thing is that can we have sufficient forex supply so that we can start pushing down that rate to 1,000 to below 1,000. That's the next thing that CBN is going to do. But of course, CBN should increase the cash reserve ratio because the banks are capitalizing. And so more trillions are coming in. CBN needs some of that. Because when you take if you take 1 naira now and deposit in the bank, CBN takes 50 kobo and sanitizes it. Yeah? So more money is going to come. So they're going to get some of that. In the same way as they're sucking them. So, let's let the music play.
Well, thank you so much, Prof. Actually, I was going to, the question I was going to ask you, you have already answered. That is the impact of this Dangote, refinery on the economy. Okay, you want to add? Okay.
Yes, this Dangote, I think we should encourage more of such businesses.
Yeah.
Because, okay, people say he's going to sell in Naira, he's going to buy crude in Naira. However, from our point of view as the central bank, our import bill from refined product has reduced significantly. It has reduced because of Dangote's refinery.
Yeah.
So if our import bill, and that will help us with our reserves, because in the past, the things that were taken off the chunk from our reserves was this importation of
crude oil,
of refined
oil
products.
Yeah.
But if Dangote is refining in Nigeria, then that importation of refined crude, the people that are coming to the CBN to take money from our reserves to import crude, they have reduced. So you see, that's a plus for us, number one. Number two, we know he's in a free trade zone, so, but however, he's not only going to supply domestically, which will bring down the cost of transportation. Transportation is one of the drivers of core inflation. He is able to produce refined crude in Nigeria, then there will be more availability. So the pump price is expected to come down.
Okay.
As against
what we have now.
Yes. So that's another aspect. And then on the other side again, if he's able to export, even if what he's exporting will not come to the CBN, to our reserves, but it will reduce the pressure, the demand pressure on our reserves.
Okay. So
because he can take his money to other official outlets where manufacturers can go and get that resources from. So that will reduce. So we want NMPC and the government to support Dangote.
To support Dangote.
Yes.
So in the next few months now, we should be reaping the benefits of this Dangote refinery. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. That's a cheering news.
And in fact, our collaboration is not only with the fiscal authorities. We're also looking at any big business that will reduce the pressure on our foreign exchange, that will ease the pressure of the common man on the street, because one of our core functions as central bank is also to promote economic growth. And this cost of transportation has an impact on core inflation.
It does.
So
it does.
We like what Dangote refinery is going to bring into the economy.
So there should be more collaboration between them.
We are watching, we are monitoring, and we are talking with him.
But somebody said that we should ask, is it true that our crude has been sold ahead of time, that right now we are not getting money for the crude that is being sold?
I will leave Professor Ken to answer that. I will answer issues of monetary policy.
The moment the new administration came, and we strongly recommended securitizing some of these assets, because it is a way of avoiding, debt-based financing. Because debt-based financing is you borrowed money from outside. It's either they come and seize your asset, as China is doing in Mozambique and some of them, or they will squeeze life out of you because of the interest rates that are going up through the window. Of course, your dollar-based things are increasing. So we said shift some of those to assets. So you saw some bit of that securitization, that some of the future crude were securitized. So more cash was released in advance. And then you saw that on gas as well. So but what happened is that it's only a proportion, all right? So there is some refuge in the PIA. The PIA said we have to prioritize the local demand of the refining capacity. And so what that means is even though some have already been sold in advance, but if Dangote's requirement for crude exceeds what is normally available, the PIA says serve notice to other the other players, the IOCs that are also taking their own, that you must prioritize supply of crude here.
Okay, all right.
All right? So when you add that to the fact that the government has also said, okay, sell crude in Naira and sell PMS in Naira, the two of them are going to work interactively for good.
Okay.
But it's not going to be sweet news to those IOCs, because they are going to be saying, what are you doing to me? This is not what we agreed, Why are you squeezing? I also have my own refineries abroad where I'm supposed to be sending this crude. So what will happen is that some of them may leave onshore, to move to offshore. Some of them may say, okay, you are a smaller partner to me, buy me off and let me go. Okay. So you could see some of that playing out, the likes of Orlando and all of that. There will be more of those in the pipeline.
Okay.
So you heard the issue of our debt profile. In fact, I wanted, Dr. Ladibala to give us the exact...
Public debt is 121.67 trillion. And if you convert it to dollar, it's $91.46 billion.
$91.46
billion.
That's our public debt.
Yes, public debt. And then we have the foreign debt, which has also gone up, as I said earlier, by 131.92%.
131?
Yes, 0.92%. And I must tell you also the fiscal deficit has gone up. It has gone up. So, because government is spending, and although government needs to spend to bridge the supply gap, and I want us to look at the issues globally. These things, the disruption in the supply chain, is not only limited to Nigeria. These geopolitical tensions, like Russia, Ukraine,
the war in the Middle East.
Yes, they're all part of the problems, challenges we're having globally in all economies. So most governments will address them in the way that best suits their economies, but they have implications.
Okay.
So that's the...
All right.
So you were...
okay.
Yes. I wanted Richard to also weigh in on the issue that Professor Ken, raised in addressing the fiscal end of, the inflation and all that. Since CBN has come mandate to tackle the inflation, let's look at the fiscal aspect.
Before I get to fiscal aspect, I have to go to a point raised by Dr. Ladi, as usual.
But you have to do that in 2 minutes.
Yes,
we are rounding up.
We have
definitely, debt to GDP is very important to understand your debt situation. IGR is an indicator of whether you are comfortable or not. But our IGR is going in debt servicing. But unfortunately, we keep on sharing high profile of crude sales to the tiers of government. The National Assembly has to look carefully into that, because out of the 3 points mentioned by the CBN governor, the backfiring of that sharing is also affecting our liquidity situation. The rationality behind the central bank, price stability. Price is a function of demand and supply. And that is why the relativity B0 minus B1P in its elementary economics stress how you strike an equilibrium. However, we have to appreciate two things from the bank. Dr. Ladi mentioned nations that have confidence in central bank all of us in Nigeria have confidence in the bank because our resources are safer by day. And
you have to quickly round up so that we get news.
But what my opinions are, I am happy that the bank is hiking the MPR by 50 basis. 50 basis is a friendly point at which will address monetary issues, not 100 not basis. 200, not 400.
Okay. All right, let's begin Nii now. Do you foresee another increase in the next meeting?
Yes, it could be. It depends on the dynamics of the pricing system. If the inflation rate keeps going, if the core inflation rate keeps going, and we are an economy starved of dollars, starved of foreign exchange, and one of the primary avenue for us to have dollar inflow is to have foreign investors, especially portfolio investors, come in. Portfolio investors will not come in if they believe that the $100 million they are bringing in will actually, the interest that they will earn on it, will fall, because of the difference between the interest rate, MPR, that is established by the bank, by the CBN, and the inflation rate, because inflation rate is a major ticker that determines actual real rates. So if there is a huge gap between MPR and the inflation rate, the gap actually translates to deficit for the investor. So the investor wants a situation where he comes in and makes a earning, on his investments. And the earning is determined especially on the difference, how close the interest rate is to the inflation rate. And that is why the CBN keeps moving it up, so as to encourage this inflow.
All right. Thank you very much.
Just last, your message to Nigerians at this point.
That the central bank is determined to bring down inflation at all costs. The Monetary Policy Committee members and the management of the central bank are focusing on price stability as their primary mandate and will do whatever it takes to bring down inflation for the benefit of the economy, for the benefit of corporates, small businesses, and also the average Nigerian on the street.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ladi Bala Kefi, MNI, for your submission today. The central bank is determined to bring down the rate of inflation in the country. So that's a ray of hope for Nigerians generally. So thank you, Acting Director, Monetary Policy Department. Thank you for coming to give more clarification on the MPC resolution. Thank you so much. Also, I want to thank Professor Kenny Faye, Economic Policy Experts, as usual. Thank you so much for coming on Good Morning Nigeria. Yushao Aliyu, Financial Analyst, also thank you for your contribution this morning. And Nii Akinshiju, Chairman, Independent Media Initiative and Financial
Media and Policy
Initiative.
Media and Policy Initiative.
Oh, Media and Policy Initiative
That's the most
and
important
Financial
leg of
Investments.
it. Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Well, pardon? 297 MPC, all right. So we hope that the next MPC will not tighten the belt again. Anyway, Claire.
Anyway, you know what I like to say? I want to say thank you to CBN. They've been very forthcoming. Good Morning Nigeria lately. Whenever we call upon them, they answer us. And please, our message to Dr. Ladibala is take our message to the CBN. Your partner will ensure that we'll keep on
educating and creating the necessary awareness on government policies and government. Well, I'm Ademola Adeoye. Thanks for joining us this morning, and do have a fabulous day.
I have not introduced myself.
Okay, go ahead.
Ladies first.
They know your name.
Anyway, I am Claire Adela Abdurrazak. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
All right.
NTA. You can't beat the rich.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connect great minds while exploring everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
This is the network service of the NTA.
It's a beautiful day here in the Federal Capital Territory, and in our studio it's even more lovely. Someone asked me about what we're discussing today. I told him, and he asked me, it's different. It's not the regular topics, it's not an everyday topic. How did you get about that? And I said to the person, you will find out. Wait. All right, today we're going to be discussing something that we haven't exactly done on this set, and at the end of the day, it's something that we live with every day. It is something we inherit, we acquire on daily basis. But before I tell you what it is, it says from Frances, she says, until one has loved an animal, a part of one's soul remains unawakened. Another one says, Williams, when I look into the eyes of an animal, I do not see an animal, I see a living being. I see a friend. I feel a soul. That's talking about the people we keep around us. I call them people because a lot of them see them as their own children. It is our pet animal. What is your relationship with them? Are you truly their friends? Are you going into relationship with them because there is something for you in there? Do you realize there is also something for them in the relationship? Do you make it easy for them to get that which they also want in the relationship between you and your pet animals? Some people are asking me, are you all right? How can you be talking about relationship with animals? Well, you get to find out why I say that at the end of the day. My name is Elizabeth Awai, and I have my two lovely sisters seated on my right. Is this my right or left?
Left. My name is Joy Okwanachi, and it's good to be here this morning.
My name is Deva Hamatiyo Mom. I'm a media consultant, and it's good to be here.
Okay, so I'll let you introduce yourself as well.
I am Dr. Ihekerema Okoli. I'm a veterinary consultant.
And you have
it's my pleasure. Ma. Yes.
I went to the office. When you call her, people don't know her. They know her as
Mama Rabies.
Mama Rabies. It's a good one. And you will get to find out why she's so called.
as the program goes on. But then I'd like to know, do you have pet animals?
For me, it's a no-no.
Why?
I'm not into...
Did you hear the quote I read?
I know, I read it. I heard it. I heard it very well. I even watched some things, you know, after you sent it. I think they were showing something on... there was a podcast as well, and there was a movie I was watching. And this lady almost died because her child was missing. And everybody was getting
walked
up, and the next thing she said, my dog, and hello, and you know, everybody around just thought she was crazy. But like she said, that nobody gives her peace.
As much as the dog.
As much as the dog, not the husband, not family, because everybody who comes to her is what they can get out of her. But her dog gives her true love.
Wow, true love, that's deep. I don't know about you. Do you have true love in dogs? I know you have some dogs though.
I had pets growing up. I had pets from a very young age. And I don't know, for some strange... If as an adult you come to them with that same energy, you will not get as much time as that child before you get bitten. Or clawed, as the case may be.
So they actually know age difference?
I think they do.
What about if I'm a child that has...
God is a...
But the problem
is amazing.
The problem is sometimes because the child doesn't know how powerful this creature is, they go overboard. Maybe they yank too hard or something, and then the animal is forced into defense mode and attacks. But I digress. I have had pets, both cats and dogs. Growing up, I thought I was a dog person. Now I'm absolutely certain I'm a cat person. Cats are more independent. They are less likely... No, true. They are less likely to trouble you. They will feed themselves, clean themselves and everything. If you're unlucky enough to get... Dogs think the ones that you bring in as pets, they have an have a spirit of entitlement. They will cry and other things. Cat doesn't have time. If you are not careful, cats won't even allow you to pet until they are in the mood to be petted before they will come to you. So I've come to the realization that I'm more of a cat person than a dog person.
Wow. Sorry, can I just digress to what she just said? Growing up, they used to say when you have cats, it just helps the rats.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so 80% of people, apparently, who have cats, it's not because they really want to have cats. They brother. Okay, funny, I didn't even know about war gecko.
Yeah,
it was just about
small
rats
birds
and all that.
Yeah.
But the thing here was that my little brother, the last of us, my mom had a cat because he wanted to have a cat. It wasn't because she wanted to have a cat. And because he was last, like she said, kids have a way with, you know, animals have a way with kids. So this day, we noticed that my brother was always having a cough. And we didn't understand what was the problem. So one day, anytime you give him his bottle, when he takes the bottle, he gives the cats the bottle.
Oh my God.
So,
sharing is caring.
So he was, but you know, he was just a baby, and the cat too. Like, I think the cat too is a baby. So both of them, when he sucks it, he gives the cat to suck. Eventually, we found out that was why he was reacting to it.
Wow, wow! You guys make me even more scared than I was before we started. Dog, do you have pet animals? And you keep some?
Sorry, I want just to respond to something they said.
Okay.
People keep animals for different reasons.
True.
As pets, they become part of your family. Pretty dogs. Yes. And there are different breeds for each purpose. So for whatever reason you're keeping a dog, you pick that particular, you go for the breed that can perform. They don't get aggressive except if they are actually provoked. And then you said something, children are very innocent. Dogs are very sensitive. They know when you're coming at them with anger. They know when you're afraid of them. In their innocence. So the dogs respond accordingly. They feel it. They are very sensitive.
The energy.
Yes, that you are putting out to them. So I think that is what plays out. I have a friend that got a dog. She was so emotionally disturbed, having problems here and there. She got a dog, and she named her dog Healer. She told me that the dog has healed her. Jesus. When she cuddles the dog, she feels, you know, I mean, it heals her emotionally, psychologically, in every way. And so she would do whatever it takes to keep the dog happy. And the dog responds to that. So I do know that the dog is man's best friend. But don't ask me if I have one.
Truly. And to add to what she said, I now know exactly when I stopped loving dogs. I had a puppy. And of course, as a child, you know, from a very young age, so of course it was my friend. These are my pups when they were small. They are not this size anymore. But this is from very recently. Anyway, so I had a small puppy, and I loved that puppy. It was my friend, you know, and everything. Then it ran out into the road and got struck by a car. Oh. Now, it didn't die. It didn't die. But it broke its waist. And I think I was about 10 at the time. So other kids in the neighborhood ran to come and tell me, oh, your dog is lying in the road. We think a car hit it. So I dashed out to go and pick it up. And it screamed and almost bit me because of pain. I could tell it was pain. I couldn't do it. So I had to come home and get somebody to go and get the dog home. You know, it crawled home, you know. It crawled home.
Yeah, she's tearing up. I know.
It crawled to a certain place close to home, and then somebody from the house came and got it. And it cried throughout the night. And my mom got a vet in, and they were like, no, it's a hopeless case.
You want to cry?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's tearing up.
Yeah. So my mom eventually sold it. And I later found out that it was sold to people who make soup, who prepare, who eat it. And something just...
It has become a thing.
You see, when you are close to a dog and it dies, you feel as if you lost a human being. I don't want to go through that anymore. So you see those three. I don't go near them. I don't play with them. They are strictly guard dogs. People even think I'm hostile to them. No. I don't want to go through that. There's a pain. There's a pain that comes when you lose a dog. Because it gives you a kind of love that a human being...
somebody dear to you.
So
that's what it is.
I don't, from that time. And then the cats. Now I don't grow finish. I go bring cats. First of all, we brought the cats for rats.
Yes.
I love cats. They can be playful.
I don't like
they are independent
I don't like
and
the
everything.
eyes. I have a problem with the eyes.
The first one, the first time, what happened? I think it ran out and got caught in a trap. And the thing snapped its tail off and broke its leg or something. And it crawled. It was 3 days. It managed to crawl home. We took it to the vet. You know, this one is a matter of, I think, this year, early this year. We took it to the vet.
Your cats. There are diseases that are transferable from animals to humans. They are called zoonotic diseases.
You know, I'm going to let you, elaborate on these zoonotic diseases.
Yes.
But let's quickly touch base with, Abuja residents and get to find out what is your preferred pet for the house, and then why and how they take care of it, so that the doctor can now link up with the zoonotic diseases.
The trend of animal pets didn't start today. Today, humans even have, amongst other economic and domestic pets at home, dogs, cats, monkeys, rabbits, even hogs and cobra. Yes, even those two. Today, I will be finding out Nigerian preference. Why this is their preference, or why they chose this pet as their preference, how they care for them, and also how they relate with them.
I prefer cats. I love cats. They are very stubborn, but I care for her by give her food. Food is very, very vital. Cat don't usually like water, so I hardly bathe her. but she, like cats, they like keeping themselves clean, if you notice. And also, I make sure she doesn't go far to get lost or stolen, like that. And how I relate with her, anytime she's hungry, she started rubbing my body, like, because I noticed something about her. Cats normally like attention, but this one is only when she's hungry she will remember me.
I like parrots. I like parrots because the very days to keep you company and very days to make job.
Okay, I prefer dog as a pet because they are actually guiding your house. They are helping you to keep the house okay. In case if there's thief or anything, they will back so that you know that someone entered into the house.
I prefer dogs, puppy to be precise. I find them very cute and I'm always with her. And I'm the last born. I have older siblings. They don't usually like have my time and they're usually busy. So it's me and her, back to back.
What's the name of your pet?
Her name is Yumkin. I love snacking. I snack a lot. So anything I'm eating and other dog food, I ensure I bathe her regularly, give her her daily dose and make sure she's good.
Cats, they are neat, they are easy to carry, and they are fun to just keep. Just keep them close to me, feed them whenever they are hungry, play with them, and then also maybe get other pets, keep them company when I'm not around.
I love dogs because they're smart, they're friendly. I mean, they're always fun to be with. They're always my party, like I'm always with them 24/7. I really don't like pets. Though I like dogs just from afar, but I don't like pets. I don't like pets.
Why?
Because to me, I feel like there are a lot of stress to take care of, especially when it comes to like when they mess up your house and then the smell it comes to, because no matter how much you bathe a pet, they always have the natural smell of their own. So I don't really like pets because of the stress it comes with.
My question is, are these pet owners playing by the rules? Let's head into the studio to hear more.
Thank you very much for that, he and Christian Bellamy. Thank you for putting that together. And also Gloria, I know you did a good job going around Abuja to get that piece together. And I really admire those who say they love one thing or the other. But I'm particular about the girl that said she gives daily dose. And I'm wondering, what does daily dose mean?
It's an injection.
Is it injection?
It could be love.
Oh, okay.
Daily dose.
Daily dose of love.
Okay.
Okay. And then you were also explaining something about zoonotic diseases and then in relation to cough that she said the siblings had.
Yeah, I said that's referring to what the story you told about your younger brother having cough each time he came in contact with his pet cat. I was explaining that there are diseases that
can you, most of the time if you want to check a drink and I use the my mouth, another person will not even be willing.
You know, the fear is because we don't know the bacterial
That's
in
it.
the mouth.
Exactly.
Oh,
So why would you? So why
in the
would you
mouth.
go and carry bacteria from when you don't know what is in the person?
So that is correct, even when it's a human to human.
Yes.
So it's not just because it's an animal.
Well, but
I feel as if because it's an animal, it's far worse. That's how I feel. That's how I feel.
Well,
Because I
people
can share spoon with somebody
and their pets in such
you
a way
brush
that
the
no.
they sleep with them, they bathe with them.
That's what I'm saying.
They do
You
all
see,
sorts
the
of things,
thing
and they're
here
like
is-
they're part of the family.
Yeah,
They
but
eat
dogs
together.
eat poop.
Pardon?
Dogs eat poop.
Oh, not when if you feed your dog.
No,
poop,
but
it
no,
is
you
easy.
don't have to feed them poop.
But your
Once
dog
they go
should be
outside.
restrained from eating poop. Your dog should be restrained. If you're keeping a pet animal, you ought to restrain
Do
it.
you have time
with-
for yourself?
Oh,
Is there-
no. Then you shouldn't
see-
be keeping an
you
animal.
see the
You
problem.
shouldn't be
You
keeping
see,
a pet.
you see the problem.
These are
You see the problem with maybe typical Nigerians or humans is that they like to do what others are doing. Oh my God, they go to this house, they see the chihuahua, they everything. Because I know many people who are doing it not because they love it, but
well, maybe as a status symbol.
It's a status
Then that is wrong. As a veterinarian, as a consultant even on zoonotic diseases, I would always advise that you do not keep a living thing unless you are ready to go the full length. Animals have rights.
Animal rights?
Oh, yes, they do.
In which
Animal
country?
welfare. They
In
have
Nigeria?
rights even in Nigeria.
Wow.
They have rights. We are
We
not
have child
enforcing
rights,
them.
we have animal rights.
Oh, yes.
So all
we
these
have
ones
rights.
that
A right to
all
food.
these ones that are killing the
If
people
you
to
must
eat, go.
keep an animal,
Yes.
you should be prepared. We advocate for responsible animal keeping or whatever. Now, you see, I'm wearing something, it's written
All
rabies
for-
on it.
Okay.
This week, September 28th, every year, we celebrate World Rabies Day. It's marked globally. All over the world, people are celebrating this week rabies. It's not celebration as such, it's on this disease,
Not
which is
rabies.
one of the priority zoonotic diseases for most countries where it still exists, and Nigeria is one of them.
Of course.
Have you ever heard about rabies?
Of course.
Who hasn't?
How does- who hasn't?
Now, if you know about rabies, you
Yes.
won't let your dog roam about.
No, but you know, instead of me having a dog, I rather not have.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
If you
rather not
must
do.
keep a dog, you should be ready to take care of it. Keep it restrained. Feed it water and food. Provide for it. Give it its vaccinations. Treat it when it's sick. It's a part of your family. So you have to prepare for that. And if you are not up to that, please don't keep a dog.
They don't even feed them. When you see some dogs.
So
Yes.
it's a thing to worry about when you go out and you see stray dogs.
Yes.
They pose a big
Some of them
threat.
really have scales on their bodies.
Yes, it's a big
It's
threat
even
to the
scary,
community, to
yes.
people around. So people should be aware. It should not be so. And
So
there
I
are
want to know
laws.
more about the rabies. How
Yes.
how does a dog get rabies,
Okay.
and how does it threaten the human beings?
Rabies is one of the deadliest diseases of man. Animals. Or it's just like any other human. A human being would be exposed.
Is it not supposed to? Is it not supposed to be? Can't he go?
Beaten child. Unfortunately, the clip is not on. This is not on the system, but maybe now repeat. We'll be able to play it back. You know, the child was, screaming, and all we heard was a dog bite. I had around me, and I kept asking, would this child ever get okay? What happened to the child? They say it's rabies. I'm concerned, how does a human being begin to shout and scream like a dog? And does rabies have a cure?
Sounds like that.
Yeah, very terrible.
I was here. So, like I said, rabies is one of the deadliest diseases of man. Because once a person, there is no cure. But it is 100% a year. It's an annual vaccination for the dog.
Okay.
And then humans at high risk. People are also supposed to take a dog while handling polio vaccine. However, if somebody is a dog, it is that is done early.
How
Because
early?
once
How
the
early? Yeah. How
symptoms
early is early?
with soap and water, under running water,
Okay, I was
preferably,
just gonna- Okay.
to reduce it. And then you go to the hospital. And then the doctor will examine the circumstance surrounding.
Jesus.
That wasn't rabies. That was just the wound created by the dog. It was really, that wasn't rabies. The person became paralyzed.
Because
And-
of maybe nerve damage.
Yes,
or
nerve
something.
damage. That wasn't rabies. So every
But
dog
it was
bite
caused-
is not rabid.
Okay, no, but
Yes, it was very
it must
bad.
have been a very angry dog.
Yeah,
Maybe,
exactly.
maybe it's all those security dogs. maybe.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the ones that I have direct experience with, there are times when you do them as purely for security reasons. They're not pets. And one of them is so unwholesomely aggressive that they're caged. They're caged in the daytime. We let them roam freely at night.
In a fenced compound.
Sorry?
In a fenced
Yes,
compound.
it's a fenced compound. And this particular dog is so aggressive that sometimes even those of us that are the house owners, those of us feeding it and everything, you're passing near the cage and it hits the door with all its might, back as if it's going to take the door down. And the thing, it's at the back. You won't be coming to the back. You'll come to the front door. But the thing is, you begin to wonder, what was the trigger? I passed here now and nothing happened. You know, I went this way. I'm coming back this way, and this dog did this. And it will actually put its head, it will try to put its head through the bars as if it's trying to do something. And when it does that, it triggers the other two. Then they also get combative and start barking. And I'm like, dude, I'm not taking chances with you. Like, no, seriously, because it's my house, it's my dogs and everything. But like, initially I was laughing at my niece. I was like, you don't even want these dogs to get close to you. When we send you, instead of passing you, go and pass the other way. Now I also pass this other way. I don't have any encounter with them. The men should handle the dogs. I'm good. Like when they set them free at night, they're very happy. So you see them tails wagging. So if I'm in the kitchen and I open the door and, you know, maybe I want to dispose of some trash or something, this is them when they were small.
Okay.
So the bigger one that looks grey.
It's the grey one.
It's the grey one. It's the youngest, but it's now physically the biggest. And right now it's black. It started out grey, but right now it's black. It's the most troublesome of the lot. It's the most aggressive. Let me put it
you can see that it's different.
So when they're all different, one is the local breed, one is the other two. Now Oibo dog, as you put it. Then, so anyway, when I'm in the kitchen at night, you know, and we've set them free, maybe I open the back door today. They come running at me. They're so happy. I'm like, excuse me, no. I close the door. Because I don't know the energy where you carry the come. I don't have power to
You don't want
to
be careful.
Because those ones now, before you scream help, then don't grab your throat.
I agree with you.
These are dogs in my house, and because I know they're security dogs, they're not pets, I am careful around them.
There are breeds.
So I definitely will not
even in some countries they don't even allow certain breeds because
there are dogs that can fight
combatants.
A wild animal to a standstill.
Yeah.
There's this story I read about a farm owner. This one, this happened in the US.
Yeah.
I've forgotten what breed of dog it was. It wasn't a breed we had. They had tried to, in Malinois or whatever. The dog, I think some foxes or what was it, came to the house. And this dog chased them off and disappeared for some days. So the owner concluded, well,
it was dead.
The foxes went and tore it limb from limb. The dog came back after 3 days, limping, one eye gone. That it had decimated the entire population of those foxes. It killed all. I said, now pets with that.
That's not a pet.
No, thank you for killing the foxes and everything.
Well, I'll let you go.
Yeah, make them go train you well, make they do good stuff, make them they go catch criminal.
I'll let you go.
Because the day you annoy that one.
Of course.
Yeah, you understand.
Of course. So you must know the breed of dog that is compatible with your own mood and what you're looking for.
Yeah.
And you can't, if you keep a dog and you are a stranger to your dog, so it will bark at you because that's the way it's been. It's a security dog.